Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto summoned wizard power and got harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. A figure wearing a rosewood color hooded robe, black pants with orange stripes running down the side of them and black shoes was walking on a bridge at a calm pace towards a school named Mahora Academy at night. Nearing the end of the bridge, he felt a constant flow of magical energy before him in the form of a barrier, that he only knew of because the echo of the magical energy was reaching out to him. He stayed in this dimension for nearly 6 years, looking after the child of man who could not see fit to watch his only son for fear of risking the child's life, and not only that, he half expected the 4-year-old boy to see him as an older brother figure, but no. The boy actually called him father and dad and even adopted his own family name onto his own so he could be more like him, but that was only for the last 2 years. Before that, however, the boy did not want him as his father. After the incident at the village, he, being the eldest by 2 centuries and more, adopted the small boy into his family. The boy was not happy. Why would he be? A complete stranger you don't know walks up to you and your cousin and tells you that he will be looking after you because his father wanted him to. Hell, he would be angry too. The reason, or rather reasons, he looked after the small boy was because his father, who he only met and got into a small fight, begged him to look after his son and to be there for him because otherwise he would be alone, and orphan stories kind of hit home with the hooded figure. The second reason was because the attack on the village was not an accident but actually an assassination attempt on the father's son by some magical senate. I know, weird, right? The hooded figure was aware that his son would soon become a teacher at the Mahora Academy after the principal of the magic school in Wales informed him of the situation. Apparently a 10-year-old boy was allowed to teach a class consisting of 31 teenage school girls. This dimension kept getting weirder by the day. His son was currently back at the Magic Academy in Wales getting his diploma from the principal, while his clone was with him getting him ready for the long trip, while he himself had to make accommodations for his son to live at Mahora Academy. The boy who called him father was Negi Uzumaki Springfield. Standing right in front of the barrier to Mahora Academy, with his right hand reached out, he touched the barrier with his index finger and began channeling his chakra into it with the intent of having a welcoming party he could say hello to. Now let's see if this school is as guarded as I heard it was. The seal that man put on me is malfunctioning. I can feel my power growing once again. Those were the thoughts of a centuries-year-old vampire, but with the appearance of a 10-year-old blonde-haired girl. Her companions, or servants would be the better term, were just as equally confused. Well, one was. The other, who was just a little doll, was giddy at the thought of finally getting to kill and move around once more. Master, can we go out and kill this intruder? It will be ever so much fun. I'll bet he has tons of blood I can take away from him, right, master? The little puppet asked while jumping up and down like a child who was about to get a present. Many people would find it strange that such a cute little doll could be such bloodthirsty killer, and even stranger was the fact she held a blade many times her size. Her other servant, who wore a maid outfit, who had light green hair and 2 antennae where her ears should be, decided to make herself known. Master, would it not be more beneficial for you to find this intruder and take him or her captive and use his or her strange new energy source for your own freedom? The old vampire rubbed her chin in contemplation while her oldest and yet youngest looking doll muttered a few angry cusses under her breath, most likely from the fact she could not kill this intruder. Master, if we can't kill this intruder, can I at least torture him for a bit, please? The puppet looked at her creator with huge round puppy dog eyes. Her master sighed and shook her head no, which caused her oldest puppet to fall on her back and start yelling obscenities. The reason we cannot capture this intruder is because if we felt it, this energy, every other being on campus capable of sensing the barrier will come after this intruder. Therefore the intruder won't be able to help us. So master, what are we going to do? Evangeline A.K. McDowell, the oldest Shinsho vampire in history, an ancient woman who looked like a cute innocent girl who has many titles in the past, gave her 2 servants a chilling grin, showing off her larger than average canines, turned to the door and called over her shoulder. The same thing I do to everyone who trespasses on these grounds, show them the power of the darkest mage ever conceived. The Dark Evangel. Yay, we get to kill the intruder. I can't wait to see all that blood. We're not killing them, you stupid doll. Ah, master is so mean. The little doll cried out in distress, muttering under breath. I miss the good old days when we could kill anything that moved. Toko Kuzunoha and Setsuna Sakurazaki, teacher and student, both practitioners of the sword-fighting style Shinryu, paused their usual combat session at the feeling of an unusual energy source entering the barrier. There is an intruder on the grounds at this time of night, this bears investigation. She noticed her student was also aware of the same feeling she felt. If we both can feel it, that means the others have as well. The teacher muttered before calling at her student, Setsuna, I would like you to accompany me and subdue this intruder. She was answered with a swift nod. Intruders? Are they after Kanoka Ojo-sama? I will not fail her a second time. In the office of the headmaster were two men who were looking at each other with blank faces. One was a man who looked older than dirt with the biggest eyebrows anyone has ever seen. He was stroking his white beard, while on the other side of the room was a middle-aged man who wore glasses and a business suit equipped with a tie. These two men are the headmaster of Mahora Academy Konaman Kono, and the other man is called Death Glasses Takahata, or just Takamichi T. Takahata. Takamichi broke the silence by clearing his throat and pointing his thumb backwards to the door. You do know that they're going to get their butts kicked, right? His blank face was gone and replaced with a small smile. You and I both know who that energy belongs to, right? Takamichi was of course referring to the mages young and old who barged into the headmaster's office asking for answers on the intruder and left just moments ago preparing themselves to fight the mysterious intruder. Naruto-kun, you wanted this, didn't you? You wanted a fight. In response to his question, the headmaster only raised an eyebrow and continued to stroke his beard, clasping his hands together and putting them on the table. He looked up at Takamichi questioning look and sighed. I was going to introduce them to Naruto-sama when he arrived with young Negi Springfield, but it looks like he decided to give us a surprise visit instead. It looks like Naruto-sama wants to meet the staff first and ensure his son is safe with us, which includes you too, Takahata-sensei. The headmaster finished with a small smirk when he saw the glasses-wearing man shiver. What, why? I already fought him a bunch of times in the past and I lost badly, Takamichi asked, or more like whined if you asked the headmaster. The next question caused Takamichi to look down at the floor in silence. That was back when you didn't trust him, right? It wasn't a question but more of a statement either way, Takamichi answered. Yes, Nagi-san gave me his permission to watch his son, but Naruto-kun saved his son right before Nagi did. They both took a minute of silence for the petrified victims of Negi's home. Naruto-kun was there for Negi when I wasn't. He then walked over to window and looked at the crescent-shaped moon and sighed, regretting for not being there for Negi and for what he did to Naruto after he heard the news. After explaining to me what Nagi wanted him to do, I was furious and attacked him and told him to leave, and that was none of his concern. He then looked down at his left arm. He broke my arm and threw me out of the house and told me to come back when I grew up. He and the headmaster both shared a chuckle at his own expense. That happened 3 more times before he finally tied me to a tree, and he told me Negi needed a father figure more than he needed the two of us fighting, and I agreed. He told me I was allowed visit anytime I wanted. His intentions are still unknown to us, he only seems to want to take care of Negi. Certainly the headmaster was and still is quite curious of the enigma which was Uzumaki Naruto. Well, he is also an author as well, headmaster, remember the Ika Ika series? Takamichi said, knowing the fondness the headmaster had for the perverted books. Ho ho, yes, that wonderful piece of literature. I wonder will he sign my collection. All Takamichi did was chuckle nervously. If Haruna-san finds out that her favorite author is on campus, she will pursue him relentlessly and ask for tips, or worse, she will ask him could she be used as one of the characters. His thoughts were interrupted by the headmaster. Now Takamichi-san, I believe you and I have spoken enough with each other. You should go out there and help your fellow mages. He ended with a chuckle, especially seeing the glasses-wearing man shiver. At times like this I hate you, Takamichi said while exiting the door. Ho ho. All the headmaster did was lean back in his chair and started reading one of the newest volumes of Ika Ika so he could catch up with the story, and having a small nosebleed while reading. Sometimes I love my life. Well, this is interesting to say the least. Those were the thoughts of the man in the hooded robe after dodging several kunai, bullets, swords, slashes and spells. It seemed a little blonde-haired girl with 2 green-haired servants were the first to arrive to fight him. The tallest of the 3 girls apologized before attacking him, saying that it was her master's order when questioned on who her master was. The little blonde-haired girl who was attacking him with vials which seemed to hold ice magic told him it was her, which caused him to fall on his knees and start laughing, which just angered the little girl even more if her red face and snarl was any indication. While he was on his knees from laughing, the cute little puppet with innocent doe eyes was trying to stab him with a sword twice her size, causing him roll out of the way. While this was going on, several mages young and old were performing spells to hinder his movements. It seemed the mages and the three girls he first encountered were not working together, although this worked in his favor. The school even had its own sharpshooter and a kunoichi. The sharpshooter was using a silencer and the other seemed to be using his own copyright jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. All the while this was happening, he was dodging sword slashes and strikes from two women. One seemed to be a student while the other was a teacher. Their goal looked like who would be the first to turn him into confetti. Narrowly avoiding a bullet whizzing past his head, the little blonde-haired girl threw a glass vial at his feet, freezing them instantly. Seeing the intruder get his feet frozen, the mages launched their most powerful spells at the intruder with hopes he would be incapacitated and brought in for questioning. The little green-haired doll pouted, not seeing any blood at all. The hooded figure, seeing the spells being launched at him, simply raised his left hand to stop the attack. The palm of his left hand glowed yellow and a strange symbol was etched there. The only defenders of the school who saw this symbol were the ancient vampire, the sharpshooter for obvious reasons, and the kunoichi. To the shock and fascination of those present, the spell just seemed to be etched instantly into the man's left hand. Their jaws hit the ground and their eyes grew wide, seeing the spell of their collective efforts being snuffed out like that was disconcerting to say the least. Even the most stoic of individuals were silenced by the technique the intruder wielded. The little vampire, who was centuries old, never saw such a technique. Her two servants weren't faring any better except for the little puppet, who seemed to smile even larger knowing there was more blood to come. The mercenary perched at the top of the academy dropped her rifle in awe, while the kunoichi in training Almsat fell out of the tree in shock after seeing the combined efforts of the school were for naught. The young swordswoman was worried, but not for herself but for her first friend who she hasn't spoken to in years. If the intruder was strong enough to best the entire school, he could kidnap her friend and she would be powerless to stop him from taking her. Well, Naruto knows how to shake things up a bit. That was the single thought Takemichi had when he arrived at the scene. The intruder, who he knew already, had been frozen up to his waist, while teachers and students were frozen in shock, awe and fear. Seeing Takahata-sensei, the sharpshooter jumped down from her sniping spot and proceeded to cover his back. After seeing his arrival, the teachers and students were happy to see him. SND sighed in relief, except a certain vampire who just adopted an annoyed expression on her face. It also looked like she was going to express her annoyance as well. "Where have you been?" the vampire asked him. "Anywhere but here," Takemichi thought dejectedly, knowing he would have to fight his friend now and that was the last thing he wanted to do. Instead of voicing his depressing thoughts, he slapped on a smile for the vampire and said, "Oh, you know Eva-san." Not even bothering to look at her because he wanted to keep his eyes on Naruto, for he knew the split second he took his eyes off him would be the second he got his ass kicked, and he did not want that. "No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you," the vampire retorted through clenched teeth. Before Takemichi could respond to the lowly vampire, an amused voice broke through the silence and Takemichi's inner pleading thoughts. "You know," the intruder spoke up in a voice that was clearly filled with amusement, knocking them out of their stupor and putting several beads of sweat on Takemichi's forehead. "Ever since I've arrived here, I've been on the defensive by not attacking you a single time." It was at that point the observers of the school realized the ice potion that was restraining his movements seemed to be chipping away until there was nothing left. "But now I think it's time we reverse our roles. No, I can't let this fight continue. I have to stop it." Those were the alarmed thoughts of Takemichi. "I just have to convince Naruto to stop fighting." As soon as he finished that train of thought, a new train of thought arrived at his mind station filled with one thought. Getting Naruto to stop fighting is just like getting Jack to stop being perverted. Those two are as stubborn as each other and they haven't even met. The defenders of the school fell back into their respective fighting stance, only to be confused when the intruder singled out a teacher by raising his right arm and pointing at him. The teacher was Takahata Takemichi. They were confused further when the hooded figure patted his own left arm with his right hand 3 times. No one the significance of that action except one, and he was chuckling. "Do you always have to remind me of that?" Takemichi asked his friend with a grin. A shrug and an amused chuckle was his friend's answer.
Mana Tatsumi, a student of 2A seat number 18, couldn't keep silent. "Sensei, do you know this man?" she asked while equipping her twin Mark 19 Desert Eagle pistols and pointing them at the intruder. Who they knew now was a man because his chuckle was far too masculine to be a woman. She noticed a glint of light coming from one of the trees, signifying that her rival Kaide was telling her the trap was ready.
Hidden in the trees, dressed in her standard shinobi attire, Kaide Nagase, student of 2A seat number 20, was ready to spring the trap, but something in her mind told her she recognized the man's stance or the lack of one. He was too relaxed, too calm, especially in the situation he had found himself in. Does he believe he can win, or is he simply arrogant? Why was there a nagging feeling of familiarity with this man's stance and his chuckle that ate at her mind?
She didn't have time to focus on her thoughts because she knew her rival was waiting for her to spring the trap. Taking a kunai out of her pouch, she let the moon's light hit her kunia so she could reflect the light from the moon to Mana. "Time to go to work," she muttered softly to herself, preparing to launch the knockout gas bombs and smoke grenades. One final thought entered her mind while activating the launcher. "Who are you?" "Sensei, who is that man?" Mana questioned her sensei once more, knowing he knew more than the rest of them did. She knew she was right when her sensei put his hand behind the back of his head and chuckled nervously.
"Well, Mana-san, he is." That was as far as he got before he noticed what was before him. Lights, hundreds and hundreds of lights. He had no idea what these lights were. All he knew, it was a beautiful sight to behold. It was like watching a meteor shower, except there was one difference: these lights were headed directly at his friend, and he knew that shinobi student Kaide was behind this.
Kaide had sprung the trap. The bombs and gas hit their target dead on with pinpoint accuracy.
They couldn't see the target behind the multi-layers of different colored smoke and gas, but they didn't let up on their assault.
They continued to attack him in all manners of different forms, such as elemental magic spells like fire, water, lighting, wind, earth and shadow. There was vials of potions so cold that when they hit the cloud of colors it froze parts of the area, and finally there was bullets and missiles fired and launched by Mana and Chachimaru. The physical fighters as well as the sword fighters refrained from attacking for fear of getting too close to the poisonous cloud of gas.
While this chaotic violence was happening, there was one thought going through Takamichi's head. Why do I have the feeling Naruto-kun is going to hurt me for this? Takamichi thought to himself with closed eyes and his palm covering his face.
At the sound of tranquil silence, Takamichi lowered his hand from his face and dropped it to his side.
He knew he shouldn't have, but he did. He looked at his fellow teachers and several students smile in relief, knowing the intruder had succumbed to his injuries by their combined effort.
However, he knew the truth. Oh, he knew the truth, the sick and horrifying truth, that the intruder didn't fall. He knew Naruto was waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Takahata Takamichi knew Naruto for over 5 years and he was friends with him for over 4.5 years. That's why he wasn't the least bit surprised he felt the air leaving his lungs and was sent back flying through the air and landed on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "I thought I told you I wasn't on the defensive anymore."
I reversed our roles. It was the intruder appearance and his attack on Takamichi Takahata, the strongest fighter they had, that caught their attention, but not his voice.
His appearance hadn't changed the slightest. He had no bruises, cuts, burns or any other form of attack they used against him on his body. It looked to them he had dodged all their attacks and their trap. They were too shocked by his emergence that they didn't notice the lack of humor in the man's voice. His voice was serious and mixed with disappointment.
It seemed the shock wore off because he was being attacked by two swordswomen. An older woman with long blonde hair reaching down to her backside and a teenager with black hair and strange hairstyle. He bent his body backwards to avoid the horizontal slash from the young woman with black hair. He noticed the older blonde hair woman seemed to go for a vertical slash in hopes of severing his head. So he did what any sane, calm, rational man would do, especially if the man was a near immortal being with unbelievable power. He opened his mouth and caught the blade with his teeth.
"That's not possible," the swordswoman stuttered aloud, shocked and terrified. Terrified that someone caught her blade with their teeth, or terrified that he tried it in the first place. "That's impossible," she screamed hysterically at him.
Feeling her grip loosen on her sword, he pulled back his head, snatching the sword out of her hand with his teeth.
He capitalized on the shocked woman by delivering a kick to her midsection, sending her crashing into several students and teachers. Taking the sword out of his mouth, he turned towards the woman who was struggling to get back to her feet with the help from the teachers and students. "Lady, I have a habit of making the impossible possible," he told her while casually raising his borrowed sword to block a vertical slash from the young black-haired teenager. As their swords were doing the age-old dance of death, he noticed the young swordswoman was growling at him. "Something you would like to say to me?" Setsuna Sakurazaki of Class 2A seat number 15 was starting to hate this man.
He was showing her how she was still weak, still unfit to protect her charge.
Her best friend. Her first friend. Kanoka Kono. "I will never let you hurt Ojo-sama," she hissed at him, firmly believing he was here to kidnap Kanoka on orders from enemies to the Kono family. Although she was confused as to why the intruder would want them to know where he was. Perhaps his employers wanted to prove how strong they were by challenging them face to face. However, she might have thought too soon when she noticed he tilted his head to the side in uncertainty. "Ojo-sama. Who's Ojo-sama?" "Kanoka Kono is Ojo-sama. Is she not your target?" Setsuna asked him hesitantly, knowing this could be a trick to lower her defensives.
Kanoka Kano? Where have I heard that name before? He said aloud, mostly to himself, before he realized who the young woman was related to.
"Kanoka Kono. She's the old man's granddaughter who has the fuzzy eyebrows, right?" He smiled underneath his robe after seeing the young swordswoman nod reluctantly. "Nah." He wagged his index finger in front of her face like a sensei scolding his student. "I'm not here to hurt his grandkid." Setsuna was about to sigh in relief of that comment because of the familiarity he had said old man, meaning he must be on good terms with Ojo-sama's grandfather. Until his next choice of words. "I'm here to blow off some steam." "What do you mean?" She got no further in her questioning because he used his physical strength to overpower her and send her sword into the air. Unable to bring her sword back down in time to defend herself, she jumped back as fast as she could, hoping to be out of reach from the impending thrust of the sword. Instead, he flicked the borrowed sword in his hand and held it in a reverse grip. He then used the handle of the blade to strike her in the stomach. Hearing a clicking sound that he came to know all too well in this world, he knew someone was armed and ready to open fire on his ass. On instinct, he dived into a crowd of teachers and students. No, the gunslinger wouldn't kill her comrades. Bang. Unless of course they meant business or were batshit insane. He noticed the bodies that fell to the ground were still alive, so the gunslinger must have been using non-lethal rounds. He turned to face the gunslinger and saw it was a dark-skinned female teacher with long black hair wearing the standard school uniform. Why is a teacher wearing the school uniform? Maybe she's one of those teachers that don't want to have barriers between her and the students. Yeah, that must be it, because there's no way a 14-year-old girl would have such a figure. For some strange reason, Mana wanted to shoot this intruder even more so. "Do you surrender, or am I going to not leave a single part of your body bruised?" She threatened him without a grin on her face, but it was implied she would if he chose the latter. In response to her threat, he put his left hand on his chin and tilted his head to the side, his face scrunched up in contemplation. She couldn't tell because his robe still obscured his face, she just had a feeling. She was broken out of her musing when he put his hands behind his head and looked over at the trees. More accurately, the tree Kaide was using. "Surrender. Now that's a lot more tempting than the other suggestion you've given me, especially the whole bruising every inch of my body." He looked back at Mana and pointed the borrowed sword at her. "I reckon you can only do the latter if you manage to hit me with those rubber bullets before I close the gap between us." She was already shooting at him before he finished his sentence. However, no matter how good of a markswoman she was, she couldn't hit him. He just kept dodging her bullets, and he weaved in and out between teachers and students. He used the mages as cover and meat shields. Despicable methods. Clever and cunning, but still despicable. She ran into a bit of bad luck. She needed to reload. Looking at the intruder, she sighed in relief when she noticed he was being attacked by the defenders of the school, giving her more than enough time to reload. Using all the skill and experience she cultivated over the years as a mercenary, she dropped the empty magazines on the ground below her feet and reloaded her firearms. She pointed at the location the intruder was last seen. "Got you," only to realize the teachers and students that were attacking the intruder were sprawled out on the ground writhing in pain. She had even worse news when she realized her arms along with her firearms were pinned to her back and she was face to face with the intruder. If it was any other time she would have blushed at staring into the eyes of a very handsome man before her. "Why are you wearing a school uniform when you're clearly a teacher?" His tone of voice was filled innocence and curiosity, but to Mana she mistook it for an insult. People would always mistake her for an adult. Well, she wouldn't let this intruder get away with calling her old, even though he never actually called her old. The point was still the same. "I'm 14 years old," she replied through clenched teeth. She smiled when she saw the look of astonishment on the intruder's face. Using his dazed state to her advantage, she kicked off his chest, backflipping until she got to a safe distance. She pulled out her twin pistols that the intruder held onto while she was in his grasp. She aimed the twin pistols at him. She knew something was wrong when she felt the guns were lighter than usual. When she locked eyes with him, she knew why. He was giving her the two salute while at the same time he was waving at her with his left hand. She didn't care about any of that, she only cared about what was in his left hand. Her magazines. Her last magazines. She gulped loudly. She was facing an unknown man with unbelievable power, and she was now weaponless. She sighed in relief when he turned his attention from her and started walking towards the trees. She froze and panicked when she realized who was hidden amongst the trees, and from irregular observation she knew he knew who was hiding in those trees. "Kunoichi-chan, if it isn't too much trouble, could you come down from your tree?" He cheerfully waved at the tree he knew Kaide was hiding in. There was no sign of movement from the kunoichi he knew was hiding on the tree he waved at. With a put-on sigh he looked down at his shoes, then looked up at the moon and scratched the back of his head with his right hand and disappeared without so much as an afterimage showing. Hiding in the trees, one Kaide Nagase was nervous and very afraid. That itself was alarming because she was usually calm, collected and confident. She did have a bit of a mischievous side to her as well, but she took great pride in her skills of a kunoichi. Yet here she was sweating and putting her hands up to her mouth so the intruder wouldn't hear her breathing. Her heart rate tripled in beats and she was praying the intruder wouldn't be able to sense her. Why? Because she felt the branch she was standing on push down with a person she hoped wouldn't find her sitting down cross-legged on the branch, giving her the two-finger salute. Reaching for her kunai, she thought talking to him would distract him long enough for her to take the shot. Metaphorically speaking. "You wouldn't hit a defenseless girl now, would you?" She spoke with a faux nervous tone of voice, hoping he would fall for it. Certain that she could catch him off guard. "No, but I would kill a kunoichi," he said with a firm voice that caused a shiver to go down Kaide's spine. She knew that tone of voice and what it meant. It meant that this man killed before, and not only did he kill, he knew how to do it, and she had no doubts that if he wanted her dead she would be. Sensing a familiar presence coming his way thanks to his training in senjutsu and his own custom wind manipulation training. "As much as I would like to fight another kunoichi again, I'm afraid we're going to have to call it quits for now." He pointed his finger at the enraged Kono Kanaman. "The young man who looks really old seems quite angry with the old man who looks really young." He then waved goodbye to Kaide and pushed himself of the tree. "See you later, Kunoichi-chan." Naruto landed right in front of the furious dean and the guardians of the school. Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone seemed to pay close attention, especially the little blonde-haired girl. She seemed surprised that the dean was so angry. "How dare you bring your filthy self here and mock this school with your presence?" Everyone was surprised to hear the venom in the old man's words. His eyes were twitching, his fists were balled and clenched tight, his knuckles were white as a ghost. "You attacked my faculty, you attacked my students. Give me one reason why I shouldn't end your life right now." The silence was so deafening that you could hear a pin drop or a moth fart. It seemed like hours before anyone took a breath, but in truth it was only a few seconds. The intruder started walking towards the dean. Likewise the dean started walking towards the intruder. They were less than a foot away from each other when the intruder moved his right arm behind his back. Everyone tensed but the dean. They were awaiting the attack that this monster would inflict upon them, when suddenly the intruder threw something at the dean. "Here, catch. An orange book." The monster that annihilated more than 2/3 of the protectors of the academy was giving the dean of Mahora Academy an orange book. "It's the newest edition to the Ika Ika Next Generation series." Naruto spoke up, seeing the confusion on everyone's faces. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Everyone, and I mean everyone, be they stoic or incapable of human understanding, face faulted at the sound the dean was making, It sounded like a love-stuck schoolgirl meeting the love of her life. This was getting too confusing for everybody and they wanted answers. What? Naruto-sama, screamed the people who were not on the ground in pain. That's right, Naruto-sama here is a great man that deserves great respect, your respect and the respect of every red-blooded man alive. The dean declared with his right index finger pointed at the sky, speaking as though every man should be on their knees worshipping Naruto. You basically mean introducing Ika Ika Next Generation series to this world, don't you? Naruto said matter-of-factly. Of course I do. What could you possibly think I was referring to? Oh, I don't know, maybe that tsunami I stopped last week in Japan. Oh, you did that? I didn't know it was you. That was the point, you brat. If everyone knew it was me they would be questions asked, and I don't know about you, but answering the media and the world isn't my favorite pastime. Yes, that would be a problem. The biggest understatement of the century. Well, never mind that, let me introduce you to the people you will be working with for the next few years. Oh joy, work. He moved back the hood with his left hand and let it drop to the back of his neck and gave a casual wave to the stunned crowd. The teachers and students couldn't believe their eyes, and the women, teacher and student alike, got blushes on their faces, even though one child-looking vampire would never admit to such a thing. In front of them was a young man in his mid-20s, with shoulder-length, spiky blonde hair and a pair of cerulean blue eyes. The strangest thing that got their attention were the 3 whiskers marks that ran horizontally on each side of his face. They were further confused when they heard the young man muttering to himself. I saved the world, bring peace and made everyone's lives better back at home, and I still have to work, immortality s. No wonder Madara went insane. It was at this point the young intruder was right beside the dean, who put his hand on the young man's shoulder as a type of reassurance. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. Mahora Academy is quite dull. Nothing exciting ever happens here. Right. The whiskered intruder looked the dean dead in the eye and gave him a small sardonic smile. I would believe that if you weren't lying just now. He started walking to an unconscious Takemichi only to kick him at his sides. Takemichi, wake up. I know you're only faking so you wouldn't have to fight me. He heard a nervous chuckle coming from the man who looked like he was trying his hardest to disappear. Let us discuss my son's living arrangements in your office. Noticing that Takemichi hadn't moved yet, he kneeled down and placed his left index and middle finger on Takemichi's forehead and grabbed the dean's right hand. You're coming too, Takemichi, whether you like it or not. The trio disappeared in a small breeze, leaving behind very confused, shocked and terrified people who sighed in relief when the monster left. Who was that? Your office hasn't changed, Naruto said after observing the dean's office. The 3 men sat down, the dean behind the desk staring at the 2 men in front of him. You should already know why I'm here, Naruto asked the 2 men with a small smile on his face, thinking of his son and the family he has been taking care of. Your son Negi Springfield is to become a teacher for Class 2A. The dean informed him. Naruto already knew this. What he cared about where his son would be sleeping, considering his son Negi kept sneaking in his room to sleep every night for the last 2 years. What about his accommodations? Who will he be living with from now on? My granddaughter Kanoka and her best friend Asuna Kaguruzaka. I already know your granddaughter. She's a wonderful young woman. You must be very proud. I am. A soft smile that was filled with pride and warmth graced the old man's wrinkled face. Although I have never met this young woman Asuna Kaguruzaka. What can you tell me about her? Noticing the alarmed looks, he hastened his explanation. And before you say we can't give out information about our students, it has nothing to do with that. Noticing their confused faces, he elaborated. Let me put it this way. My son is Negi Springfield. I'm well aware how influential he is. I am also aware how influential your granddaughter could become if she ever found out about her true origins, and now those 2 kids are going to be in the same room, but it's not just them. This young woman Asuna Kaguruzaka is someone I have never heard about, and she will be sleeping in the same room as those 2. That is not a coincidence. Recognizing the nervous looks on their faces, he knew now that these 2 were hiding something, and this young woman Asuna Kaguruzaka was that something, but as long this secret wouldn't harm Negi, he could let them keep their secrets. You don't have to tell me her significance because I trust you too. Just tell me this: from one father to another, is she a threat to my son? No. A look of relief crossed Naruto's face and a huge grin appeared on his face and stood up immediately. He shook the dean's hand and gave Takemichi a thumbs up. "Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear." He then vanished in a vortex of green wind, panicking the men in the room. "I hate it when he does that," Kanamon said, hold his hand over his heart. Takemichi broke down laughing after hearing the dean complaining about Naruto's teleporting abilities. Negi Springfield was a very curious child, always interested in knowing what his father did or what he was doing. It was precisely this reason why he was sneaking into his father's room. Of course he would never sneak into someone's room because that was at the height of bad manners and he was a gentleman, so that would be disreputable. Nevertheless, he was doing something that many people would call sneaking into someone's room, but not him. After all, he was a gentleman and they did not do that. Nope, not at all. Opening the door, he was assaulted by a barrage of kunai, shurikens, water and paint balloons and many sealing techniques that his father had installed in his own room. After seeing the ways his dad defended himself, even in his own room, he told his dad that he was paranoid. He just got a better safe than sorry reply from him. After the years he kept coming into his father's room and the training he endured, Negi was more than able to dodge the attacks. He casually stepped out of the way of the kunai, jumped into the air to dodge the shuriken and maneuvered his body in such a way he avoided the balloons. He landed on the ground safely, only to roll to the side to get out of the sealing technique's range. After avoiding his dad's traps, he brushed off the dust he got on his clothes. Walking towards his father's bed, he noticed Naruto wasn't in it. Maybe he actually remembered that his graduation was happening today and decided to get up early for it. He knew his father wouldn't miss his graduation. Naruto had always been there for him ever since he saved his life, when he was 4 years old. Even when Negi didn't want him as a father or even around, Naruto was always there for him, saying backquote, "I have experienced true loneliness, Negi. That is something I don't want you to ever have. So whether you like it or not, I'm here to stay." No matter how much Negi tried to dissuade him, Naruto said he would always be there for him. During those years that Naruto took care of him, he realized that he was getting closer to the blonde-hair man than he would like to admit. How could he not? Naruto believed in him, he trained him, he was there for him when his own father was somewhere else. Naruto was slowly but surely becoming the father Negi always wanted and needed. His best friend Anya loved him, and his big sister Nakane always had a smile on her face when Naruto was in the same room as her. As for Chamo, he also enjoyed the blonde's company, if only for the books he gave him. Hearing a door opening, he turned to see his dad wearing a towel around his waist and using another towel to dry his hair. "Good morning, Negi," Naruto said, greeting his son with a grin on his face. He walked over to his son, putting his hand on Negi's hair and started ruffling it. Hearing a squawk of indignation from his son got Naruto to start chuckling. Getting on his knees, he looked his son in the eyes, which he knew Negi appreciated. Negi enjoyed being respected by his father. He adored being treated an equal by his father. "Are you ready for your graduation? It's your last day of school. You must be excited." Standing up, Naruto walked over to the dresser and started getting dressed. His choice of clothing consisted of black sandals, brown tracksuit pants, light brown shirt, a dark orange jacket with black coat tails that went to the back of his knees. He made sure the jacket would always flow side to side even when he was standing perfectly still. Thanks to the seals, which contained copious amounts of food and chakra. To finish the look, he put on the necklace which held 6 Magatama beads. "I remember my graduation like it was yesterday. Mind-shattering revelations, heartbreaking and warming moments. Finding out everything you thought you knew was only a lie." Wiping a fake tear from his eye, he sighed. "You know, pretty standard stuff. You're wearing the suit Nakane picked out for you and you have a little wizard's hat as well. Let me get some breakfast, then we can go, okay? Wizard school, not Hogwarts. I will now award you your diplomas. You've done well for these last 7 years, but the real training begins. Do not let your resolve weaken." Negi Springfield, the headmaster declared, causing Negi to come out of his stupor. He took the diploma out of the headmaster's hand and gave Naruto the V sign with a fox-like grin he copied from his father. After the celebration, he ran to his family and tackled his father with a hug. "Dad, I'm a mage now. This is great. That means you can teach me new techniques." He looked up at his father and gave him the puppy dog eyes technique. "You will teach me new techniques, right?" "Of course I will, son, but first this needs to be said." Kneeling down, Naruto put his right hand on Negi's right shoulder. Huh, I'm proud of you. Negi looked shocked at what his father said. I am so proud of you, you have absolutely no idea how proud you make feel to be your father. Without and further prompting, Negi buried himself in his father's embrace. He felt his father's warmth through the hug. He didn't care about the warmth though, what he cared about was what his dad said. He was proud of him. Naruto, the man who trained him when he wanted to be stronger to protect his family. Naruto, the man who made sure he would always have fun and take him to amusement parks. Naruto, the man who would always be there for him and love him, even when he returned Naruto's love with scorn. Seeing his friend and older sister figure walking towards them, he wiped the tears from his eyes and gave his father a shy smile. Thanks, Dad, Negi muttered, hoping his family didn't see him cry. Anya would just start calling him a crybaby again. Nikane on the other hand did see what happened and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She was staring at him with an almost dreamy expression. She had a small, almost non-existent crush on the man that had been taking care of her family for almost a decade. I mean, how could she not? He was handsome, strong, caring, compassionate, and most importantly he was single. How could she let such a perfect man go, you might be asking? Simple, he was going to live for a couple of centuries. She was not. He knew she had a crush on him, but he wasn't going to do anything. The whole reason Naruto stayed was because of Negi. She couldn't do that to Negi. She loved him, he was her little brother. He meant the world to her, but every once in a while, seeing Naruto's strong determined eyes, she came so close to renting a room out for Negi and Anya to sleep in, so she could show much Naruto meant to her. Hey, Negi, what does it say? I got assigned a fortune-telling job in London, Anya said in an excited voice. She blushed when Negi smiled at her. Unlike Nikane, Anya did not have a crush on Naruto. He was Negi's father. He earned that title from everyone that was part of the family. She knew Nikane had a crush on Naruto, but she had a crush on Negi. Where will you be training? Nikane asked, getting the image of Naruto out of her head. It's about to appear, Negi said as Anya looked over his shoulder. Let me see. A teacher. Anya said this like it was the last thing she ever expected to say. In Japan. Nikane was in the same boat as Anya. How unexpected, Naruto said to Negi. Negi gave him a look that clearly said "You know something about this," which got Naruto to wink at him and mimic sealing his lips. Principal, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by "teacher"? Nikane for all intents and purposes shouted at him. There is no need to panic, please remain calm. The principal urged Nikane to be calm. However, calm? How can I remain calm? My little brother is going to Japan all by himself, how can we remain calm? Nikane hysterically said with tears in her eyes. There has to be some kind of mistake, I mean he's only 10 years old. 10-year-olds can't become teachers. Won't child services be after us if we send him overseas to become a teacher? Nikane was close to having a mental breakdown. Dad, do you think I can do this? Negi said shyly, as if this was the most important moment in the world to him. I know you can do it. After all, it's a parent's job to have unconditional faith in their children. Naruto reassured his son by paraphrasing what his dad told him. Thanks for the confidence booster, Dad. Negi said sarcastically, which got Naruto to grin. If it was written on the diploma, then that is the end of the matter. Remember, Negi, you must train hard in order to become a great mage. Naruto, please take care of him. Nikane and Anya pleaded with Naruto at the same time. Haven't I been doing just that for the last couple of years? The principal of the school you are assigned to teach is a good friend of mine, you will be all right. I know, sir. My dad believes in me and that's all I need. Heathrow Airport. Airports. Naruto hated airports for several reasons. The lines, crowds, children crying or getting sick, the loud and angry tourists, and of course the waiting. It was all these reasons why Naruto hated airports, not to mention those flying death machines. However, to hate something you must care about it enough to get that feeling of raw emotion, and Naruto did care. He found the airport to be absolutely beautiful in a symbolic way. Airports were humanity at its best. All that anger, all that mistrust, all that unhappiness forgotten for that one perfect moment when they got off the plane. Negi, however, didn't see it that way. He saw it as this huge place where tens of thousands of people met with one another at the same. Like one huge family. Negi loved it. Now this is amazing, Negi said while watching the thousands of people of different races get on and off planes. While waiting for their flight they decided to get a bite to eat, so they sat down at McDonald's. His dad got him the kids' meal, which Negi always glared at and in turn got Naruto to grin. Even after becoming semi-immortal I still hate crowds and lines, Naruto said while putting tomato sauce on his chips. Looking over at his son, he smiled when he saw Negi looking around in awe at the size of the airport. Son, if you ever become semi-immortal like myself, I want you to take all your remaining years and that genius brain of yours and find a way to stop crowds and lines. Naruto said while drinking a small can of 7-Up and eating his chips. Dad, what are the chances I will become semi-immortal like you? Negi asked his father while taking bites out of his hamburger. Oh, about 99 to 1. Naruto mumbled to himself. Raising an eyebrow he smirked. Just like what were the chances you would accidentally summon me to save you? Right, good point, but me becoming Naruto interrupted Negi with a raised hand. Semi-immortal, excuse me, semi-immortal. Shaking his head with a grin he looked at his father and mockingly asked, better? Much. Why do you always say that? Say what? Semi-immortal. Because, that's what I just am, a semi-immortal. Why can't you just say immortal? Because I would be lying. But you are an immortal human being. No, I'm a semi-immortal being. There is a world of difference. Noticing his son was about to argue, Naruto spoke quickly to finish his explanation. There is no such thing as immortality, because if they were, death would be meaningless. I can die. Everyone can die. You may cheat death. You might buy a few extra minutes, but you never master death. When the first living thing existed, it was there, waiting. When the last living thing dies, its job is finished. It will put the chairs on tables, turn off the lights and lock the universe behind itself when it leaves, and I will be long gone before that happens. Flights from London to Japan will be delayed. We're sorry for the inconvenience. You know what? Screw it, there's a reason I leaned the Flying Thunder God technique, and it was for crowds and lines like these. I thought it was because you wanted to beat your father in everything he did. Noticing the tick marks around his father's eyes he shut himself up. Right, I'll shut up now. Let's go. Mahora Academy. Landing on his feet, Naruto took a moment to admire the world tree in Mahara Academy, knowing for the next few years he would be seeing these sights every day. His son, on the other hand, did not admire his surroundings. He instead put his arms around Naruto's waist and looked up at him with big doe eyes. No matter how many times we do that, I still think it's the coolest thing ever. Negi said, unable to keep the awe and excitement out of his voice. Backquote, it doesn't matter if he's a genius, he's still just a kid at heart. Come on Dad, you will teach me that, right? His son pleaded with him, which caused Naruto to flick him on the EARR. Create your own time-space ninja technique. I'm not a ninja though. Not with that attitude, you won't be. Noticing his son's depressed look, he tried to cheer him up. You can be the first ninja mage. That got Negi to smile. For several minutes Negi kept muttering to himself, but Naruto could clearly hear everything, and what he heard caused him to grin and shake his head at. His son was coming up with nicknames to refer to himself as. There's so many women here, Negi said after noticing the 100 of women walking by. It's a girls' school, son, so it's to be expected. Checking his watch to see what time it was. Come on, it's a sign of disrespect if we arrive late. Didn't you tell me your sensei was always late? Yup. Well, doesn't that mean he was being disrespectful to you and your team? No, that wasn't his intention. His intention was just to piss us off. Noticing his son was about to chastise him for speaking like that, he hastened his explanation. I'm only kidding. He wanted us to take responsibility for our own actions. If we sat around all day waiting for him to show up instead of training ourselves, he knew we weren't ready to be promoted. Oh, yes, oh, now let's go see the principal. Father and son walking side by side admiring the sights that Mahara Academy provided came by a most peculiar sight. It was a young woman, her orange hair done in pigtails and wang bells, barking like a dog at a young woman with long brown hair. Hey son. Yes Dad. Is it just me or is that girl with the orange pigtails barking? Yeah, I see it too. That's something you don't see every day. No, it's not. Naruto would have simply walked away from the girl with the severe identity issue. Poor girl, thinking she's a dog. However, seeing the girl with long brown hair sparked a memory in his brain, and he finally realized who she was. Kono Kaninen's granddaughter. The girl with the long brown hair is the dean's granddaughter, Naruto said. Negi looked excited at the idea of talking to the two young women. Really, let's go say hi. Negi ran while Naruto walked calmly, knowing his son wouldn't get into any trouble. Or at least he hoped so. Might as well, they might be your new students. Naruto muttered. Excuse me, your love will be unrequited. Negi innocently said while Naruto just blinked once, hoping he didn't hear what his son had just said. Backquote, he did not just say that to a teenage girl. WH. What? The orange-hair pig-tailed girl stuttered incoherently, unable to move her body to respond properly. Backquote, huh, she's taking this quite well. I thought she would murder him by now. Seeing the girl stop stuttering, he felt a cold chill run up his spine. It didn't help when he saw an inferno burning in the girl's eyes. Backquote, oh wait, there it is. What did you say, you brat? The pig-tailed girl screamed while holding Negi up by his head with one hand and shaking him around like a rag doll. Well, you and your friend were talking about fortunes and I thought I could help. Negi panicked while trying to get out of the mean girl's grasp. Why didn't his father teach him how to deal with angry girls? Help, she couldn't believe how stupid this kid was being. You thought you were helping me by telling me that my love would be unrequited. This is why I hate kids, they're such idiots. The bell-wearing girl huffed and dropped Negi in on his ass. Negi immediately crab walked backwards, getting out of range from the angry girl. What are you doing here, little one? You're all by yourself too and without a parent. The brunette said while picking up Negi as he was removing the dust from his suit. His father has been standing behind you, while watching his son being manhandled by Bell-chan over there. Bell-chan took a step back from the spiky golden hair man who claimed to be the brat's father. While Negi walked over and stood beside him, Konoka's cheeks developed a rosy hue and her mind seemed to recall this man. She just couldn't put her finger on it. Do I know you? Konoka asked the father, who turned to grin at her, causing her rosy hue to blossom even more. I would certainly hope so. We met years ago when I was first introduced to your grandfather. Naruto replied to her. Bell-chan, who was watching the exchange with a scowl but couldn't keep quiet anymore. Who the heck are you two anyways? We haven't introduced ourselves yet. Well, that was rude of us. How can I say this as gently as possible without upsetting you? We're your new senseis. Father and son, Uzumaki Naruto and his son Uzumaki Negi. We will be teaching English at this school. No way. Yes way. That's impossible. A brat like you can't be a teacher. My son is really smart for his age. You stay out of it. You're his father, you're supposed to say stuff like that. We are replacing Takamichi as well. Bell-chan had tears running down her cheeks after hearing this, but Naruto chose to ignore this, or he simply didn't care. So you will be having class with my son and I from today onwards. Clasping his hands together, he grinned at the crying girl who looked ready to explode in anger. Isn't that wonderful news? I hate kids, especially annoying little fleas like you. Bell-chan shouted while holding Negi by the collar of his shirt, shaking him back and forth. Which caused Bell-chan's hair to tickle Negi's nose, which caused Naruto to panic. Backquote, oh no. He's going to sneeze and I bet he won't activate those seals either. Quickly he grabbed the dean's granddaughter by the hand, moving her out of the way of the strip sneeze. He ignored the blush on the girl's face when he took her by the hand. Achoo! As Naruto expected, a huge gust of wind appeared straight from his son and all of Bell-chan's clothes were completely ripped, save for her bra and panties. Looking at her face and seeing how red it was, he decided to be a little mischievous and see how much it would take to cause her to lose control. Bare panties, a sly smirk made its way on Naruto's face. Cute. What the hell is going on? Apparently not a lot, Naruto mused. Let's go to your grandfather's office, he'll straighten things out. Naruto told the brunette, while offering his jacket to Bell-chan, not even getting a thank you from her. She must be really upset. Dean's office. Ah, Negi-kun and Naruto-sama. I'm not surprised you're here, the teachers and several students have been expecting you. Naruto ignored the questioning looks he was getting and calmly sat down next to his son. Me, whatever for, Naruto inequently replied, looking far too smug to ever be innocent. The orange-hair girl couldn't hold her anger anymore, she wanted answers from the dean. So she got his attention by slamming her hands down on the table. Dean, what is the meaning of this? I mean, he's only 10 and this guy is a pervert. He was staring at my panties. Oh sure, call me the pervert, little miss exhibitionist. Standing up from his chair he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Taking off your clothes in front of my impressionable little son. Pulling Negi towards his chest so she couldn't do any more deviant things towards his son. Shame on you, Bell-chan. What did you call me? Bell-chan growled at the smug-looking blonde and was tempted to beat the daylights out of him. She was interrupted by the dean. I believe introductions are in order. Looking at the father and son he spoke. Gentlemen, these two young ladies are Kanoka Kono, my granddaughter, and this is her roommate Asuna Kagurazaka. That's Asuna. That's strange, I don't feel anything weird about her. Naruto thought with wide eyes. Ladies, these two young men. A snort was heard from Negi. Apparently he thought the idea of his father young was amusing. Are Naruto Uzumaki and his son Negi Uzumaki. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto said, while kissing the back of the dean's granddaughter's hand, causing her to blush hard while giving Asuna a two-finger salute. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Like his father, Negi gave the dean's granddaughter hand a kiss while shivering when he looked at angry orange-hair girl who would kill him if he kissed her. By the way, Negi-kun, do you have a girlfriend yet? How about my granddaughter? Oh grandpa, Kanoka said, a cheery grin on her face, though she had a mallet in her hand which she used to hit her grandfather in the head. Negi and Asuna's sweat dropped at seeing this. Meanwhile Naruto just chuckled at seeing a young woman being able to have a pocket dimension where she kept her mallet. Wait a minute, isn't it odd that a kid is going to be a teacher, and not only that but our homeroom teacher as well? Asuna said while the dean addressed Negi. Negi-kun, this job will probably be very difficult. If it's too hard for you, you will have to return home. There are no second chances. Are you prepared to accept that? Of course, sir. I'm up for anything. Well then, it's settled. Let me introduce you to our staff guidance officer Shizuna-sensei. Shizuna-kun, please come in. The door opened to reveal a beautiful woman with cyan-colored hair that reached all the way down to her waist, purple eyes that reminded Naruto of the Rinnegan, except her eyes had no rings, but what really got Naruto's attention was the size of her breasts. With his trained perverted eye, Naruto was able to tell the size of her bust just by looking at her, and he concluded it was 99 centimeters. Negi whispered into his father's ear, which startled Naruto. How do you know that? Naruto asked. Dad, you make edit those as perverted books you write, remember. Her bust size was just 1 centimeter smaller than Samui-chan's and 9 centimeters smaller than Tsunade Senju. Nice to meet you both. Likewise, Shizuna-kun. This is Negi Uzumaki and his father Naruto Uzumaki. Are you really Naruto Uzumaki? She questioned him in such a tone that it sent shivers down Naruto's back. Yes, Naruto hesitantly answered. The smile she gave him and the gleam in her eyes reminded him of a wolf finding a lamb. Negi was clearly amused of the sight of his father's discomfort. Oh, and one more thing. Kono addressed the small group of people in his office. Kanoka, Asuna-chan, can Negi-kun stay with you until we have a proper room for him? What? From when until when? Asuna demanded, liking this less and less by the minute. Dad, I thought I was staying with you. Negi said, and the worried tone in his voice made Naruto feel like a piece of ice went through his heart. The brat is right, why can't he stay with you? Asuna rounded at Naruto, pointing a finger at him. That's simple. Negi is just a 10-year-old boy, who has left his entire home behind so he can become a teacher, and he needs the one thing that will make him happy. Naruto said while turning towards Negi, hoping his son would be determined to start his own path. Friends his own age. What? Asuna asked. That's right. He has no one his own age he can relate to. You girls are around his age and the first girls he met, so I was hoping you would take of him for me when I'm not around. Naruto smiled at Kanoka, getting a small blush from the girl. Of course we will. Won't we, Asuna-chan? Fine. Bell-chan sulked, not liking the fact she would be sharing her room with an annoying brat. Just out of curiosity, where am I sleeping? I don't think parents would like having a grown man sleeping with their daughters. Dean Sama, If you don't mind, I would like to request that Naruto-san room with Tuko-sensei and myself. Is there a reason for that? Kono asked, curious despite himself. The look she gave Naruto and the smile that accompanied it was answer enough. There are several reasons, yes. Ah. The dean shrugged. The less he knew was probably for the best. Okay, never mind then. Negi-kun, Asuna-chan, you two get along now. Naruto-sama, a moment please. Nasuto waved his son off, signifying the talk wouldn't take long. You are probably wondering why I assigned you as Negi's assistant teacher. The thought did come up. I take it as insult towards my son. I have faith that he can do this by himself. The only reason I'm here was because I wanted to continue his training. There is no reason for me to become his assistant. I want you on the campus for safety purposes. Safety purposes. Has it ever occurred to you I could live on the campus and not be a teacher? I honestly don't know. For some inexplicable reason I wanted you to be young Negi's assistant teacher. Really? That's weird, but you must have a reason for wanting me in that classroom, and I'm talking about a real reason. Is it one of the students? Are they a treat to my son? Take a look at the classroom roll and tell me what you see. A lot of familiar faces. The young lady with blonde hair. Seat number 26. Evangeline A.K. McDowell. She is a threat to your son. She is the reason why I want you in that class. Your son is powerful for his age, but if she set her mind to it, everyone on campus would be killed. I see. Will that be all? Naruto said, handing the class roll back to the dean, not even slightly afraid that there was someone at the academy who wanted to hurt his son. He was Uzumaki Naruto, Negi Uzumaki's father, and it was his duty as a father to protect his son. Can you sign this? Kono asked while holding the newest edition to the Ika Ika series. A sweat drop from Naruto was his response. Entrance to Class 2A. There is something weird about these two and I'm going to find out what. I refuse to live together with someone like you. Go camp outside with a sleeping bag or something. I'm going on ahead. I'm sorry senseis, it's just that. Kanoka was cut by a reasoning grip on her shoulder. Naruto was smiling down at her. It's okay Kanoka-chan, some people just don't like change, it will work itself out in the end. You just have a little faith. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say Asuna-chan is a fiery redhead. Yes, I guess you could say that, but don't worry, she really is a nice girl. I certainly hope so for my son's sake. Naruto muttered while remembering all the redheads he knew. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki. His cousins, Nagato, Karen, Mito, Hinoka, and his friend Karui came to mind. Well, here we are. This is the door to your future Negi-kun. Naruto-san, this is the class roll. Several of these girls were the guardians I fought last night. Oh, this going to be so much fun. Kaide Nagase, so that's Kunoichi-chan's name. I wonder is she from the Koga clan? I don't want Dad to know I'm nervous. I bet he was never nervous when it came to things like this. Sensing his son's discomfort, he kneeled down in front of him and put his hands on Negi's shoulders to reassure him. Son, everyone needs a little help taking their first step. You're only a kid when you're too proud to ask for help. Thanks, Dad, Negi said shyly, unable to meet his father's proud stare. Negi took a deep breath and opened the door. Immediately his instincts were blaring like klaxons. He caught the eraser that was about to hit his head. He stepped on the wire, triggering it to launch balloons at him, which he dodged with speed 10-year-olds should not have. While rolling to the side, he caught a bucket and used it as a shield when arrows came flying at him. He calmly walked up to the desk, completely oblivious to the looks he was receiving, putting the eraser on his desk. He turned his attention to his class. A class that was stunned into silence. Hello, I am Negi Uzumaki, your new sensei. It is an honor to meet you all. Noticing the looks of disappointment on the twins' faces, he knew who was pranking him now. Sorry girls, but my dad has been pranking me ever since I was little. You're going to have to do better than this to get me. You call it pranking, I call it training. If you get hit with a water balloon, you would get hit with a kunai. Good morning everyone, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I will be helping Negi for the next few weeks. I hope we can get along. Hya. Father and son were suddenly surrounded by the girls of Class 2A as they cuddled into them. He's so cute. What about the older one? He's handsome. Look at him, he has whiskers, he's cute too. No, the kid is cute, the man is hot. The resident journalist herself finally made her presence known with her handy microphone at the ready. The member of the newspaper club Kazumi Asakura. How old are you? I'm 10 years old. 209 years old. Where do you come from? The back hills of Wales. I come from an alternate dimension where ninja are capable of using supernatural powers. The village I grew up in was called the village hidden in the leaves. Alright, that's enough questions. You're here to learn English, not our obscure pasts that's covered in mysterious fog, and you three in the back, stop directing killing intent at me. You're here to learn, not to practice your glares. Backquote, there's definitely something up with those two. I'm going to find out. Were the thoughts of several students. He caught it. Negi caught the eraser head. Asuna just flicked at him without turning around. Asuna-san, Negi called. While the look on his was kind and sweet, the tone of his voice however was not. There was an underline of something Asuna could not pick up but Naruto did. After all, he knew Negi had a lot of darkness and anger in his heart. I would have absolutely no problem at all if you threw your homework at me, but what you are doing right now is disrupting class and causing your classmates to lose their focus. If you have a problem with me, you can speak to me after class, not during it. I'm here to teach whether you like it or not, so stop trying to hit me. Oh. Okay, Sensei. Bell-chan stuttered. Thank you, Asuna-san, Negi said pleasantly. With Naruto. Bell-chan, wait up. Naruto cheerfully called out, to get the bell-wearing girl's attention. Don't call me Bell-chan. Asuna snapped back at Naruto, her hair nearly hitting Naruto in the face. Why not? He innocently exclaimed. Oh gee, I don't know, maybe because it's not my name. She sarcastically said through clenched teeth. Details, meaningless details. Naruto waved his right hand in a dismissive manner. So do you need any help shopping for the surprise welcoming party? No, I don't need any. Her eyes went wide when her brain started having a blue screen moment. How did you know about the party? Asuna demanded. Naruto went into his traditional thinking pose. Oh, I don't know. It might have something to do with the loud giggling schoolgirls, saying things such as, that kid teacher is so cute, what are you talking about, his father is so hot. I wonder, does he have a girlfriend? Oh, I can't believe Takahata-sensei saw me in my bra and bare pan. I wonder, does he think I have a mature feminine figure? Oh wait, that was you, he coyly said, while grinning at the girl with both eyes closed, when he saw her, the girl going as white as a ghost and red as Uzumaki hair. But I think it was when the twins told you to go shopping and get the drinks. He pointed his thumb towards himself. That's why I'm here, to help you pick out the drinks. My son doesn't like fizzy drinks, he prefers tea instead. Fine, you can come and help get the drinks, but don't tease me about Takahata-sensei. I get enough of that from everyone else. Backquote, wait a minute, now's my chance to find out anything weird about this guy and his son. So. Okay. Not the best start. So, what? So, where did your son learn how to glare like that? Asuna shivered when she remembered the look her brat of a sensei gave her. When I was training him and his friend how to protect themselves. Naruto said while holding his hands around his head while walking with Asuna to a store. My son came up with that glare all by himself, impressed. No, I mean, he's just a brat. Shouldn't he have been at school? When did he find time to learn how to do that glare anyway? It was between dodging sharp pointy objects or you will get killed and holding a water balloon, a balloon filled with air, and doing both at the same time, so you know, an average Tuesday. That's kind of, she struggled to find an eloquent response. Dangerous, don't you think? Oh, that's nothing. When I was 12 my godfather pushed me over a cliff into a bottomless pit and I turned out all right. So, what's the problem you have with my son? It's obvious, isn't it? He's an English brat teaching at a school for Japanese schoolgirls. That's not even remotely normal. Oh, I'm sorry. When I said what's the problem you have with my son, I must have said it accidentally or in a way you didn't understand me properly. What is the real reason you have a problem with Negi? He replaced Takahata-sensei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Go on, laugh at me like I know you want to. I have a crush on him and I'm upset that some kid replaced him. It's not fair. She turned towards Naruto subconsciously hoping he would say something comforting. He was instead looking for something. Found them. The spiky golden hair semi-immortal pleasantly said, getting Asuna to sweat drop. Bell-chan, let me tell you something you should already know, the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there if you let it. Now from experience I know how hard a girl can hit, and my hit can kill a man, but you, me or nobody in this world can hit as hard as life, but it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. Now you have two choices. One, you can go home right now and talk to someone who gives a crap, or you can help me carry this stuff back to wherever the surprise party is being held. Well, what's it going to be? Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, she turned towards the aisle closer to her and started picking out the drinks she knew her class would like. When she turned her head, Naruto saw a spark in her mismatched eyes that caused him to smile. Good girl, maybe this generation wouldn't be so bad. I thought you were supposed to be the one with permanent grin on your face. Asuna commented on while kneeling down to pick up the bottles. I don't have time or patience for cowards or crybabies. I learned that lesson when I was a kid. Tapping his shoulder against hers, he gave her a smile that caused Asuna to gain a little pink on her cheeks. Which is why, I'm so glad you're not one Bell-chan. I'm going to be Bell-chan forever, aren't I? Asuna grounded out good-naturedly. Probably. Well, I guess it could be worse. Yeah, like people calling you a gerontophile. Exactly. Dropping the drinks at the counter, she looked over the sentence, right above this one, and looked at the last word. She didn't know what it meant. Wait, what's that? Well, I'll give you a clue. She looked at him with a curious expression on her face. The word derives from the Greeks. She looked uneasy learning a word of a different language. Probably due to the fact she added English. Geron means old man and phile means love. He told her with an air of innocence surrounding him. 3, 2, 1, Naruto. There was not scream of outrage like Naruto expected, but the anger was definitely enveloping around her body, and if the clenched fists were any indication, she was not happy with him right now. I'm going to kill you. Keep the change, miss. He took off running with bags in hand filled with drinks and an angry girl chasing after him swearing bloody murder. With Negi. What was Negi during this time? He was admiring Mahoro Academy, the architecturally genius of the buildings, the calming sense of warmth while walking by the world tree and the wind blowing against his hair. While all that was good, he did cause a number of mishaps with his wind abilities, mostly his sneeze. Right now he was sitting down on a bench. He smiled when he saw one of his students in his eyesight. That's number 27, Nodoka Miyazaki-san. He sighed but gained a worried look on his face when he saw the amount of books in the girl's arms. There were so much she couldn't see the stairs. She's carrying a lot of books, isn't that dangerous? He was right when he saw her lose her balance on the stairs and started to fall over the edge. Called it. Moving his thumb over his wrist, he summoned his staff, concentrating on his magic. Negi used it to cause Nodoka to hover temporarily in the air, while he ran over to catch the falling girl in his arms. I got you. You're safe now, Miyazaki-san. Sensei. Nodoka questioned softly. Negi carefully dropped the girl on her feet. He proceeded to help the shy girl pick up all the books scattered across the ground while making small talk. He was going to ask her did she need help to go to her dorm room when he spotted a familiar spiky hair blonde man and an angry bell-wearing girl chasing after him. Oh look, it's Dad and Asuna-san. Sensei. It looks like Asuna-san is trying to kill your father. Yes, it certainly does. Negi dryly said. He turned to give the girl a smile. Well, never mind that. You said you had to be somewhere. You might get in trouble if you're late. Sensei. Don't you think we should stop them? They might get hurt. No, I'm perfectly content with Asuna-san beating my father with that trash can lid. Sensei. Fine, but you owe me some entertainment. Does he mean? At that moment, the shy bookworm conjured up thoughts that would make her perverted roommate Haruna Saotome blush and drool at the same time. How about a tour of the library you just came from? Oh, okay. And just like that, all those perverted dreams that was in her floating balloon bubble, which was conveniently above her head, burst and flew away, nearly hitting Negi in the eye, but it didn't because it was imaginary. Promise. Yes, I promise. Pinky promise. Negi said while holding his pinky out for her. He did this because he wanted the shy girl to relax and calm herself. Giggling to herself, Nokoka stuck out her pinky as well. Before both pinkies could be entwined, a bonk on his head alerted him. "Will you stop looking like that brat?" Asuna said, pinching his cheek. "You like an idiot. Like you're one to talk." Negi muttered under his breath, but someone heard him. Namely his father, and he pinched his other cheek. "Ah, Dad. No one likes a smartass son, and stop insulting your students. If they're stupid, it's our job to help them become smart. So why do you get to be a smartass and insult your students?" Negi demanded while grabbing his dad's shoulders, bringing him down to his level and butting heads against him. "I have seniority," Naruto retorted, much to his son's ire. While this was going on, the students were simply marveling at the sight of a full-grown man and his son headbutting each other. Until Asuna remembered the event that was going on right now. "Hanya-chan, we're going to be late to the thing." "The thing?" She blinked in surprise until she remembered what the thing Asuna was talking about. She gasped and looked at her watch. "Oh my, I completely forgot. I apologize, senseis, but you need to come with us," she said, getting the attention of the two who stopped headbutting each other. "It's very important." "Important? Dad, we must go at once," Negi declared. He ran after the girls, running to catch up with them. Why does he always try to act the dramatic little hero? He's still trying to impress me. He really does feel the need to prove himself to me, like he really can be my son. A few years ago I had to prove myself to him so I could be his father, and now he's trying to do the same thing with me. Surprise. What is this? It's a surprise party for our new senseis. Thank you girls, that means a lot to us. Yes, thank you. Naruto was enjoying Chao's meat buns tremendously, while watching his son being teased, pinched and hugged by his students. Feeling killing intent coming from 3 areas, namely 3 girls. Setsuna-chan, Gunslinger-chan and Loli-chan. He grinned at them and waved to them, causing Loli-chan to bare her fangs at him, Gunslinger-chan to grip the handle of her gun, and Setsuna-chan to grip her hidden nodashi. He noticed Negi getting up and walking over to a very depressed Bell-chan, who didn't look too happy to see him. "Asuna-san, what's wrong?" "Nothing you would know about. Now go away, you're bothering me." "But Asuna-san, it's a teacher's job to lend a sympathetic ear. Your father gave me some pretty good advice, and now I'm wondering, could you help me out too? When you told me that my love would be unrequited, will it always be like that?" "Like what? Will I ever find love?" She wiped her unshed tears with her sleeve. "Do you think I will ever find love?" Looking at the shocked expression on her teacher's face, she sighed deeply. "This is embarrassing. I'm talking to a kid about my non-existent love life." Standing up, she walked towards the exit, noticing out of the corner of her peripheral she saw Negi walking after her. "I just need some air," hoping he would go back to his party. "No such luck, Asuna-san." The voice stopped her cold. It was the same tone of voice he used earlier when he got her to stop disrupting the class, the same tone his father used in dealing with her before the party. "If I told you right now that I was a wizard, that I could see your future and it would be you and only you, utterly alone, would you still continue that path knowing your future, or would you gain a little bit of courage, took a stand and say no? This is not my future. I will not be Destiny's. I make my own future because I am Asuna Motherfing Kagarazaka," Negi declared, albeit a little passionately at the end. Asuna opened her mouth to say, well, anything, but no words came out, so she did the only thing she could. She hugged him for all he was worth. Nobody ever gave her a pep talk like that. It was exhilarating. She mumbled a small thank you and backed up, seeing his grin that looked so much like his father's. "Destiny's, motherfeeing, my. What would your father say?" "Dad said I could swear anytime I want, although I can't use the F word." "Oh really? Why not?" "He says, I can only use it at the most opportune moment." "You had such a serious look on your face when you were giving me that speech." "I understand you and your father better now." If Negi was surprised by her sincere tone of voice, he didn't show it, but her next action surprised the hell out of him. She bowed. "Thank you. I'll take your advice. I will use a little bit of courage from now on." Turning away from him, so he wouldn't be able to see how pink her cheeks were. "There is something I have to do first. Let me practice my confessing on you." "What?" Negi said dumbly. "I can't confess to him without practice now, can I?" She asked him rhetorically. "Okay, you're Takahata-sensei from now on." "Okay." Negi said, looking like he was ready to bolt any second. I love you, Asuna declared, holding his cheeks in her hands, admiring how soft they were. I love you, sensei, she pleaded with him, hoping he would understand. Negi on their other hand was freaking out. She was getting too close to comfort. He felt her warm breath on his face and he knew his cheeks were flaming in color. It's all right if I keep going, isn't it, sensei? Close your eyes. Negi did so instinctively, liking how soft her hands were on his cheeks, how her voice was so smooth. He could have listened to her for hours. He felt her breath getting closer to his mouth and wondered if this is what Asuna-san had planned for Takahata-sensei, until he realized that this was for Takahata-sensei. He heard a gasp coming from up the stairs. Both he and Asuna-san turned to see what was going on. He wished he hadn't. For he saw a sight that would burn in his memory for the rest of his days, and the way Asuna-san's face looked, he wasn't the only one thinking the same thing. The shell-shocked looks on the girls of Class 2A, his class. Oh shit, outside, Negi, Asuna said while twirling a piece of her hair in her finger, for helping me out. She looked at him with a small smile and gave him a wink. You can stay with me and Kanoka. Really? Negi asked. I mean, if you want to. Asuna clarified. Of course I want to stay with you. Asuna immediately blushed upon hearing his declaration and blushed further when she heard Kanoka's giggling. Don't say things like that, people will get the wrong idea. Huh? Negi questioned. That innocent look on his face looked so cute. Asuna blushed again while Kanoka squealed and ran over and hugged him up against her chest. Never mind, and besides, where is your father anyway? I don't know. He left with Shizuna-sensei after saying goodbye to me. So he left you alone, without a place to sleep. Actually, he said something along the lines of have fun sleeping with your new roommates Kanoka-chan and Bell-chan. It looked like Dad knew you were going to let me stay with you. I think he trusts you. Ha ha, your dad is hilarious. Asuna said, looking a little red. Although if anyone implied she was blushing, she would have just said it was the cold. She was so lost in her daydreams about a spiky golden hair teacher, she didn't notice she was patting Negi on his head a little too forcibly, causing his hair to tickle his nose. We all know what that means, don't we? Achoo, you did it again, you brat. Ow. Why couldn't I stay with Dad? He muttered under his breath, seeing Asuna-san fix her skirt from his sneeze beam. Naruto's new apartment. Naruto was lying comfortably down on his new bed. A bed that did not belong to him. It was Shinzuka's bed. She didn't have a problem with that because she and Tuko-sensei were sleeping right next to him, or on top of him would be the better description. Shizuna was sleeping, her head resting on his right shoulder while her breasts were pressing themselves against his chest. She was holding his hand dangerously close to her chest and one of her legs were thrown over his. On the other side, Tuko-sensei was even physically closer to Naruto, if that was even possible. Her head was resting on his left shoulder, one of her arms was snaked around his waist, pulling him as close as possible to her. Naruto could also feel her breath on his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Apparently there were fans of Ika Ika and wanted to be Naruto's newest additions. Funny how life works out, isn't it? I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank the sage Negi isn't staying with me. Naruto exclaimed with a shit-eating grin. Takemichi was sitting at his desk grading papers when suddenly the door opened, revealing a sheepishly smiling orange-hair, bell-wearing idiot ranger. Asuna-kun. This was unusual. Asuna was supposed to be at the dodgeball court. What are you doing here, Asuna-kun? Takemichi questioned the girl who had a crush on him. Walking casually towards the desk, Asuna never took her eyes off Takemichi. Leaning at the edge of the table, she positioned herself right in front of the man she had a crush on ever since she was a little girl. Noticing her teacher turning towards her on his chair and raising an eyebrow at her demeanor, she pressed on with her resolve. Negi said I needed to be confident. Well, this is as confident as I'm going to get. Takemichi only had time to widen his eyes at the suddenness of Asuna's movements, especially the movements that included her straddling his waist while she sat down on his lap and grabbing the back of his head, grasping at his hair and forcing her lips onto his own. Yes, you could not forget those movements. Asuna-chan. Takemichi spoke hesitantly, worried that his next words might cause the teenage girl in front of him to do a striptease. Asuna was panting, Her face flushed and her eyes lit as she stared down at her sensei, her tongue coming out to trace her lips as she did so. Now that she had her sensei's attention, she reached out, trapping Takamichi's face with both of her hands, arching her back as she did so like a cat about to pounce. The position was so erotic that Takamichi believed a perverse spirit had taken possession of Asuna's body. "Yes, say my name," she said enticingly, and just like that, Takamichi discovered just how much Asuna hungered for him. With eyes widened in shock, Asuna quickly bolted upright from the bed, throwing the covers off. Unaware that her pajama bottoms were around her ankles and her panties just above her knees, she fought to stand upright, which was a struggle itself because her legs felt like jelly at the current moment. Taking deep breaths to calm her beating heart, she placed both hands on the dresser drawer beside her bed to keep her from falling on her posterior. What was that? I have never had a dream like that. Realizing that she could be late for her paper route, she rushed over to her alarm clock, completely forgetting her pants were around her ankles, causing her to fall face first onto the floor. She gave an audible wah when she realized what was about to happen. Crawling on her body like an inchworm, she struggled briefly for a few moments until she couldn't take any more of the ridiculousness of the situation. She decided to take off her panties and just walk over to the alarm clock half naked. "Please don't let me be late. Thank you God, at least I can have a shower first." Relieved that she wasn't late for her paper route, she inspected the room in greater detail. Knowing her roommate Kanoka Kono would be waking up soon to make breakfast, she decided to have a quick shower, especially after the morning pleasantries she had. Walking over to the shower, she noticed the lack of an annoying, glasses-wearing sensei. "Where is that brat?" she questioned aloud to herself. Walking over to his bed, Asuna noticed a letter on his next to his bed with her name on it. Her curiosity piqued, she began reading the note. Looking at it for a few seconds, she couldn't help but snort. The damn brat was even uptight and trying to be serious in his letter. Why couldn't he act the age he was supposed to be? To a dorm room, Mahora Academy today. Homeroom teacher Negi Uzumaki, teacher, Academic Division Japan, Mahora Academy. Dear Asuna-san, I apologize that I cannot make it for breakfast. My father and I usually get up before sunrise for training. P.S. Dad said you looked cute when you're mumbling Takahata-san's name in your sleep. Sincerely, Negi Uzumaki. The sun was shining and the grass was green under the non-existent snow you'll never see. Even from the beginning of their relationship, even before the days Naruto and Negi were father and son, training with Naruto had always proved to be a challenging affair. His dad was a remorseless teacher. Spells he shot at him he rebounded with the intent to injure. That was only when he decided to remain at range. It was when he decided that close combat was more suitable for the occasion that then the young boy truly knew pain, as his father would say, a lot of pain, a lot to gain. Negi shuddered. He had many fears in his childhood, some that he still held on to, such as water, but none so completely terrified him more than Naruto closing the distance. In spite of this, Negi found himself thriving under the harsh regimen. Negi had always been one to push himself beyond everyone else's expectations. After all the stories his big sister would tell him about his biological father Nagi Springfield, he wanted to be stronger for his dad so he could be proud of him. Instead of Nagi, it was Naruto who trained him, and he always felt conflicted by that. He was expecting Naruto to use the training sessions to get closer to him so he could get him to call him dad or father. The quasi-immortal never did this though. At the start he watched Negi train, trying to find the reason why he trained so hard. The young prodigy told him, he expected Naruto to mock or belittle him. He most assuredly did not expect the sage to smile, scoop him up into a hug and tell him that from now on he would train him. Negi disinclined to acquiesce Naruto's request. When Naruto blinked at him owlishly, he told him no, he didn't need his help. What did Naruto say in response? I disincline to acquiesce your request. It was at that exact moment Negi realized that maybe being a smartass was a lot more fun than Nikane telling him that he had to be polite all the time. Every time Naruto sent him to the ground in an undignified heap, he picked himself back up. Every time his father blasted apart his shields, he would create a new one. Every time his dad charged at him with the intent to melee, he would attempt a hasty combat stance before falling and getting back up again. Negi had come to the sessions expecting deplorable attempts at getting him to accept that he was now his father, but had instead received sweat and tears. Every time he got back up and saw that proud smile on Naruto's face, he felt happy, he felt whole, and he felt content. The face of Nagi kept getting smaller and smaller until it was nothing more than a memory in the back of Negi's mind. Negi realized this too as well, and instead of caring his father was being replaced, he only felt angry and bitter, but it wasn't towards Naruto for replacing his father, and it wasn't towards himself. It was all directed at Nagi. He might have been a prodigy, excelling at magic the adults spent decades trying to achieve. He did it in a matter of days. He was still a child of heart and mind. The questions plagued him. Where was his father? Why wasn't he here? Everyone told Negi he was dead, but he wasn't. The young wizard met him and left him his staff, then he just disappeared. He brought his doubts to Naruto to hear what he thought on the matter. Naruto's answer confused him for weeks. He just couldn't wrap his mind around it. Naruto just looked at him with those enlightened eyes and told him to stop focusing on the bad things that has happened to him. He told him to acknowledge what has happened to him, accept it, even if hates it, and do the hardest thing that a lot of humanity has yet to do. Let it go and move on with your life. Negi thought about all the times Naruto ever gave him wise words or philosophical lectures. It was strange for the young mage. Naruto had told him that he was a shinobi, and yet the people of Naruto's dimension always called him a philosopher or teacher. Naruto told him to appreciate the small things in life, to always hold on to them and never forget them, because it was the small things in life that kept you from going off the deep end. This brings us back to the present. Father and son clashing in melee combat, at the park in Mahora Academy. Negi used his magic to cover the area with an illusion, so he and his father would not cause a worldwide incident. Negi with Nagi's staff in his right hand was pumping wind chakra into it so he would be able to slice the grin off his father's face. Of course, Naruto, being the self-proclaimed master of wind, was able to cancel out Negi's attempt at using it against him. In retaliation, the glasses-wearing boy dropped a smoke bomb onto the ground, obscuring his father's vision. Naruto had to give him credit. Negi was getting better each training session he had with the blonde sage. It did take some time for the young mage to find a style he could be comfortable in. When he suggested karate, the topic ended like this. "Hey Dad, will I get to learn karate?" "Ha, karate, the Dane cook of martial arts. No, it's not efficient enough." Hiding from his father in the trees, he took time to compose himself. His dad had told him many times, if you can't beat a powerful force with your own power, you have to fight smarter than them, and no offense to his father, because even he agreed with him, Negi was the smarter of the two. "Don't tell me you're retreating." Hearing his father's taunting voice, Negi snapped out of his thoughts. Hiding from his father wouldn't do any good. Naruto was the master of the wind. He reinvented the wind techniques to a dangerously high degree. Every shinobi that knew Naruto on a personal level told him that if he ever got complete control over the tremendous amount of chakra he had, he would be the most powerful and dreaded human being on the planet. Naruto did just that, and that was when he was in his late 20s. He is now 209 years old and he never stopped training. The very idea of his father using all of his strength was the most terrifying thing he could ever think of. "Of course not," Negi instantly replied back, not allowing his father to get under his skin. Naruto was very good at that, it seemed. His semi-immortal father told him, "Your enemies will always try to screw with your head or your heart." The answer was not to block it out and power on through. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Get your enemy to keep talking. Let them run their mouth, and every time they made the same stupid-ass statement, you would respond immediately by saying, "Go yourself," or something similar in your case. "I'm not retreating. I'm advancing towards future victories." During the course of the fight between father and son, Negi, with his strategic intelligence, has been planting several seals throughout the park, hoping that he would trap his sensei. Levitating his staff with his left index finger, using the piercing power of his lighting abilities, he enchanted the staff with so much lighting that if George Lucas passed by, he would faint from the image of a real lightsaber. Looking directly at his father's eyes, using telekinesis, he launched the staff-turned-lighting rod at his father with great mental focus. Naruto, catching sight of the glowing stick of destiny heading straight at him, he simply controlled the air the lighting staffs was occupying, so the lighting would fizzle out, leaving nothing more than a simple wooden stick. Naruto was one of the most powerful beings ever to grace land in either dimension, but there was one thing he sorely lacked: intelligence. Now that's not saying he was a complete moron. In battle he was a phenomenal combat genius and a mind-blowing tactician. It was just, compared to other people, Naruto was labeled an idiot when it came to things he should be knowledgeable about. Coming to this world changed all that though. When he arrived, he was already over 200 years old. There was nothing for him to learn, or so he thought. This world's people might lack the physical strength that he was used to, but there was one equation that the people of this world thoroughly surpassed him and his home: knowledge, technology and science. In Naruto's mind, he was as strong as he was going to get, but intelligence, that's something he needed and wanted. So he did the unthinkable, something he swore he would never do again. He studied. He hated it, but it was worth it. It was so worth it. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, because his efforts were in vain as the staff was still covered in lighting. Looking at his son, he saw the smile on his face turn into a smirk, and he couldn't understand why, until he felt tiny pulses of chakra resonating around the park. Seals. There were seals everywhere, and not the cute seals that could balance balls on their noses. No, these were seals filled to the brim with kunais. If Naruto had to compare the situation he was in now to another, it would be like Shiroemiya being attacked by Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, and that was not pretty. Naruto knew letting his son watch anime was going to come back and bite him in the ass, but he had to give credit while it was due. Animes had so many interesting attacks. He was wondering, could he recreate them by using chakra? Naruto had no intention of becoming a human pincushion. Raising his hands in the air, he produced several chakra strings from his fingertips, and at the end of these strings was kunai-shaped, shrouded in golden chakra. The attack commenced with the snap of Negi's fingers and the lowering of Naruto's arms. The seals that Negi had littered all over the park had started glowing bright silver. The silver lights were on the trunks of trees, the high branches facing downwards, the ground, the recycling bins, and on the benches. The sealed kunais raced towards the spiky blonde-haired man, cutting through the air with ease. Sharp whistles were heard from the kunai that were piercing through the park. In retaliation, the chakra kunai that Naruto created were surrounding their creator, rotating around his body like a living shield. Naruto thought he looked badass. Negi thought he looked like a golden porcupine. The staff flooded with lightning was coming at Naruto. Surrounding it was several kunai. The surrounding kunai were taken out immediately by his father's spiky shield, but the lightning staffs were unfazed by the defense, and it passed right through Naruto's defense. Slightly surprised, his father raised his right hand and attempted to stop his attack. It failed. The staff defeating the quasi-immortal's defense and his attack, it pushed on right through him before vanishing. Confused, Naruto looked at his son. Noticing Negi winking at him, Naruto realized that his son was trying to beat him through intelligence and not force or skill. He would feel proud over his son's accomplishments if his son didn't use the one thing Naruto still hadn't mastered or even become efficient in. Illusions. The lightning staff Negi created were simply an illusion, and if that was the case, where was the real one? Feeling a massive amount of energy circulating right behind him, with senses that surpassed even legendary shinobi and speed that surpassed everyone, he moved his left back, causing his body to be facing the left instead of what it was originally. Remembering a fight so long ago, when he was a teenager, Naruto decided to copy a similar attack he once saw being performed by a man he pitied. Rearing his leg back, the staff missing barely from his face, he punted the bottom of the staff at the now panicking Negi Uzumaki. Negi gave a startled cry. He fell unceremoniously off the tree and landed on his ass. Realizing that staying in one position for too long was dangerous and incredible stupid, Negi quick got up and came face to face with his father, or he would have if he was several feet taller. Coming to terms of what transpired, he bowed his head and sealed his staff away. "Dad, do you think I will ever be as powerful as you?" Negi questioned his father while looking down at his feet. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. He looked up to the smiling face of his father. "Of course you will. Negi, you seem to be forgetting one very important thing here. You can use magic." "Magic? Negi, freaking magic." Negi was feeling a little disturbed, simply by how excited his dad seemed to be. "I mean really, I'm an old man and I still think it's cool every time I see you use magic," Naruto declared, sounding like his inner child had taken over. "I just feel like I'm not as strong as I should be." Negi muttered, sounding quite dejected. Quite frankly, it was reminding Naruto of a young fisherman a long time ago. It was annoying, and it was annoying now. Son, you're 10 years old, you can use magic, people 3 times your age cannot use. You can use chakra to a ridiculously good degree, and you can beat up full-grown men, who outweigh you by quite a bit. The only reason you're feeling dissatisfied right now, is that you haven't fought anyone who forced you past your limit. Besides, if you met my 10-year-old self, you would kick his ass so badly I would permanently be afraid of guys with glasses. Naruto lamented, thinking how true that statement was. Come on dad, you couldn't have been that bad. Negi shook his head, unable to believe his dad was ever weak. Naruto knew his son held him on a pedestal. That was never a good thing. You are never supposed to put people you know on pedestal, because there will be something wrong with them. So Naruto decided to tell his son a little of his unattractive past actions. Son, when I was 12 years old, I transformed into my best friend so I could seduce the girl I had a crush on, and later I taught a little boy how to transform into a naked girl. I heard the villagers whispering things like, I'm going to turn all the children into little sexual deviants. Giving his son a lopsided grin, he noticed the gobsmacked look on his son's face. Aren't I such an appealing character? Naruto said in a teasing tone of voice. Little did Naruto know his words about transforming into a girl seemed to stick within his son's mind. Maybe it would be a useful skill to learn in the future. Negi thought to himself. I will strap him to a cold steel table, electric torture him, destroy his mind until he becomes nothing more than a drooling vegetable. I will rip out his organs, disfigure him beyond recognition, tear off his skin and turn him into my own puppet. I will take his bones and feed them to the dogs. The other semi-immortal declared, while sipping her tea. Mistress, we do not own dogs, said her loyal maid, while holding the teapot over the cup, refilling every time her superior asked. Her mistress pondered her statement before coming to a conclusion. If that's the case, we will go out, get the dogs first, and then we can begin the torture. The blonde lowly declared, feeling put down about getting dogs, but brightened considerably when they would be put to use. Sitting down, the true ancestor sipped her tea before looking at her faithful servant with a look of embarrassment, although she would never admit it. Where did I leave off? You will turn him into a puppet and give his bones to the dogs we have yet to purchase. The maid outfit wearing android commented in her usual monotone voice. Ah yes, and then, I will drain every drop of blood from his mangled body. Oh yes, that will work. Turning to her servant and getting her attention. Chachimaru, the ancient little girl spoke with a tone filled with curiously. Yes mistress. Where do we keep the silverware? They are in the kitchen mistress. Why? Chachimaru was one to never question her mistress, but she never asked this type of question before. Well, Eva blushed, looking more like a Mo girl than a threatening vampire. This is a little embarrassing. I have lived on this planet for over 600 years and not once have I ever carved out a heart with a spoon. Isn't it the strangest thing, Chachimaru? Eva questioned the girl, while taking a biscuit from the girl. Indeed mistress, it is very strange, but I am certain you tend to rectify that mistake. Oh, gulping down the last bit of tea, a coy smile appeared on her face. Chachimaru, you know me so well. The android who questioned her existence more than once in her life began cleaning up, taking the chocolate biscuits and putting them in the top dresser, so her mistress wouldn't be able to reach them. She might be an android, but she read in a book once that eating too much chocolate could be bad for a person. Her mistress told her quite loudly since she was a vampire she couldn't get sick, to which she replied, if you could not get sick because you were a vampire, how did you get the flu? She never saw her mistress get so quiet. Looking at her now, she looked so vulnerable, so human, just like everyone else the android encountered. Even seeing her own reflection, she didn't consider herself human. She was a heartless android built for her mistress. The blonde vampire was sitting on an armchair looking out the window, gazing at knowing or maybe her place in the world. Chachimaru had no idea, but ever since the new senseis showed up, she went from nostalgic to borderline homicidal in a moment's notice. Mistress, is there a reason why you are so upset? The green hair android inquired from her mistress. He stole something very important. The words were soft-spoken, yet there was an underline of steel to them. Stole what, mistress? His son. He stole his son. Chachimaru understood immediately what was wrong with her mistress. Although the vampire never shared with her as to what occurred on that day between Nagi Springfield or herself, Chachizuru told her all she needed to know. It was on that day Chachimaru told herself that she needed to understand human emotions, so she could help her depressed mistress. "Mistress, with your permission, may I take a short walk?" she politely asked. Hearing a very unladylike snort, she turned towards the blonde vampire, who was picking up her school bag. "You're going to go feed your cats again, are you not?" Chachimaru told herself. She did not blush, because she did not have any capillaries, but her face was exceedingly warmer than usual. Stand, Nodoka the timid, shy girl called out to her classroom, while looking at Negi, Bo. "Good morning, class," both father and son said simultaneously in a cheerful tone. "Good morning, senseis," several girls called out, while others were glaring at Naruto, hoping he would burst into flames. "Please take your seats and open your books," Negi said, while Naruto cheekily waved at the girls who were emitting killing intent at him. While Negi was teaching the class, Naruto looked at the faces of multiple angry young women. There was Loli-chan, who was gripping her book so hard that there was a tear going up the spine of it. Gunslinger-chan was inching closer to her bag every time she locked eyes on his own amused ones. Sword-bearer-chan was glaring at him and then sending worrying glances at Kanoka Kono. Kunoichi-chan was giving him searching looks, like she had seen him before but couldn't tell where. Then there was one other girl that Naruto watched. Bell-chan. The reason he was looking at her was not because she was glaring at him, but instead she had a glazed look in her two different colored eyes. It was unsettling. She seemed to be outside of reality, seeing as Negi was calling for her to read a passage and she wasn't even responding in the slightest. Negi walking up to her desk, crouching down slightly so he could make eye contact with her, he started shaking her shoulders, but all that did caused Asuna to fall forward towards Negi, putting a small strand of hair onto his nose, causing him to take a step back and getting ready to sneeze. Achoo! Negi sneezed, unleashing a wave of pure magic towards the orange-hair girl, shredding her clothes until there was nothing but her bra and panties. Unfortunately, this was the exact moment Asuna decided to wake up. She did not wake up slowly, like most people would. Instead, she jumped to her feet, kicking the chair backwards, and completely unaware of the looks she was receiving. The glazed look was still on her face. Even when she was looking down at her appearance, her mind registered what was going on, but it wasn't working at full capacity, and Naruto knew this because she uttered a few words which will embarrass her to the end of her days. "Takahata-sensei, let's do it again." Realizing that she and Takahata were not in her bedroom, but instead she found herself alone in the classroom surrounded by her friends and the two weird senseis she had yet seen doing anything weird. Looking at her friend's shock and her rival's anger, she looked down at her appearance once more, her brain full registering what was going on. She was half naked in front of her friends, her two senseis, one blushing like a tomato and the other walking towards her. What the hell is going on?" she screeched so loudly, Naruto was certain he heard the windows crackling. That would explain the glazed look in her eyes. Asuna covered her half-naked body with both her arms. Afraid at being looked at, she crouched down under the table. She was having a sex dream with Takamichi. Taking off his jacket and offering it to the embarrassed yet freighted girl, she looked at the offered jacket and then at him. She shook her head, too afraid to get up and let everyone see her. In response to that, Naruto walked behind her, blocking everyone's view of the half-naked girl. She took the jacket this time, giving him a shy smile that Naruto thought was cute. She put on the jacket. It went down past her back, covering her derriere. Naruto heard her voice muttering a quiet "thank you." Negi, seeing a look from his dad, proceeded to finish the lesson like nothing happened. "Negi, you have to learn how to use the seals I gave you for this exact reason." Father and son once again found themselves sitting by the water fountain in the park. "I know, I don't want to embarrass Asuna-san like that again." Naruto gave him a small smile. At least Negi understood what was so wrong about what had happened. "Excuse us, Negi-sensei, we're wondering if you could spare a moment." Negi noticed three girls standing right behind him, and Naruto noticed a girl with a microphone running up to the group as well. Of course, what seems to be the probable. That was Negi managed to get out before he was picked up and taken away. Naruto went after them. Sorry girls, I need the both senseis for something very important. The microphone-wielding girl cheerfully shouted back at 3 stunned girls. No, you can't take them. Get back here, Kazumi. I know you can hear me. The girl wearing glasses shouted at the red-headed girl, who was now giving her a smug grin. I guess we will have to try again, Nadoka. The girl with a juice box said, trying to comfort her shy friend. Oh okay, Nadoka stuttered, confused at what had just transpired. Didn't we already go through this once already? Naruto said, clearly remembering this girl asking them questions yesterday. Like that would ever stop a real reporter. Now let's get down to business. Kazumi replied, turning towards them. She struck a pose, her left hand pointing at the sky, while her right hand was on her hip. Hi, the name's Kazumi Asakura. I'm seat number 3. I would love to interview for the school paper. Kazumi said in a tone of voice that was indicating she rehearsed for this interview. Huh, what? Negi questioned dumbly. Naruto rarely saw that expression on his son's face. Duh, the school paper. I'm an upcoming journalist who loves big scoops, and all of us here at Mahora Academy want to get to know you better. It's also my job to report on the new piece of meat we're all desperate to tear into. She declared, giving Naruto a sultry look and a wink. Naruto just smiled at her attempt to make him blush. When he was younger he could never get a girl's attention. It was only when he got older did the opposite sex start to notice him, and apparently he was type of guy that got better looking with age. Oh, I get it, Negi said, pumping his fist into his palm, very much like his father would when he found the answer to question. Naruto was hoping Negi didn't understand the undertones of Kazumi's question. You're a food critic. With that declaration Kazumi face faulted and Naruto began chuckling. Now first question, tell me a juicy secret, Kazumi said, leaning in with a Cheshire grin, putting the microphone right in front of Negi's mouth. Cough. Negi choked out the water that he was just about to swallow. Oh, do you have a problem with that? Her face was mere inches away from Negi's tomato-colored face. No, I don't have any secrets, no, none at all. Negi responded with a wild shake of his hands. Really now? From that tone, I think you're lying to me, and if a student can't even trust what her sensei says, how am I supposed to trust anyone at all? Kazumi told the child prodigy, who was beginning to feel bad, especially seeing tears gather around Kazumi's eyes. Even though he still couldn't tell her the truth, otherwise the mages would turn him into an ermine, or the mages would be killed by his father for even suggesting such a thing. 2 scenarios he did not want to see. Negi, just tell her the truth so we can leave. You and I have work to do. Naruto cut in, seeming bored. Okay Kazumi-san, I will tell you the truth. I'm listening, Kazumi said with her utmost serious expression. It would have worked if she wasn't shaking in her chair from the excitement. The truth is, I'm secretly a mage in training, hoping to become a magister, and I was sent here by the headmaster to be the homeroom teacher of this school. Negi told her in such a casual way, like he was just discussing the weather. She looks at him with a pout and then looks at Naruto, hoping he would tell her the truth. He smiled at her and leaned into the microphone. Yes, I am really 209 years old. Yes, I am from another dimension where children at the age of 6, or sometimes younger, are sent to an academy to become soldiers. I guess you could say I was a child soldier. Oh yes, seeing as you are my student as well, it only seems fair I tell you the whole truth. The day I was born my parents died. They sealed a 9-tailed demon fox inside of me. A few years later, of me having, if I do say so myself, an angsty childhood, I found out that there was an organization hell-bent on having all the demons. Much to my dismay, I discovered that they mean to kill me. I later became friends with the demon I mentioned earlier, although by this time I found out it wasn't really a demon, just a massive amount of energy with a consciousness shaped like a fox. Oh, and while this was going on, I was in the middle of a war fighting immortal zombies. I know, zombies like that would ever happen, but I assure you everything I'm telling you is the complete truth. Naruto narrated his entire life to the young woman without batting an eye. Kazumi shakes her head back and forth, looking at the both of them, each holding casual expressions on their faces. She stood up and starts walking towards the door. You know, if you're not going to take this seriously, I'm leaving. With that she walked away, leaving the two to breathe a sigh of relief. Now Negi, what have you learned? Naruto asked Negi. Always tell the truth because no one will ever believe it. Negi said as if he had said this line 100 times. Exactly. You don't stutter or choke on the water you drank. Naruto advised. Sorry Dad. Negi apologized. It's all right son, everyone makes mistakes. Even you. Negi asked, looking at his father. As much as my pride would like to say, no. Not me. Never. The truth of the matter is, I make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. Seeing as I'm such an optimist, I'll give you a life lesson. Our mistakes make us who we are, and sometimes, there is no such thing as mistakes, only life lesson that we should learn from. Full of little pieces of wisdom, aren't you? Negi joked, feeling like he was at peace of the world. Naruto was taken aback by that comment. Negi, are you really only comfortable around me, where only I can see this side of you? You're not like this around Nikane, little Anya, or even your fellow students back in Wales, or even here. Are you so afraid of opening your heart to others, that you think you will feel the same pain when your father left you? Naruto thought, looking at his son in concern. You live for 2 centuries and you'll start picking them up too, smartass. I don't think my students treat me seriously. Negi said despondently. Our students, Negi, and of course they don't treat you seriously, you're only 10 years old. What does that have to do with anything? Negi said curiously, honestly confused that his age would be a factor in the situation of him being a teacher. Negi, you're 10 years old, you graduated from the university at an incredibly young age. You're a 10-year-old Welsh kid who had to go to Japan to teach a class of teenage school girls who are very, very aware that you're 10 years old. Negi, use the intellect that I know you have and connect the dots. What part of this situation makes any sense to you? There is a reason why Bell-chan thinks we're weird, it's because we are weird and this situation we found ourselves in is equally weird. Naruto summarized the situation for his son. So what do you suggest? Me, you're the genius here, not me. And at this moment, please let me point out the fact that you, a 10-year-old, are the brains of this duo while I'm the brawn. Naruto said without a hint of embarrassment. I need to connect with them, show them my maturity and show them I am capable of being their sensei. Exactly, and I'm sure fate will provide you the opportunities you seek. Naruto told Negi as he knew the oncoming weeks were going to lead positive results. Don't you mean us? Negi, I'm over 200 years old. Do you honestly think I care what a bunch of teenage girls think of me? I guess not. Wait a minute, I thought you didn't believe in fate. No, what I don't believe in is that another person can you choose your fate instead of you. Everyone has a fate, Negi. You, me, and everyone else on this planet have a fate, but what some people fail to notice, it's completely up to you what fate you choose and not anyone else. My fate is mine to decide, no one else decides it. Naruto declared dramatically, sweeping his right arm across in a slash, until he finally realized what time it was. Now let's get you home before Bell-chan kills me. What was that about you deciding your own fate? Negi cheekily commented, grinning at his father with a smug grin. Naruto glares at him with his red silted eyes. Negi doesn't shiver and his smug grin was still intact. Naruto stops glaring and starts grinning, picking him up into a hug, declaring, I'm so proud of you. Returning to the dorm rooms, both Naruto and Negi stopped in their tracks when they noticed what was taped to the door. There was a piece of paper with Negi's name under Asuna and Konoka names. Here, let me fix that. Naruto ignited his index finger with golden chakra, burning Negi's name into the door. Thanks, Dad. Opening the door, he came face to face with a very enraged-looking Bell-chan, who was wearing bear-themed pajamas, and a peaceful Konoka wearing an apron, humming a song while washing the dishes. Where have you two been? Asuna demanded, poking Naruto in the chest, while glaring at a now frightened Negi. Ah, Bell-chan, I didn't know you cared. Naruto teased Bell-chan, enjoying how she took a step back and her face becoming redder than little Anya's face. I don't care. What if something happened to Negi? Asuna pointed at Negi. I mean, he's only a brat, someone could take advantage of him or hurt him. She told him, trying to get the red off her face. If anything, Naruto's grin became wider after hearing her declaration. I was mistaken, it's not me you care about, it's Negi. He's been here less than 2 days and you care about him this much. I knew I was right, Naruto whispered, walking right up to Asuna. The orange-haired girl blushed in anger and clenched her fists, until she sees Naruto's face right in front of hers. I knew I could depend on you to take of Negi in my absence. Naruto told her, smiling fondly at her. That amount of red should never appear on a girl's face. Hearing giggles coming from the kitchen, the three turned towards the source of a very amused girl. You three look so cute together, just like a family. She teased all three of them. What? Negi and Bell-chan screamed, while Naruto smiled walking up to Konoka. Well, let's see if Konoka-chan is right, shall we? There's me the father, Bell-chan my daughter and Negi my son. Waking behind Konoka, he embraces her from behind, putting his arms around her and pulling her into his chest, causing her to blush and her smile widen. Does that make Konoka-chan the mommy? He whispers in her ear, just loud enough for his supposed children to hear. Get off her, you pervert. It's just a little harmless teasing, Bell-chan. It's perverted, inappropriate and immoral. So if Takemichi were to do it to you, you would tell him to get off. That's different. He's better than you. Because, that's not a double standard at all. A look of embarrassment crossed Asuna's face, probably not understanding what a double standard was. He eased up on the teasing and decided to tell her. Bell-chan, a double standard is when it's okay for one person to a thing and not okay for another person to the same thing, even though they have both equal rights to. Oh, thanks. Unable to look him the eyes, she turned away. You're welcome. Putting his head on Konoka's shoulder, he leaned his cheek against hers. Sweetheart, look, isn't our daughter so cute when she blushes? Why you? I'm going to kill you. Anger filling her being. Now able to face him, she walked right up to him with a clenched fist ready to wipe that grin off his face. Ding dong. I'll get it. Pulling away from Naruto's embrace, Konoka opened the door, revealing three familiar faces. Good evening, Negi-sensei. We have questions about today's class. The glasses-wearing girl marched into the room without any hesitation. Of course, please come in. Negi agreed instantly, and Naruto knew eventually he would have to teach his son to say no. See, Nodoka, you have a chance now. The juice box drinking girl whispered to her friend, before turning to her sensei and bowing. Are we interrupting something, Naruto-sensei? No, you weren't interrupting anything. Asuna stuttered out, unable to tell her friends what was occurring moments ago. The four of us were role-playing. I was the father, Konoka-chan the mother, and our children were Bell-chan and Negi. Naruto said nonchalantly, getting shocked stares from several girls in the room and also an excited one as well. Oh, I want to play too. I'll be Naruto-sensei's mistress on the side, or if Konoka doesn't mind, I'll be hers instead. She grinned lecherously at Konoka while hugging Naruto as well as groping his backside. Down, girl, that's a bad Haruna. You scolded Haruna while producing a spray bottle out of nowhere, soaking her with water. Ah, you Sama is so mean. Haruna pouted while cleaning her glasses with a cloth. I'll get everybody some juice. Thank you, but I have my own. Which question were you having trouble with? No, we're fine, it's her who's having problems with a certain question. Haruna declared, pushing a very red face Nodoka into Negi's sight. Nodoka-san, you've changed your hairstyle, it suits you. Negi complimented the shy girl, who looked very close to fainting. Her two friends on the other hand had absolute no problem with this and instead capitalized on it. Doesn't it? She is such a cute girl, but she never shows her face. Moving her bangs out of her friend's hair, Haruna was gesturing to Negi to lean closer, until she heard the door being knocked and then opened, revealing a very enraged-looking class president. Asuna-san, what is the meaning of this? The red-faced girl was poking her finger at the very frustrated orange-hair girl. You are sharing a room with Negi-sensei. This is the first I've heard of this. Feeling way too tired to deal with any of the nonsense that was happening in her room, she grabbed the library trio and the class president, dragging them to the door. Get out, I'm trying to sleep. Asuna declared, throwing them out of her room. She would call herself rude for doing such a thing, but there was only so much a girl could take, especially a tired girl. Walking further into her room, staring at her bed with an almost blissful look on her face, she started to walk over to it before a scent fills her nostrils, causing her to glare at Negi. Bell-chan, why are you sniffing my son? Naruto said, looking at the scene with incredulity. I'm not sniffing him. I'm checking if he is the reason the room smells so bad. Asuna protested. And how were you doing that exactly? You were using your nose, weren't you? If that's not sniffing, I don't what is. Grr, Asuba growled. Quiet you, she told Naruto without even looking at him. You smell all sweaty. Have you taken a bath yet? We've been a little busy, Bell-chan. You know, arriving here in a completely different country, starting our new lives. You know, stuff like that. Once again, she ignored him. Well, that doesn't change the fact that you need a bath. Come on, I'll bring you. I'll go as well. What? Why do you need a bath? Well, I wouldn't upset and bring some foul odor into Tuko-chan and Shinzuka's-chan bedroom. Don't you mean apartment? Bedroom, apartment. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm going with you. Dad, do I have to? Negi said quietly. Unfortunately, Asuna heard it clearly. Oh my god, don't tell me the brat hates baths. Asuna complained, unable to believe this boy was afraid of baths being her teacher. They both ignored her. Naruto bent down to Negi's level. You're still scared of getting into water, aren't you? All he received was a nod. Before Naruto arrived in this dimension, Negi wanted his father Nagi to come and save him. So when Negi was 4, he attempted to drown himself so his dad would save him, but he never came, and Negi still remembers that day. Come on, let's go. When Naruto saw the sheer size of the bathhouse, he couldn't help but whistle. This place isn't too shabby. I knew you would like it. Asuna said, walking by him in her one-piece bathing suit. Maybe she's warming up to me. Come on, Negi, time to get in. Naruto told his son after seeing how nervous he was. Now then, let's get the dirty puppy all cleaned. Asuna grinned, show all her teeth, while grabbing Negi and throwing him into the pool. Wah! Negi looked up, only to realize Asuna was leaning over him with a very disturbing grin. Dad, save me, she's trying to kill me with a foreign object. Quote, come back here, you little brat, and it's just a bar of soap. After several seconds of chasing her teacher, Asuna managed to hold him down right in front of her. She was washing his hair with the delicate fingers of a rabid wolf. You're enjoying this a little too much, Naruto said, feeling slightly guilty at the sight of his son being clawed at. Maybe a little, Asuna said shyly, before huffing at the now squirming Negi. Negi, calm down and let your older sister take care of you. Asuna joked in good humor, shocking Naruto and causing Negi to still in shock. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Naruto said, dragging his hand down his face. What's wrong? That, the blonde ninja told Asuna by simply pointing at what he saw. The scene caused Asuna to squawk. Several too, girls walking towards them, some wearing towels, the others, nothing. I can't believe our cute sensei is staying with that violent, uncouth Asuna-san. That voice was the resident class president. Well, you heard Naruto sensei. He has faith in Asuna-san, Haruna said, pondering why her sensei trusted Asuna that much. He should have faith in me instead. I would be the perfect sister for Negi sensei. We have to hide, Asuna hissed at the two of the only males in the bathhouse. Why, are you brain dead? Now hide. Oh, for the love of all that is good and evil. Pulling on both Bell-chan's and his son's arm. Enough. So by your logic, Miss President, the one with the biggest breasts should take of Negi-sensei. That means Negi-sensei would room with us instead of you, seeing as my breasts are bigger than yours. Haruna teased the class president by hefting her breasts in her hands. What? Ayaka shouted at the porn-writing girl. The girl in question ignored her, by favoring her friend with a sly smile. Besides, you wouldn't mind Negi-sensei sleeping with us, would you, Nodoka-chan? Negi-sensei sleeping with me? I mean, just like that. The shy girl's mind went into dirty territory, proving once again the saying, it's always the quiet ones, was absolutely true. Are they going to change my room? Negi said, completely ignoring the naked girls washing their bodies right in front of him. Looks like it. If they do, it would be better for me. Asuna grouched back, embarrassed at the thought of getting caught. Negi, you're not changing rooms. Bell-chan is the only girl in your entire class that I have faith in, Naruto declared, getting an unreadable look from the orange-hair girl. We're here too, you know. Naruto shouted at the girls in the bathhouse, getting several kyas in response. Naruto-sensei. Quote, Negi-sensei. Asuna-san. She's trying to take all the senseis for herself. That comment got Naruto to sweat drop, you would think the glasses-wearing girl would feel uncomfortable of a man peeping at her. What was wrong with that girl? No, not the hunk and the cutie. What is wrong with you, Asuna-san? First it's Takahata-sensei, now it's our two new senseis. Why can't she pursue a normal boy her own age? One of the girls that Naruto didn't know couldn't help but comment on Asuna's choice of men. There's nothing wrong with my preferences. Bell-chan shot back, defending her choice on the crush she has. Naruto-sensei, how long have you been here for? Finally, one of the girls who realized the implication that there was a man in the same bathhouse as them. Oh, it was Gunslinger-chan, and she did not look happy. The three of us have been here 10 minutes before you girls came in. To be fair, they were here first. Kunoichi-chan spoke up with the voice of reason. The girls nodded their heads at that piece of information. Oh, and if we're going by Yu-chan's logic, you know how the bustiest girl gets my son. Oh right, all the girls thought simultaneously. Naruto leaned back against the wall of the bath, relaxing by the hot water around him. He noticed several girls staring at his chest. Knowing what he was about to do was downright suicidal, he couldn't help it though. The looks on the girls' faces would be priceless. He started pointing at each girl. Well, it would go in this order. Chizuru Naba, 94 centimeters. Kunoichi-chan, 89 centimeters, Gunslinger-chan, 88.9 centimeters, Kazumi Asakura, 88 centimeters. Haruna Saotome, 87 centimeters, Akira Okochi, 86 centimeters, Satsuki Yotsuba, 86 centimeters. Ayaka Yukihiro, 85 centimeters, Yuna Akashi, 84 centimeters, Chachimaru Karakuri, 84 centimeters, Bell-chan, 83 centimeters, Sakurako Shina, 83 centimeters, Misa Kakizaki, 82 centimeters, Chisame Hasagawa, 82 centimeters, Madoka Kujimaya, 81 centimeters, Masora Kasuga, 78 centimeters, Kufei, 78 centimeters, Nodoka Miyazaki, 78 centimeters, Zazie Rainy Day, 77 centimeters, Chao Lingshan, 77 centimeters, Ako Izumi, 75 centimeters, Satomi Hakase, 74 centimeters, Natsumi Murakami, 74 centimeters, Kanoka Kono, 73 centimeters, Meiki Sasaki, 72 centimeters, Setsuna Sakurazaki, 71 centimeters, Loli-chan, 67 centimeters, Uace, 66 centimeters, Fumika Narutaki, 63 centimeters, and finally Fuka Narutaki, 62 centimeters. He finished. And you know he was right, their faces were priceless. He honestly thought one of the girls would come over and beat the crap out of him. He certainly wasn't expected to be glomped by a squealing, naked Haruna Saotome. I knew it. It really is you, she cheered, not caring the slightest in what her position was in, especially given how she was now straddling him. Huh, the spiky semi-immortal questioned. Realizing the position he was in, he stood up out of the bath. Undeterred, Haruna wrapped her long legs around his waist and then giving him a coy smile after hearing his groaning. You're Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? The author of the greatest, most perverted novel in the world, the Ika Ika series. I'm going to take a wild guess and say you're fan. I'm your biggest. I get that a lot. Can I be in your next edition? She leaned in while fluttering her eyelashes at him. I also get that a lot. He told her after putting her down. She pouted at him for not taking up her offer. Sorry, but you're too young, maybe in a few years. There was a loud collective gasp in the background and Naruto couldn't help but admire how synchronized the girls were. Naruto. A quiet voice broke him out of his musings. The problem was, the quiet voice was Bell-chan's, and he never heard her that quiet before. It was unsettling. Yes, Bell-chan. Naruto turned to look at her. Instead he found himself at the receiving end of several eyes staring at him, especially one girl, student number 5. Ako Izumi. When did you get that scar? Asuna said, pointing at the scar on Naruto's chest and on his back. Even to the eyes of the innocent, they could tell the scar on his back and on his front was one in the same, meaning their new sensei should be dead. I got it when I was 13, so, about 196 years ago. Naruto said offhandedly, completely aware of the reactions he was getting. How? Strangely, it wasn't Asuna's quiet voice he heard, instead it was Ako Izumi. My best friend and I, well, we got into an argument and things escalated quickly. Now if you have any other questions you can ask me tomorrow, but right now Negi needs to get to sleep. Good night, girls. Both father and son told the girls as they made their way home. The bathhouse, usually filled with loud and energetic girls, was now filled with complete silence. In the first time, ever since its creation, the bathhouse was dead quiet. Inside a small cottage, within the perimeter of Mahora Academy, resides a creature that has killed hundreds, slaughtered armies, and terrorized thousands, all for the sake of her own amusement. This creature at her prime was an immortal vampire, a creature that couldn't be killed by traditional methods or even supernatural. She has been living ever since the Middle Ages, acquiring knowledge of all kinds. It did not matter if they were trivial or ancient tomes, to her, knowledge was power. That, and she had nothing but time. She has learned nearly every martial art that has graced God's blue world. She was a monster, a demon, an abomination, and the worst was she was unloved. She never knew what it was like to be loved or to give it. She had endured centuries of mobs telling her she was a monster that would eventually burn in the eternal hellfire alongside her ilk. During the height of her power, she was once again bisected upon by torch-wielding, pitchfork-holding villagers. She was saved by a man unlike any she had ever encountered. A man who saved her, who helped her despite her less than stellar attitude towards him. It was then, at that very moment, she began to feel something she never experienced before. Hope. He told her who he was, and with great hesitation she did as well. She was shocked by his casual dismissal of who she was, stating, "We have all done some pretty bad things here and there, who am I to judge you?" From then on, she had admired him. He wasn't like the others, and he never called her a monster. They shared stories together, eat together, and hell, they even partied together. He accepted every part of her, except the part she wanted to give him. They started off as strangers. She felt hope. He accepted her even after all the horrible things she had done. She admired him. They spent months together. They became friends, but to Eva, that kindness he had showed her, it was special to her, and she wanted to give him something special in return. That was the part he would not accept. She offered him her heart, the very heart that stopped beating ever since that nightmare of a night. Now, that same heart was beating rapidly, pumping blood from her heart to her body, her dead body. They say love is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and it is the most powerful of all the emotions. For it did the impossible. It caused the still beating heart of an undead creature to feel something she thought was nothing more than an illusion. Love. She reached for his hand. He did not take it. Her heart stopped beating. Have you ever been in love? Horrible, isn't it? It makes you so vulnerable. It opens your chest and it opens your heart, and it means that someone can get inside and mess you up. Chachimaru, the ancient vampire, spoke slowly, already holding her hand to her forehead to fight off the oncoming headache she knew that would be arriving before this conversation ended. What is this? She waved her free arm at the spectacle that was happening in front of her. She was of course referring to the dogs that were being held on leashes, which was held by her servant, who still looked stoic, even when the dogs were going between her legs and rubbing themselves up against her ankles. She was a cat person, not really fond of the canine family. The organisms you see before your eyes, mistress, are the dogs that will eat Naruto-sensei's bones after you finish torturing him. The organisms she was speaking about were Bichon fries. They were about 12 inches big and they weighed about 11 pounds, so even if you had several of them, it would still take quite a long time for them to eat the blonde-hair man's bones. I'm a McDowell. Chachimaru and McDowells have manly dogs. These dogs couldn't be any more effeminate, even if they had 20 vaginas, and then they would be nothing more than freakish mutants. Or a beautiful symbol of fertility. She mused softly to herself, looking at the dogs that were now rolling excitedly around her carpeted floor. God help them if she found a single hair on it. Chachezero. She called for eldest servant. Her diminutive doll skipped into the room from the closet with giggle and a twirl. It was at times like this Eva wondered who taught her most sadistic doll how to do a perfect pirouette. Take care of the dogs. The blonde-hair lowly commanded the doll, after which she walked out of the room with Chachimaru in tow. Of course, master. The psychotic doll giggled, leering at the now whimpering dogs with a look of murderous glee. Now tell me, what did your investigation reveal about Naruto Uzumaki? She questioned, while she sat at the kitchen table drumming her fingers on the wooden surface. Very well, mistress. With the aid of my mothers, Satomi Hakase and Chao Lingshan, we were able to find nothing. The young android spoke in her usual monotone voice. When her most loyal doll told her, That she had involved those two, it made her pleased. She knew Chachimaru valued their lives just like she with hers. The fact that she called them her mothers didn't even make Eva bat an eyelash. What did make the true ancestor react was the fact that not even those two geniuses didn't find anything. Your mothers didn't find anything. She spoke quietly with a touch of curiosity in her tone. My mother Chow. She did not help, which was unexpected. Eva sensed the tone in her android's voice. It was also one of the times Eva saw the stoic face of the girl change, and she looked so confused. She seemed withdrawn, reclusive. Mistress. After saying that, she looked at her mistress with eyes filled with recognition. I have seen that type of behavior before in someone else. Oh, who was it? The blonde loli said curiously. The android rarely spoke to others. You, mistress. That declaration certainly got the attention of the blonde vampire. Whenever the dean or Takahata-sensei brings up that man, that person, Nagi Springfield, you act the same way. Instead of lashing out on her doll or getting angry with the mention of that name, she took a sip of her tea with her pinky extended just like her mother told her to do so many centuries ago. She pondered the green-hair girl's statement. Chao Lingshan, popular student, genius girl, a Jill of all trades in her own words. Overall she was a perfect student and Eva had not seen that type of behavior from that girl. Chao Lingshan confused Eva forever since she first arrived here. The girl had a determined glint in her eyes. Someone who was that young should not have that look in their eyes. At first she was reclusive. She didn't want friends or even acquaintances, and she proclaimed at first meeting with the girls who tries to befriend her. Even so, Eva was several centuries old and she knew human behavior better than Sigmund Freud himself. The problem she found with Chao, it wasn't because she was smart or she was a trained fighter or even that she and that Hakase girl managed to create an android. No, what annoyed Eva more than anything else was the fact that not only did she have a determined glint in her eyes, but she also had an all-knowing look too. It was like she knew everything that was going to happen, and that pissed of the ancient vampire off like there was no tomorrow. Now mention the name Naruto Uzumaki in front of the girl and she would turn back into her antisocial reclusive self, like all those years ago. With that annoying all-knowing look in her eye, not to mention her recent behavior, she obviously knew who this pretender, this faker actually was. She was suddenly overcome with this sense of anxiety and for the life of her she didn't know why. She walked out of the kitchen, knowing Chachimaru was behind, opening the door to the living room where her eldest doll was as well as those dogs she took in the sight that was out in the open before her eyes. She closed the door with a sigh, shaking her head incredulously, because there was no way the sight she saw was actually real. She opened the door once more, taking a thorough look around. She nodded her head in acceptance. While she did that her voice took control and she yelled, "Oh Christ, there's dog guts everywhere. It's just like my 12th birthday party. Chachezero, what were you thinking?" She demanded her eldest servant to tell her there would be consequences. "You told me to take of them." The giggling doll replied. Eva knew why she made her doll so cute and innocent, so that her enemies would never take her seriously, and during that time she would stab them through the back, giggling all the while. She hated it though when Chachezero gave her that innocent look. "I meant take care of them in a Julie Andrews sort of way, not in a bloody Al Pacino type of way." The blue-eyed woman screeched at the innocent-looking doll that was covered in blood and guts. Spotting her youngest servant at the corner of her eye, she turned to see the green-haired girl was staring impassively at the remains of the dogs she purchased less than an hour ago. "Chachimaru, where are you going?" she questioned, after seeing Chachimaru pull on the leashes that were tied to the dogs. "With your permission, I shall return to the pet store and ask for a refund." Chachimaru commented with the same dull voice. She regarded everything except cats. "Okay, but why are you bringing the corpses with you?" There was a slight tick mark above her right eye when she said that. "I was told if you are displeased with an item you must bring the item you purchased and also the receipt." There was some decisiveness within her words. "You have my permission, Chachimaru. Please take all the time you need." There it was, the headache she knew that was coming at the start of this conversation. "Although, it is a waste of perfectly good blood. Tell you what, you may return the dogs after Chachezero and I am done with them. I'm not wasting a perfectly good supply of blood just because they're dogs. Blood is blood after all. Chachimaru, before you leave, clean this place up." "Of course, mistress, I shall endeavor to live by your standards, but I get to hang my motivational posters on the wall in my room. Hang in there, kitty. There was a small curve of her lips when she pictured having that poster in her room. Fine, but I'm telling you that cat will never make it to Friday. She resolutely spoke, already knowing that cat hanging on the clothesline would be dead. Now, give me your blood, blood for the blood god. Evangeline cackled maniacally. It was one of her trademark cackles. Mistress, you are not a god. I know that, but I came up with that saying first. I knew I should have copyrighted that thing, but no, I can't copyright anything when I'm stuck in the body of prepubescent girl. Looking at her body, specifically her breasts, she held both of them in her hands, and realizing once again that she hated her body, she came to one conclusion. She screamed. When will that bloody full moon finally arrive so I can be free of this hell? The teacher's lounge, a region filled with well-read individuals. A little slices of heaven, especially during the times when teachers are having dark thoughts about their students. It was a place to relax and unwind after a stressful day of hard work. Ah, you must be the new assistant teacher. A passably handsome man with black hair, wearing glasses, spoke with a friendly tone. Isn't it a little strange that someone of your age and skill, being an assistant to a 10-year-old boy? Using his senses, Naruto immediately knew who this man was. He was one of the mages he met during his visit the first time he came here. Aren't you one of the mages I kicked the crap out of when I first came here? Naruto casually said. The younger man's smile seemed to be forced, and Naruto knew he hit a sensitive spot. Yes, the man spoke through clenched teeth. That 10-year-old boy is my son. The only reason I'm his assistant is because the dean wanted me close by. You could stay anywhere on Maharo Academy. Why did the dean make you an assistant? The pleasant smile was back on the young man's face. He seemed as confused as the semi-immortal was. Who knows, he's an old man. I don't trust old people. They're always up to something. Naruto said, completely aware of how hypocritical he was being, but at least he was always honest. He never lied to anyone since he came to this world, and he had no intention of doing otherwise. Maybe he just wanted you and your son to have a better rapport. Akashi-san spoke with curiosity filling his tone of voice. We have a good rapport already. I didn't need to be Negi's bloody assistant. The glasses-wearing man seemed to understand Naruto's hostility and turned the conversation in a different direction. Well, how about the girls? What, your students, the girls of 2A? I mean, some of them have magical potential, they just don't know about it. There is even this one girl who knows about magic. Oh, who? That actually made sense to Naruto. There are several girls in his classroom that were a little strange. Bell-chan also had some secrets that only Takemichi and the dean knew about. Maybe that's the reason the dean wanted him in the class, not because of Negi, but one of the girls. Seat number 19, Chao Lingshan. She's a very smart girl. Actually, she's the smartest girl in the entire campus. It's because of her that 2A remained as high as it is. She is also very popular. Everyone likes her, and she created her own business with the help of another student, Satsuki Yotsuba. I believe it's called Chao Bao Zi. The black-hair man spoke, while stroking his chin in contemplation. My daughter is one of your students. I hope she's not causing you trouble. The teacher said with a soft smile, no doubt remembering his daughter. That depends. Who is your daughter? Naruto spoke, not even bothering to get to know his students. Eventually they were all going to die. Just like everybody else. Yuna Akashi. The other father in the room gave him a small picture of his daughter. Oh, this is the girl who commented on Bell-chan's preferences. Noticing the man was still talking to him, he turned his attention from the picture and handed it back to the dad. I'm sorry, what was that? Naruto paused. After several seconds he blinked in realization that he used one of his sensei's famous lines. I said your son is here with Shizuna-chan. The father of one of his students nodded in the direction of his son and left after waving at Shizuna-chan. Hello Naruto-kun. I have the 2A after-class list from Takahata-sensei here for you. She said pleasantly at him with a fond smile on her face. The after-class list? Naruto questioned, seeing the familiar-looking students on the piece of paper. Yes, Takahata-sensei used to give out minor tests. Afterwards he would give an after-class lesson to the students who scored low marks. Here are the faces of the students. She sided up against him, nearly leaning on him while she pointed at the sheets. "Oh, Bell-chan is on it. What a surprise." He spoke with a grin on his face, noticing how Shizuna-chan held his remaining hand with hers. He turned towards and ran his thumb over her hand, earning a giggle out of the other teacher. "Yes, it seems like Asuna-san enjoys taking those after-class lessons." "Couldn't imagine why," Naruto dryly commented. "It's already the third semester, so those who get low marks may be in trouble." Releasing her grip on Naruto, she turned towards Negi and bent over to speak with him face to face. Which Naruto had no problem of her doing so, especially when he was now staring at her ass. "Dad, we have to help them," Negi declared, eliciting a very pleasant sounding giggle from Naruto's fan, which was very aware that he was staring at her ass. I know, Naruto ed, throwing his hands in the air, getting a snicker out of his son and a coy smile from the very top-heavy woman. The class stood up at the sound of the bell and began moving towards the door. "For those who have after-class lessons, please remain seated. I will be taking over Takamichi's spot as your teacher." Watching all the young women leave, he sighed before feeling something very cold in the air. It felt lonely. Naruto felt the depressing emotion leave the room and started moving on the campus grounds. Realizing that he would have to leave his son with the nicknamed Idiot Rangers, knowing his son would be alright on his own, he stood up and started walking towards the door. "Negi, I let you handle this, I have something that I need to look at," Naruto said. Getting a nod and an okay from his son, he left the building and proceeded to locate the source of this negativity. "Now class, let us begin. What are you doing?" Negi stuttered, falling back on his chair in shock at the sight before him. It was Uace, Kaide Nagase, Meiki Sasaki and Kufei in some sort of ridiculous pose, and poor Asuna looked like she had swallowed a bad onion. "We are striking you or Idiot Rangers pose, sensei," Meiki told Negi enthusiastically, doing a little twirl with a giggle. "Poses?" Negi questioned dumbly, feeling very much unlike a genius at the moment. "Yes, sensei. Now girls, one more time from the top." Each girl stroke a pose except the grouchy redhead, and after finishing, smoke bombs in the back of the classroom went off, signifying each ranger's color: black, red, pink, blue and yellow. 2 Idiot Rangers have assembled. Negi wondered did he have to clean the classroom after the smoke bombs went off, and realized Asuna was yelling at the other girls. "Who's an Idiot Ranger? Just because I can't study, so what? This school is an elevator school anyway." Asuna-san." Negi wagged his index finger at her and giving her a cheeky grin. "What would Takamichi-san or my dad think if they heard you say that?" Asuna scowled at him but sat down with the rest of the girls and they all started their tests. One by one they all finished, leaving Asuna with her sensei. Normally if this happened she would have been ecstatic, because she would be alone with Takamichi, but now. "Don't worry Asuna-san, just because you failed this time doesn't mean it's the end of the world," Negi said reassuringly, patting her on the shoulder. He gave her a second test and she snatched from him grumpily. After several minutes she handed it to him with a look of anticipation mixed with anxiety. Looking over the test and noticing the amount of mistakes on it, he shook his head and replied. "Or the second time." Handing her a third test, he went back to his chair and looked over mistakes and see what was her main problem with the subject. After a considerable amount of time she got up again with such force the chair she was sitting on fell back. She marched up to his desk and slammed the test on his desk with a look of nervousness mixed with the tiniest bit of hope. The look on her face pierced his heart with such coldness considering what he was about to do. Or the third time. Now the look she was giving him was even worse than the one he just saw. Someone like Asuna should never look that defeated and humiliated. "That's it, I can't take this anymore. I give up, I'm just an idiot anyway. I can't do this, I'm leaving," she shouted with unshed tears building around her eyes. She ran to the door to rip it open, only to find she was unable to do so. If she looked behind herself, she would have seen Negi using magic to keep the door locked. "You're not going anyway Asuna-san." Negi's voice was like a steel blade, cutting its way through Asuna's defenses. All she could do was stand still on wobbly legs, while her sensei walked towards her in a calm pace. "This is not the Asuna-san I know, this is not the Bell-chan my dad knows, and this is most certainly not the big sister that myself and my dad want looking out for me." "Negi," she questioned with her throat dry with emotion. Tears of humiliation were rolling down her cheeks and her knees gave out. She leaned back against the door and kept her miscolored eyes on her sensei. Unable to believe the conviction in his voice, especially with the way he called her sister. Yes, you failed. You failed several times, so what? That doesn't make you any less of who you are. You're Asuna-san, the only person besides my dad in this whole country that I actually like. That caused her to jerk in surprise, and under normal circumstances she would have looked away in embarrassment. She just couldn't take her eyes off him. Who? I want to be around. Negi's voice became a soft whisper, and Asuna was certain her face was red right now, but she didn't care. All she cared about was the young man in front of her. My dad told me there were two types of failures in this world, a real failure and a proud failure. A real failure is a person who tries to do something. He realizes it's too hard and just gives up and never attempts it again. Then there is a proud failure. That's a person who fails constantly over and over again. Sometimes they are mocked or belittled because they can't do things or grasp the situation as easy as the others can. But they never gave up, never gave in. They won't stop believing because they know they can win. Walking right up to the stunned girl, he knelt down and put his arm around her to give a comforting hug, just like all the times his own father would give to him. That's who you are, Asuna-san. I know you can do this if you keep trying. You are better than you think you are. Naruto was in a bit of trouble. After leaving the classroom, he kept following the source of loneliness but was unable to find anything. He knew the source wasn't invisible, because if it was, Naruto, with his ability to feel the air and presences of those around him, with his mastery over the wind element, he would be to feel them. This wasn't the case though. He kept following it around for several minutes. Every time he got near it, it would go under him, or through him, or sometimes right through a building. It was bloody annoying for the semi-immortal being. Seeing one of his students, one that he actually recognized, he walked over to her, noticing she was kicking a football. He did admire her legs in such a short skirt. "Hey Akko-chan," Naruto called out jovially, causing her to kick the ball and missing the goal. Instead it actually hit one student in the face, knocking him down on top of his girlfriend. "Ah, Naruto-sensei. How are you?" Akko replied with a stutter in her voice. Unable to meet his gaze, she looked at the now red-faced girlfriend and her drooling boyfriend. Her shyness reminded him of Hinata. "I'm fine, thank you for asking." He smiled at the young woman. He decided to take a few minutes off his little source of loneliness, and maybe he could help this shy girl. "I didn't know you played football." He commented on her activity, that she was participating in just a few minutes ago. Akko though looked apprehensive. After a few seconds she decided to correct him. "The game is actually called soccer, sensei." She responded to him, and hoping that she didn't upset him, instead he chuckled. "I've been living in Britain for the last 6 years, Akko-chan. Trust me when I tell you this, if you ever go over there, you will refer soccer as football, okay?" Akko blushed and looked away in shame. He was her sensei and she went correcting him when she thought he was wrong, but in reality she was the one who was wrong. "Okay sensei, but why?" she said curiously while looking at her shoes. "They're pretty fixated on football. It's their favorite pastime. The second is greyhound racing, but I'm certain that's only because of the betting." He pondered while rubbing his chin. Looking at her now, he realized just how small this girl was. The poor thing didn't seem to have any confidence in herself, or maybe she was intimidated by him. "Still, I didn't know you played," he said, hoping the rest of this conversation might lift the girl's spirit. "I'm also the manager," she said, waiting for a few seconds to find her voice. "Really? That's pretty impressive." Akko looked at him through her eyelashes after that comment, judging his voice for fake sincerity and finding none. She seemed to find the confidence to talk more animatedly. "I also help Shizuna-sensei with medical situations." "Oh, are you training to be a nurse?" He seemed so genuinely curious. "I'm trying, but I scare easily at the sight of blood. I just want to help as many people as I can." She shuddered at the mention of the word blood, and Naruto just had a weird moment of déjà vu. "That's a nice sentiment, but I can give you advice on how to get rid of your fear of blood." "Really? That would be wonderful." She seemed even more active and looked at him with wide amaranth-colored eyes. "I had a friend who had the exact same problem you had. She wanted to be a doctor, but every time she saw blood she would freeze up and do nothing." Noticing the girl stepped closer to him, Naruto continued talking like he didn't notice it all. In theory she knew what to do and how to do it, she trained every day and she was always phenomenal, but she couldn't get rid of her fear. She tried dozens of different tactics to get rid of her fear but nothing worked. What did she do? She had a son she loved more than life itself, she had faith in her son, and she knew he would be something special, something amazing. One day she found him in a field covered in blood, he was cut, beaten and unconscious. How awful, I couldn't imagine what she went through. Well, she was the toughest woman he ever met. She ran over to her son and she seemed to have an inner battle with herself. She was afraid of the blood, but she was absolutely terrified of losing her son. She spent the next few hours healing him, well aware she was now covered in her son's blood, but that didn't even faze her. What terrified her most was losing her son. Did the son survive? Of course he did. He then went on to be a great man, just like his mother said he would be. She went on to be one of the greatest doctors the world has ever known, and he refused to die until his mother passed on first. He kept that promise. Naruto's tone became a little melancholy and he turned towards with serious but kind eyes. Ako-chan, one day a situation like the one I just told you will happen to you, and you will have to decide, what's worse, being afraid of blood or losing someone you love, but don't worry, I know you will make the right choice. He patted her on her shoulder, giving her a comforting squeeze and a compassionate smile that made her weak in the knees. Naruto nearly lost his track of the time as well as his surrounding, because he nearly fell into the pool. Well, falling into the pool might have been a stretch considering he could simply walk on top of it, but he didn't want to give Ako-chan a seizure, and he especially did not want her to start calling him he who shall not be named because it's too bloody obvious. He noticed two young women in the pool, a woman who seemed to be relaxing in one of those floating devices in the shape of a turtle, while the other girl was racing against the timer her friend brought. Oh, that's Ahashi-san's daughter, Yuna-chan, and the other girl is Akira Okochi. Naruto thought, while on the outside he voiced his opinion. Wow, Akira-chan is a very good swimmer. She is, isn't she? The other girl who's lounging like a pack of lazy bones is Yuna. She is the best basketball player we have. Simply put, those two are the Alethic girls of 2A. Ako seemed rather proud of that. Noticing a presence instead of the feeling of loneliness, he decided to depart from Ako-chan and the two other girls, and confront the girl who had been following him for quite some time. Looking at the rooftop that was right next to him, he gave a sharp whistle that caused several birds to fly off. Kaide Nagase was a self-taught ninja. Being born in the wrong generation, she to teach herself everything she knew about ninjutsu. She never considered herself prideful, but she wasn't modest either. Just ask her rival Mana Tatsumiya. The idea that this new sensei could catch her off guard was greatly unsettling to her. She knew she saw him somewhere before. It wasn't his appearance though, it was how he moved. He just seemed too casual and too loose to be a real ninja. Either she wasn't as good at reading people as she thought she was, or he was so good that he just appeared to be a normal person. She wanted to know who he was. She was going to get her answers. She then heard a whistle that caused her ears to ring and looked down to see his smiling face. Disappearing from the rooftop, she appeared right in front of him with an annoyed expression on her face. It's nice to see you too, Kunoichi-chan. Naruto casually greeted the young woman, the Kunoichi that tried to kill him just a few days ago. You already know I'm a ninja, so I'm just going to come out and ask you directly. She was leaning into him with one eye open to study him. Who are you? She whispered with steel in her voice. Naruto merely shrugged. I suppose you don't want a sarcastic response such as, I'm your sensei, do you? Seeing her eye get a few degrees colder, he answered. Fine, you're Kaide Nagase, from the Koga clan, right? A surprise and slightly hesitant nod was all that Naruto needed. Well, I was traveling the country under a different face. I transformed into my best friend and I found your clan. They didn't like me at the get-go. They said I was too undisciplined, too emotional, basically I was too human for their standards. Peering at her with an unusual stare that seemed to unnerve her, Naruto was trying to locate her signature, the unique signature that every living creature on the planet had. That was a few years ago. Did we run into each other when you were a little girl? Naruto said, still lost in memory. Did you take the appearance of a man with black eyes and black hair? Kaide spoke up, glad that he wasn't looking at her with those eyes. Yeah, that was what my friend looked like. it is fortunate that I can be at two places at once. I looked after Negi while my clone was scouting the country. Naruto said. Seeing him start to walk away, Kaide began walking beside him. My senseis told me if I ever ran into you I should run away immediately. Kaide said, smiling at the memory of her masters with red faces. Well, that's what they get for being stuck up, and besides, I wasn't that bad, I only played hide and seek with them. Naruto defended himself knowing that he was right. Kaide had a difference in opinion. You humiliated them, you painted them, you sprayed them with sprinkles and glitter, and then you did some crazy illusion, they can't even look at a sunset or a sunrise because of you. Naruto had to chuckle at her. Poor bastards didn't have a sense of humor at all, so what if he used Guy and Lee's hugging technique? It worked a little too well. Well, that was good day for me, but you don't seem to care, do you? Naruto said, catching Kaide off guard. What makes you say that? Kaide questioned with a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Well, for one, if you followed the rules you wouldn't be talking to me right now, would you? Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. That's a good point, besides I don't want to be an emotionless tool like them. I know, right? My second point is that I'm an empath. I can feel people's emotions, no matter who they are. I can tell what they're feeling, and what I'm getting from you is joy. Why is that? Naruto questioned the kunoichi who stood still. Naruto is capable of reading emotions and body language, but he wasn't mind reader. If you were registered, what rank would you be? Kaide said quietly, still not looking at him. Naruto just blinked, shrugged his shoulders and simply answered. Cage. Her body language changed drastically as well as her emotions. Now you're feeling nervous. You have no reason to be scared. I'm the nicest, most compassionate man on the planet, honest. Well, you're certainly not the most modest. Kunoichi-chan muttered softly, unable to believe a cage was right beside her. Her thoughts were all running into one thought pool. What would it be like to be trained by a cage? Modesty is for lesser mortals. Striking a pose that his inner child demanded him to do, it fortunately caused the tension to be lifted from Kaide's shoulders. If you want me to train you, I will. Seeing her about to jump from joy, he finished his sentence. But Negi will have to agree to it. Training with his son was very important to the both of them, but Kaide was training to be a ninja and her emotions were full of hope. He briefly wondered, did his godfather feel that same way right now? You're teaching Negi-sensei to be a ninja. Aren't you teaching the twins to be ones as well? Considering the fact that they're following us and trying to prank me as we speak. The blonde-haired immortal spoke loudly, causing one girl to let a gasp and the other a squeal. They're just having a bit of fun, that's all. Kunoichi-chan spoke, her voice filled with amusement. Sure, whatever you say. This is when we part ways, Kunoichi-chan, I wish you the best. Naruto disappeared into a gust of wind, causing Kaide to blink, nonplussed of what just transpired, no doubt understanding that he was a cage. Watching Kaide from the alleyway, he ducked into, avoiding the twins' pranks and causing them to pout when they couldn't find their new sensei. Kaide walked away from the twins after saying they would never be able to prank Naruto, but she would help them. Kaide sat down on a bench. Nothing happened for several seconds until two girls walking side by side greeted her, one with a scowl and the other with stoicism. The three looked part of a conspiracy. Naruto knew each girl: Kaide Nagase aka Kunoichi-chan, Mana Tatsumiya aka Gunslinger-chan, and last but not least Setsuna Sakurazaki aka Swordbearer-chan. What have you learned? Gunslinger-chan demanded rather harshly from Naruto's point of view. Instead of looking upset or angry from the treatment she was receiving from one of her schoolmates, all Kaide did was let loose a chuckle. That's it. No, hey Kaide-sama, how are you doing? Oh, did you do something with your hair? You look fabulous. Kaide teased the young woman who had a bust size of 88.9 centimeters. The day I call you Kaide-sama is the day when it starts raining money. Mana said, scowling at the amused ninja, slowly reaching into her back pocket, inching closer to her pistols. Kaide noticed the action and instead of being bothered by it, her smile just got wider. Oh, don't tell me you're in debt again, you poor girl. If you need the money you only have to ask. All I want in return is for you to admit I'm better than you in every way. Kaide responded the same way Mana did. She reached for her kunai, which she kept close to her person at all times. That is never going to happen. You're right. I already know I'm better than you in every way. I don't need you to say it, I already know it. Both of them were holding their own respective weapons glaring at each other. As thrilling as this conversation is, I am going to have to return this conference back to its original point. Kaide-san, what have you determined? Setsuna questioned between both girls in case a useless fight would break out. Well, we already know he can kick our asses. Kaide drawled, her index finger relaxing on her chin. Her two conspirators glared at her in unison. Yes, we already knew that. Both Mana and Setsuna hissed at the same time. He can make copies of himself. He can transform them into any shape he wants. He knew where I was, which determines he has unbelievable good senses. Kaide spoke with an air of authority around her. It seemed that she had respect for Naruto. Go on. Strangely, it was Mana that urged her to continue. He's also an empath. He can sense our emotions. That piece of information got the two girls to stop and blink at Kaide. That was a rather informative technique to possess. It also worried the two girls. They knew now that if Naruto wanted to, he could sense what they were feeling. Can he be trusted? Setsuna questioned the ninja, remembering how weak she was in fighting this man. She still wasn't strong enough to defend her only friend, her best friend. Right now all I can say is he cares more about his son. I got the feeling he's indifferent to the rest of us. Except Asuna-san, he seems to trust her. Mana spoke up, eyes narrowed in thought, remembering just how much faith he had in Asuna. Yes, that's true. Why is that? Setsuna replied, not liking the fact that Naruto seemed to want to spend time with Asuna. She was after all roommates with Konoka, which meant Naruto was too close to Konoka for Setsuna's liking. Beats me, he's also a cage-level ninja, and with his son's permission I will be training with both of them. Smiling at the way both of them glared for consorting with the enemy, she then gave Mana a superior look. Not that I need his training to beat you. You want to go a few rounds now, well, bring it on. Pulling two Desert Eagles out of their holsters, she aimed them right at the kunoichi's chest. Before the fight could escalate any further, Setsuna stepped in between the both of them. Stop it, the both of you. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Setsuna argued, causing both girls to lower their weapons, but it did not stop them from glaring at each other. Mana let out an undignified snort and started walking away. The next time you want me for something, you're going to have to pay for my services. Mana declared, causing Setsuna to let out a breath of frustration and causing Kaide to grin. Yeah, we all know the routine. Just like that, all three females left the park under the impression that their conversation was secret. The sound of their talk carried itself all the way to Naruto. I love my element, it's just so efficient. Naruto smiled all the while listening to the conversation with his mastery over the wind element. While Naruto was looking for the source of despair, Negi was having tea with Asuna just outside of the classroom. Instead of being stuck in that stuffy old classroom, we will instead study outside. Taking a sip of his tea, he let out a sigh of content, observing the nature around him. It's such a nice day. This will definitely help you, Asuna-san. Negi declared confidently. Asuna herself did not look as confident as her 10-year-old sensei did. Negi, why do you care so much about me? Asuna said quietly, unable to believe that her new, weird teacher liked being around her, considering ever since he got here she had been quite rude to him. I already told you, Asuna-san, I like you. Negi replied with a shrug of his shoulders, not finding Asuna's distress to be that important. Asuna's face, on the other hand, became as red as a tomato and she sputtered indignantly. Don't say things like that out loud, someone might hear you. Bell-chan hissed, looking over her shoulder to see if anyone heard his sentence. Negi just shook his head with a small amount of pity for the girl who was older than himself. You mean the truth, Asuna-san? I don't know why you're acting so strange about the fact that I like you. It's true, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I have confidence in myself, maybe you need some too. Putting his tea stone, he leaned forward, towards Asuna, who was now scowling at him. I have confidence, you little twerp. She growled while clenching her fists. Negi could see the white of her knuckles. He leaned back on his chair, getting comfortable, and took a bite out of his sandwich. He waited until he swallowed the piece of food, him being a gentleman and all. When it comes to your studies, you don't. I observed you while you were doing your tests. You were biting the top of the pencil and chewing your lip. You kept second-guessing yourself. Negi pointed out each of Asuna's nervous tendencies while he pointed his thumb at his chest. That's why I'm here. I am here to help you, and not only that, I want to help you. Seeing his sincere smile directed at her, Asuna did what all tsuneres did when they were embarrassed. She turned her head to hide her blush and scowled. Don't get so why, brat, where's your modesty? Modesty is for lesser mortals. That's something I expected your dad to say. Asuna snorted at the smug look Negi had on his face. After a few seconds of peace she pondered Negi's last statement and who it sounded like. Negi. Yes, Asuna-san. Why does Naruto trust me so much? Asuna questioned. Sure, Naruto was a good person, weird yeah, but still a good person. She just couldn't comprehend why he had so much faith in her. You don't know? Negi asked with a confused look on his face. A few seconds passed until Negi lost control of himself. He couldn't stop the snickers from leaving his mouth. Well, I'm not going to tell you. What? Why the hell not? Dad said it's something you have to figure out for yourself. Negi pleasantly said while shrugging. Seeing the peaceful look on face, Asuna couldn't help but smile. She did have a thing for older men, but seeing Negi looking this content, she had to admit he was cute. Feeling better about herself, especially since the day had been terrible for her self-esteem so far, she stretched both her arms above her head and let out a sigh of content. This is good, isn't it? Yeah, Negi agreed, both of them leaning back on their chairs with little smiles on their faces. It lasted for several minutes until Asuna got a frown of hesitance. Listen, Negi, I should apologize for how I treated you so far. Negi just waved his hand, not caring about the apology. It was unneeded. You don't have to, besides it's because you cared so much. Negi said such, without a care in the world, causing Bell-chan to disagree with his opinion. What? I didn't care about you when I first met you. The opposite of caring about someone is indifference, Asuna-san. The reason you were so angry with me was because you wanted Takemichi-san to be your teacher. Instead you got me a complete stranger, who commented on that you will never find love. Negi spoke with firm conviction in his voice until the last sentence, when all you could hear was a quiet wail of self-loathing. I wonder how true that statement actually is. Asuna muttered quietly, hesitatingly believing that she herself might not find love. Negi, sensing her train of thought, did his best to cheer his student up. Besides, Dad says what I said was full of shit. We don't find love, love finds us. Love is an awesome force, and when it grabs you, you are powerless against it. That's how you feel about Takemichi-san, isn't it? So I forgive you, Asuna-san, because I know you're a good person who sometimes cares too much, and as faults go, that's not a bad one to have. Negi placed his hand on Asuna's, causing the girl to look down on their joined hands with a smile on her face. She gave him a soft squeeze. You are really smart, aren't you? Well, yeah, I am your sensei after all. The moment was quiet, peaceful. The sun was shining on the beginning of a new friendship between sensei and student. They were both holding hands while looking at each other with warm smiles on their faces. So naturally the universe decided to intervene. What is the meaning of this? What is an uncouth girl like you drinking tea with our amazing sensei, you orange hair monkey? The meddler and the instrument of the universe was of course the resident Shotokan, Akaya Yukihiro. Chachimaru was a simple girl, or better yet, she had a simple look on life. She was built to serve her mothers and her mistress. She never questioned because she had no soul, and her programming didn't give her a refuse option. Her existence itself was a front to all life everywhere. This is what she thought of herself. No self-esteem. Then as time went on, she became more than an android girl with no feelings. One night she walked by a peculiar sight. There in the alleyway, as clear as day through her built-in night vision visor, a mother cat feeding her kittens with the scraps of food she could provide. Something within her circuitry sparked and she fed the felines with food she had in her bag. She continued this activity every day. It brought her things she never felt before: pity, anger, fear, sorrow, and the scariest joy. She was built to serve, not to enjoy life and its experiences, but her mothers and her mistress gave her permission to feel these emotions. They wanted her alive, and there was even more joy when they told her that. She was beginning to feel more emotions, but never understanding what they were or where they came from. After all, she was soulless and she did not possess a heart. Walking the streets of Mahora Academy, she began to notice the looks she was receiving. Unlike her mistress, she did not understand human beings or how they operated, so she was notably confused and feeling a little self-conscious as to why so many people were staring at her and her now skinned-alive dogs that looked like skeletons. Monotone-chan, why are dragging a bunch of skeletons? Ignoring the voice of her new sensei, he couldn't possibly be calling her because her name was Chachimaru, not Monotone-chan. Hey Monotone-chan, can you hear me? Hello. Appearing over her head, he landed right in front of her with a perturbed look on his face. Naruto-sensei, is there something troubling you? Yeah, I was calling for you and you didn't say anything. Is everything alright? Naruto seemed to be concerned for her. That was strange. Her systems were working at full strength. This must have been another human concept that she did not understand. Either way, it was best that she would answer his question. Yes, sensei. I am feeling perfectly content. Why do you ask? She continued walking, dragging the skeletons of the dogs behind her. Well, you did ignore me just now. Naruto was over 200 years old, but he even still liked to indulge into a little bit of whining every now and again. Did I? I don't see how I did that. You were calling someone Monotone-chan, that is not my name, so why should I offer you a response when you do not use my name? It's like dealing with Sai all over again. Naruto thought, shaking his head in amusement, reminiscing of his artistic friend. I apologize, I was being rude. Let's try this again. Chachimaru-chan, why are you dragging a bunch of skeletons around on leash? I am returning them to the store I had gotten them from. My mistress was most displeased with them. She's not a dog person, I take it. She told me she required manly dogs so she could begin the torture of you, sensei. Chachimaru said with her usual monotone voice. Naruto just shook his head in confusion, wondering why Chachimaru's mistress would want to torture him. He remembered her clearly in his head, the little blonde girl who had one hell of a backstory. Naruto honestly thought that he would never encounter another being as old as him, let alone older. He felt giddy knowing that there was someone else on this planet he could walk with after his family passes away. He never liked thinking of his family dying, but he knew it was inevitable. All good things come to an end, and no matter how powerful Naruto was, even he could not stop time. The little blonde girl with the vials of ice wants to torture me. Naruto wondered, did he wound the other semi-immortal's pride? Yes, she even made a list and she checked it twice. Would you like me to tell you what she desires to do to you, Naruto-sensei? No, it's fine. Plenty of people wanted to torture me, but they're all dead now. You know, Chachimaru, you will not get your refund with the condition those dogs are in now. Why is that, sensei? Chachimaru questioned him, and for the first time Naruto saw confusion on the girl's face. Because pet stores don't buy dead animals. Nobody wants dead animals, Chachimaru-chan, it's bad for business. Naruto told her calmly with patience. Before the android could rebut his claims, they heard the voice of a crying child. Mommy, my balloon is flying away. A small boy no less than 7 years of age was pulling on his mother's hand, hoping that she would be able to do anything for his red balloon. Excuse me, sensei. Naruto nodded his head at the green hair, wondering what the android could do. He was quite shocked and pleased to see that she had boosters to help her defy gravity, giving her the ability to fly and get the red balloon for the now smiling child. After getting thanked by the mother and getting a hug from the giggling child, they continued on their way to the pet store. The man, who was an abomination in the eyes of reality and a creature that was an affront to life itself, walked into the pet store with the recently killed dogs, causing several animals to whimper and others to growl and screech at them. As Naruto predicted, the owner did not want the dogs back. However, he did not believe the skeletons were the dogs, but instead Halloween decorations, because he knew Chachimaru was too gentle of a girl to ever kill an animal, let alone several dogs. You are a strange man, Naruto Uzumaki. The green hair android said while watching Naruto seal the skeletons of the dogs into his portable dimension. Oh, why is that? My mistress wants to torture you and yet you remain by my side. Are you that confident in your abilities, or is this what you humans call arrogance? Still watching him with inhuman eyes, she focused on him until he answered. It's neither. I wasn't thinking of your mistress at all, Chachimaru-chan, I was simply enjoying our walk together. He answered because the fact that she was not blinking unnerved him slightly. I do not understand. How can you feel joy from such a simple thing such as walking? Well, it certainly helps if the person you are walking with is a sight to behold. Naruto said cheerfully like it was the simplest thing in the world. Excuse me, Chachimaru questioned, because she had just heard this man compliment her. He was an enemy to her mistress and he just compliments her like they were not enemies. Chachimaru-chan, I am over 200 years old and in all my years I have never seen a girl like you before. I mean, you are an android. This world is so amazing, it's filled with such secrets that it makes me feel like a child once more. No matter how old he got, Naruto never lost his humanity. It was the one thing that kept him sane all these years because he knew that he wasn't going to die and be at peace for a very long time. As Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Naruto whistled at that quote, hearing it from his traveling companion. Hearing the bell at the clock tower chime, Chachimaru started walking in a different direction. Naruto immediately followed her, causing Chachimaru to turn her head back at him. The rest of the walk was in silence until Naruto heard the faint sounds of cats' cries. Pulling a bowl out of her backpack, she kneeled down and filled the container with tuna, causing several stray cats to come out of hiding. Sensei, I do not require assistance. I know, but I'm still going to help, Naruto said while unsealing several bowls from his dimension and stared to fill each of them with the different types of food he had locked up. Several cats who were eyeing him with suspicion immediately stopped and ran over to his containers and chowed down on the food that was supplied by the strange but generous man. Why do I need a reason? After several seconds of watching cats eating from the containers, Naruto sat down in a meditate stance. One cat who finished his food walked over to the android and started rubbing itself up against her, causing the cat to purr with delight. You really are a good person, Naruto said after seeing the smile on the girl's face. Sensei, I am a heartless, soulless creature built for servitude, not out of love like you humans do. Chachimaru-chan, Naruto spoke slowly, recognizing her thoughts and not liking them one bit. You just fed a bunch of stray kittens, and you felt an overabundance of joy from such a small act. You are a good person. You cannot know that for certain. I'm an empath. I can feel people emotions, therefore I do know. Naruto had no idea just how much that sentence affected Chachimaru, because androids, machines like her, did not feel, they did not experience emotion like humans do. So if Naruto was right in telling the truth, what did that mean for her? Before she could question him, her mistress opened the door to the cottage that she lived in. Chachimaru, good, you have returned and I see you have brought a guest. Her mistress didn't seem angry or full of rage, she instead looked happy, especially with that wide grin on her face. Naruto, on the other hand, being an empath, felt the emotions under the vampire's skin. The amount of hate and rage she felt for him was staggering. Naruto had absolutely no idea why she hated him this much. He never even met her before. I regret to inform you, mistress, they did not have any manly dogs like you requested. Eva did not look upset, she instead dismissed the comment with a wave of her hand. Pish posh, it is quite all right, my dear. Now please show Uzumaki-san to the living room. I shall be with you in a moment's notice. Very well, mistress. Chachimaru inclines her head at her mistress's command and began guiding Naruto towards the living room. Come, Naruto-sensei, this is the living room, the green-hair android announced with no enthusiasm at all. Naruto did not mind her apathetic tendencies. His nose, however, was greeted by a foul, all too familiar smile. Why does it smell like blood? Wait, don't tell me, I don't want to know, Naruto muttered when he saw the servant open her mouth to explain. Relaxing on the couch that was in the room, he waited patiently until the owner of cottage showed herself. After a few moments of tranquility, she walked back into the room carrying a silver tray with 2 cups on top it. Here you go, a nice cup of tea. Naruto instantly knew how this conversation was going to play out. The smile on her face was so fake that Naruto felt insulted. Did she honestly believe that smile would work on him? She was older than him, surely she was not this foolish. Thank you. Naruto accepted the cup of tea, and he immediately put it down on the coaster that was on the table. His lips curved into satisfaction when Naruto felt a sudden spike of anger within her emotions. It didn't take a genius to know that the older woman sitting in front of him wanted him dead, but by poisoning his tea. Oh, if Negi ever heard about this, he would never forgive Eva for incrementing his tea like that. So you already know me, I mean we have met before, Naruto said, remembering the night he first came here. Yes, I remember. You are quite powerful, Uzumaki-san. Sipping her tea, or what Naruto thought was her tea. She did not take her eyes off him ever since she first came back into the living room. It was a pleasant conversation. There were smiles and chuckles, but they both knew the conversation was fake. Naruto knew she was pretending and Evangeline knew that he knew that she was faking. This woman was no fool, she was just playing him. It had been some time since someone tried to play Naruto like a fiddle, but this ancient being wanted to play and control him. Thank you for the compliment. It is rarity these days for me to receive praise, so I do appreciate it. Oh, don't be so modest. You are a good man and you still haven't had a sip of tea. A creature that has killed hundreds if not thousands should never smile like that of a 10-year-old girl. Naruto briefly wondered for a moment, did she appear in this form so she could trick and manipulate people easier, or did she like that form because it reminded her of her childhood? Naruto never fathomed that Eva was stuck to look like a 10-year-old girl forever. We have only met once before. Oh, but what a meeting it was. Now drink your tea. Once more she gave him a disarming smile and moved the cup of tea further in his direction. You realized so much about my character after battling me once. Naruto questioned the blonde girl with a raised eyebrow. He was well aware of that meaning and how true it was for his life. He could tell a person's true self just by fighting that person for less than a minute. Of course, you can learn so much from a person after fighting them. Please drink the tea. Once more she urged him, though this time there was no smile and her voice was much firmer. Instead of answering her demand, he whistled in awe at the interior of the cottage. You have such a nice home here. Why is that you don't room with other girls? I like my privacy. Uzumaki-san, please drink the tea. Throughout the entire conversation she refused to take her eyes off of him. Her lips were thinned, her eyes narrowed, and if he had to guess, she was one step away from picking up the cup and throwing it at him. Ah, I see, you're a shy girl. There is no reason to be intimidated by them. I'm sure they would greet you with open arms. They were as opposite as night and day now. The blonde-haired semi-immortal shinobi was openly smiling, completely relaxed, while the other blonde-haired semi-immortal was scowling and her body was stiff as a tree. Drink the tea. It looked like the fun and games were over, but Naruto, as annoying as he ever was, decided to play the game a little longer. I'm waiting for it to cool down. But Uzumaki-san, you don't want it to get too cold. I would have to refill it then. What a shame, but I'm not feeling thirsty right now. That cheeky reply is what broke the camel's back. Instead of jumping to her feet as most emotionally angry people would do, she instead sat calmly on her chair that looked more like a throne, and gave him a look that would even make death flinch and turn away. I do not like Uzumaki-san. In fact, I detest you. I loathe you. In terms that even a man as idiotic as you would understand. I hate you. There is but one man whom I hate more, and that is foul creature who turned me into this. I was wondering when you would drop the polite act and just be honest with me. Naruto was unconcerned by the sheer coldness and hate that gave him. He was used to it. I'm an empath, therefore I can feel your emotions, and from you I'm getting hate, anger and such rage. I am surprised you haven't jumped out of your throne to attack me. And you have just a little bit of sorrow, but it's not directed at me. I wonder who. Eva did not widen her eyes, because a creature that was as old as her did not show weakness and surprise to an enemy. She did, however, store that bit of information into her brain. Dealing with empaths were always difficult. You are nothing but a faker, an imitation of what Negi needs. That comment got Naruto's eye to twitch a little. You are not Nagi Springfield. You know who he is. Of course I do, you idiot. He imprisoned me here. Why did he do that? Naruto questioned her. He knew she wasn't going to give him a straight answer, but he definitely did not expect her to blush and look away in embarrassment. Are you stupid? Actually, don't answer that, I already know. He imprisoned me here because I am a monster that even hell didn't want. Naruto knew that was the worst lie he ever heard. The strange thing though, he wondered, why did she lie? He knew she wasn't going to tell him the truth, but there was something else there. Are you drinking blood? He inquired her after realizing that the same source of odor that was covering the room was also in her cup. I am a vampire, you idiot. It is my most recent supply. That sentence got Naruto to raise an eyebrow in bafflement. You didn't kill any of the students, did you? I'm pretty sure that's frowned upon. He didn't look too upset even if it turned out to be true. Sniffing the room once more, he scratched the bridge of his nose in frustration. This room stinks of blood. What the hell happened here? After finishing his sentence he realized where Chachimaru got the skeletons from. Oh my god, is that why Chachimaru-chan had those dogs on a leash? Of course I didn't kill them. Who do you take me for? A several century-year-old vampire, who's killed hundreds and terrorized thousands. Well yeah, I did do that. But I didn't kill these creatures. My oldest servant did that. Hi, you're cute. A little green-haired girl with a steak knife, that had blood dripping from its blade, sat on his shoulder looking at him with adorable childlike eyes, cheerfully said. Master, can I rip out his heart? She said this without ever straying her eyes from him. Perhaps later you can, Chachezero. Ah, no fair. The poor doll pouted, and Naruto wondered if he tore out his own heart and give it to her, would it have made her happy? You are cute maniacal doll, aren't you? Placing his hand on the maniacal doll's head, he started caressing her hair, causing the doll to look at him in confusion. So, you really are older than me, and you know magic that would make me tremble in fear, isn't that right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Of course, but I highly doubt that I would ever have to use that much power to defeat an insect like you. Instead of getting insulted by her comment, he stood up and bowed to the three unique women in the room. Chachimaru, I enjoyed our time together today, and if you ever want help to feed your cats, just say my name. Chachezero, I am positive you meant your threat, so just like everything else in this world, the things you really want won't come that easy. If you want my heart, you're going to have to earn it. He got a bow of acknowledgement from Chachimaru and an insane giggle from the little doll. He turned towards the creature that was older than him. The mistress of the night, a creature with such control over darkness that she is capable of casting shadows over darkness itself. I say to you, your opinion of me doesn't matter. I do not care how you feel about me. It's Negi's choice, my son's choice. It's not yours, it's not even Naji's choice anymore. He gave up his right to be called father when he left his son in the dark of night, freezing to death. There was no smile on Naruto's face, no joy or carefree attitude in his body language. Eva noticed this, but did not care. She was far too upset by this human speech. You listen to me, you arrogant swine. I will not tolerate this ruse any further. You will leave Negi Springfield right now and never darken on his door again. That was the command of a creature that got what they wanted, even if they had to slaughter an entire army to get it. Her reaction didn't make Naruto fear. Instead, he started walking towards the door and gave her a shrug. You see, there you go again, giving me your opinion when I clearly didn't ask for it. Noticing her anger physically and emotionally, Naruto just bent down at eye level. Oh, what are you going to, Loli-chan? Tear off my arms and I will grow new ones. Cut off all my appendages and I will grow new ones. Tear of my head and I'll regenerate it. Rip out my organs and I'll make new ones. I'm a walking donor factory. Burn me until I'm nothing but ash and my body will grow once more. Their foreheads were not touching but their noses were. Are you getting it yet, Eva? You are not the only immortal creature around here anymore. Finishing his sentence, his entire demeanor changed. His face was not set in stone anymore, instead it was soft, and his cold eyes were once again warm with a hint of compassion and understanding within them. I know how lonely it is being by yourself. You can try to fool me with the tough girl act, saying the only reason that you have these two is because you wanted servants, beings that would do your bidding, but the real reason for their creation is because you were afraid of being alone. Looking at the surprised vampire, even if she did not show it, he extended his hand out to her with a face filled with warmth. You and I are going to be on this blue ball for a lot longer than anybody else, and I would like to have a companion after my son dies. What do you say? Eva listened to every word the blonde-haired man had to say. She understood what he was saying and what he subconsciously telling her. She had no reason to be alone anymore. There was someone just like her now. He wasn't a vampire, but they both had lived for centuries and most likely they would live for even longer. Seeing his hand extended like that though, she remembered her own hand extended, begging for the man she loved to take it. He never did, and now looking at this man, a person she hated, and she knew only for a few days. She did the one thing her confused and bitter mind allowed her to do. She slammed the door on his face. I don't need you or your company. All I want is to be free, and if I have to kill you and Negi to do it, then I will. Now leave and never darken my door again, she declared, and with every fiber of her being she refused to cry, just like she did when Nagi refused her hand. Naruto, Despite having a door slammed in his face, remained hopeful, as he always has. Everyone says that to me, Loli-chan. Eventually though, I will get under your skin and inside your heart, and when I'm there, I will pull out the light that you have hidden away, so you would never feel pain again. With that declaration of a promise he intended to keep, he left the scowling and deeply confused vampire behind. Now, let's find this source of sorrow and see if I can do something for it. After watching her sensei leave, Akko sat down at the edge of the pool and dangled her feet inside the water, enjoying the warm sensation on her legs. Looking at the direction her sensei left from, she thought about the story that he told her. She wondered, would she ever be as strong as that woman who saved her son despite her own fears? Noticing her friend swimming over to her, she turned to smile but faltered after seeing the knowing look on her friend's face. So what's the deal with you and Naruto-sensei? Yuna, the resident daddy's girl, teased her friend with a sly look on her face. There's nothing going on between me and sensei. Akko quickly replied with a great deal of red on her cheeks. Oh, it must have been my imagination then when I saw you lean up beside him when he saw me swimming. Yuna asked with a tone of mock contemplation while rubbing her chin. All right, it was all in your head. Akko stuttered, unable to meet her friend's eyes, especially when Yuna got right in her face. You're blushing. You do have a crush on him. Her nose was touching Akko's. If anyone walked by now, they would think they stumbled upon a lesbian couple. No, I don't, Akko protested weakly, barely denying her friend's accusation. She then came up with an idea. If she couldn't deny it, change the subject. You shouldn't be laughing at me. Don't you have a crush on your father? At that declaration, Yuna quickly backpedaled and nodded her head, agreeing with Akko. That's different. I know my father loves me and he would always take of me. Yuna declared proudly, getting a look of shock from her friend. He's your father, that's what he's supposed to do. The medic exclaimed quite loudly, getting the attention of the resident swimmer who was trying to train but unable to do so, with this petty argument continuing. Enough already. Getting out of the pool, revealing a great deal of her mature body that shouldn't be on a 15-year-old girl, she looked down on her friends, which was easy considering she was much taller than them, with a small smile. Stop arguing with each other, we have more important things to worry about. Akira said, smiling, patting Akko on the shoulder with her hand. Our dear Akko-chan just got her heart broken by a boy and now she seeks comfort in the arms, the very strong muscled arms of our hunk of a sensei. She started off solemnly, then her voice was filled with teasing amusement at the end. Akira-san, Akko embarrassingly replied with her head buried in her hands, unable to take her friend's teasing. Yuna was glad to have a supporter in Akira, so she decided to take her teasing to a new level. That's right. You should definitely ask Naruto-sensei out. Yuna said excitedly, completely ignoring that what she just said was heavily frowned upon. What? I can't do that. I barely know him, she shrieked, waving her arms in scandalized manner. Undeterred, Akira still had high hopes for her nervous friend. Well then, get to know him. I saw the two of you walking here. What were the two of you talking about? Akira questioned her friend, wondering what could the shy girl to talk animatedly with their new sensei. Yeah, I saw that too. It looked like you were a couple. Yuna suddenly let out a squeal of girlish excitement. Oh, a forbidden romance between sensei and student. Oh, this is amazing, we have to make that happen. She finished with a whimsical sigh. I think that's what you want, a forbidden love between father and daughter. Akko muttered. Unfortunately, Yuna heard her if the narrowing of her eyes were any indication. What was that? Yuna hissed with a pleasant smile on her face. Nothing, Akko said, waving her arms in front of her face toward of Yuna's glare. I told him that I was training to be a nurse and that I got scared of seeing blood. Naruto-sensei told me a story that would make me more confident in the future. Akko frowned, wondering would she ever be as strong as Naruto-sensei with his convictions. Do you think it worked? Akira's quiet voice broke through Akko's depressing thoughts. I guess I just have to wait and see, Akko suggested, looking at her friends, who despite their good-natured teasing she would never let them down. If I saw the two of you like that woman saw her son, I would help you no matter what. Making eye contact with Akira, she smiled. But I think it worked. Akira flashed her smile filled with faith while Yuna nearly splashed her with water. Awesome, now take of your clothes and go for a swim. Yuna suggested, waving her left arm to emphasize the pool that before her. It's too late to go swimming, If anything, you two should get out of the pool and get some sleep. Tomorrow we have PE and that means dodgeball. I guess you're right, Yuna muttered despondently, shaking her head from side to side. She hesitated briefly before squashing that hesitation. Akko-san. She got her friend's attention with her voice firm and strong. Yes, Akko questioned, wondering what happened to her fun-loving daddy-worshipping friend when she was wearing a face that looked like it was set in stone. You shouldn't be ashamed of your body. I mean, look at Naruto-sensei. He has a scar too, but he's not ashamed of it. Maybe in time, after spending a few days with him, he'll tell you why he isn't bothered when people look at him. Yuna said reassuringly before grabbing her towel alongside Akira, leaving Akko with a small smile of gratitude on her face. If Negi was like his father in any way, he would have understood why Ayaka was upset. He did realize he was a lot like his father. That's why he took a step back from the red-face, angry blonde-hair girl. What is the meaning of this? What is an uncouth girl like you drinking tea with our amazing sensei, you orange-hair monkey? Ayaka shouted at Asuna with the air of a dignified and noble manner, if that was even possible. What did you call me, you boy-humping spoiled princess? Asuna replied with the same tone of voice minus the nobility and dignity. You heard me, monkey, or maybe you're gone deaf. My god, an orange-haired deaf monkey. We should put you in the freak show section of the carnival. The class president replied in a haughty manner, putting her nose up in the air, giving her the look that somewhat implied Asuna was beneath her. Why you? Asuna hissed, clenching her fists so tightly that you could make out the white of her bones through her skin. She took a step forward that Ayaka mirrored as well. Both their eyes were filled with anger that begged to be released. Before they could begin their retribution towards each other, Negi made himself known by getting in the middle of them. Asuna-san, Ayaka-san, please stop fighting. Negi pleaded with both girls calmly. Turning towards the class president, he grabbed her hand firmly, completely missing the blush on the girl's hand. Ayaka-san, I was teaching Asuna-san, but she ran into a spot of trouble, so I decided we stop for a few minutes and have a cup of tea outside to relax. He finished with a smile, patting Ayaka's hand reassuringly. This hand contact, however, got the blonde-haired girl to squeal. Quick as a whip, she grabbed hold of Negi's head and buried his head into her cleavage, causing him to cry out in protest and getting Asuna to squawk in indignation. Oh, Negi-sensei, you're such an amazing young boy. Helping a girl with the mind and manners of a monkey, and even when she shows signs of her rudeness and uncouth behavior, you refuse to give up on her. Truly, you are a godsend. You bring hope to those that don't deserve it, or too slow to understand it. She squealed, shaking the boy from left to right with great speed while said boy was still buried within her breasts. Listen, you arrogant snob, let go of Negi right now, or so help me I will make you. She took a step forwards with threatening intent, which just got Ayaka to wink devilishly at her. Oh, I think I want to see you try. The two girls were merely inches away from each other and only seconds from ripping each other's throats out, so Negi decided to intervene. Girls, please, there's no need for senseless violence. Negi, isn't all violence senseless? Asuna actually seemed surprised that she said something so profound. That's a good point, but this situation is particularly senseless, Negi declared, looking proudly at Asuna, which got her to look away in embarrassment. He noticed Ayaka was staring at the orange-haired girl in shock. It was a pleasure to converse with you, Ayaka-san, but Asuna-san and I must return to our dorm room and continue our studies. Negi told her gently, hoping she would leave so he could help the person he actually liked spending time with. Sadly, Ayaka did not get the message. I shall accompany you on your way there. I find it intolerable that my sensei, such an incredible boy, has to traverse with such a monkey. She passionately said while bringing her hand to her breast. Thank you, Akaya-san, for your words, but truly there is no need. I insist. Taking Negi's arm with her own, she started walking away with her teacher in tow. It took a few seconds for Asuna to respond, and when she did, she chased after them, yelling all the while. Meanwhile, in a location that could be only described as several yards away, they're lying in wait, hiding behind the bushes with the grace of a gazelle or some type of graceful animal, were the library trio. Are those two on a date? Haruna squealed quietly. How she did this only she could tell you. This of course was Haruna, mind set towards the many things she saw or did. She has a one-track mind. You're being ridiculous. Being quite similar with Haruna antics, this was Yu's natural response to her friend's suggestions. Am I? The last time we saw Negi he was helping Asuna with her schoolwork, her being the red idiot she needs a lot of help. You nodded at that comment. Asuna was a good person, but intelligent and wisdom, not so much. Now the two of them are being all lovey-dovey with each other. Come on Usama, you saw the two of them holding hands, smiling warmly at each other, that has to mean something. She finished with an excited whisper, not wanting the romantic scene in front of her to stop. That is not a sufficient amount of evidence, Peru, she gently chided her friend, getting Haruna to deflate. That could just mean that they have reached a deeper emotional friendship with each other. There was that pesky logic that you always used to make Haruna feel like an idiot. The glasses-wearing pervert hoped you would one day forget that she had logic and just go with her plans that were not insane, just exciting. Friendship won't sell. What I need is that sexy sensei of ours. She panted while steaming her own glasses. I bet I would make a killing in my doujinshi if I had him in it. She cackled maliciously. Maybe I will even show him some of my sketches. Please don't. I can already tell where that conversation would go. You commented blandly while sipping her juice box. Ah, you don't think Naruto-sensei won't like my drawings, do you? Haruna pouted at hearing her friend's suggestion. Naruto-sensei saw all the girls of 2A in their birthday suits and some of us only clad in towels, and he didn't even blush or stammer, you said with a small bits of pink on her cheeks at the thought of her sensei seeing her naked. I believe it will take far more than just bare flesh to make him recoil. I don't think your doujinshi would even do that, Peru. You said evenly, knowing full what her friends written and drew. That's exactly what I want him for. He doesn't blush, he didn't look away, and I might even convince to teach us the sex ed class that the other senseis won't teach us. Haruna pouted, unable to believe her teachers wouldn't teach her about the fun parts of being an adult. I believe that several of us will not be able to participate in that class without blushing, giggling or fainting in the middle of it. You said, coming to the defense of her teachers, knowing full well what would happen. Oh come on Usama, we're not little girls, besides who would faint when the word sex got brought up? Haruna questioned rhetorically. In response to her question, you simply pointed at her unconscious friend, who had a small dribble of blood running down her nose. What got Yu's attention was the small smile on the girl's face. Nodoka looked absolutely adorable. How about our dear friend Nodoka, who's lying face down on the grass? How did I miss that? The writer mused while rubbing her chin. Yu gave Haruna a dry look that was even drier than the usual look on her face. It might have been your talk about sex. You knew full well why her friend was talking about sex. Or what you really thinking about. Most likely you were having inappropriate thoughts about Naruto-sensei. Maybe, Haruna said in a sing-song tone of voice. She couldn't help it though. She was a huge fan of the Ika Ika series, and now the creator was her sensei. God must have really liked her if she granted her the wish of a lifetime. Come on. Let's wake up Nodoka so we can return these books back to the library. You said, turning her friend so she could lie on her back instead of her face. Haruna instantly disagreed. No, I want to follow the romantic love story. Please Usama, even Ayaka is following them now. Please, pretty please, with a cherry on top. Haruna pleaded with tears building around her eyes. Yu relented to her friend's request. Fine, you know, I spoil you too much. Yu gave a small smile at her friend's antics. Good, grab her legs and I'll get her arms, Yu whispered to get her friend's attention. Peru. After several seconds of silence, she turned around to get Haruna's attention, only for her eyes to widen when she saw Haruna chase after the trio. Hey Haruna, oh you have got to be kidding me. Haruna, get back here, she shouted, hoping not to get the attention of her sensei. Instead she got Haruna to wave at her, signaling her to hurry up. So with a great deal of unexpected strength she picked up the bag of books with one hand and she picked up her other friend with the other, and she carried them both. She was catching up to Haruna, who was about to get a tongue lashing from her for leaving her friends. Several feet away from the library trio was the resident Kunoichi, who needed permission from her sensei to get training from her other sensei. Kaide, seeing them chase Negi, gave a small giggle at the weirdness of the situation. I smell a big misunderstanding brewing. Oh well, more fun for me, she cheerfully stated, sneaking after them. After the door slammed on his face, Naruto wondered for a short while, was this what the Mormons had to deal with on a regular basis? Naruto for several decades thought he would never encounter a being older than himself. Once in a while he would take a small amount of morbid amusement at calling himself the oldest man on the planet. Now though, he knew for a fact that not only was there someone older than him, she was also mortality challenged just like him. Of course the one being he had a chance of being with forever didn't want anything to do with him and said so herself. Most people would be discouraged at her callous actions. Naruto was most certainly not like most people. After all, he spent 16 years of his life to get people to acknowledge him. Nobody ever liked him when they first met him, but somewhere along the while they would start to like him. Few even fell in love with him. For Kurama's sake, even after 200 years of living, that line of thought was still going on. Even his son didn't want anything to do with him, and now Negi and he were inseparable. Thinking about his son gave him another thought. Loli-chan obviously knew who he was, and she definitely knew Nagi Springfield. She was imprisoned by him after all, but even after years of imprisonment she still had feeling for him. Naruto absolutely knew that after she told him to leave Negi, saying that he could never take Nagi's place. So Eva had huge praises for Negi's father, even after he imprisoned her here. It was like Stockholm Syndrome. Dear God, it was like Kurama liking Minato Namikaze for sealing him within Naruto. Loli-chan threatened to kill Negi. That got the blonde hair, semi-immortal's attention. Nowadays if people threatened Naruto he would just shake his head and laugh. So this was the reason why Naruto was Negi's assistant, because Eva would eventually take his life. But why? She obviously cared about Nagi and his son Negi's well-being. What with her telling Naruto to leave Negi's life? I'm not an assistant. I'm a bodyguard, in case Eva attacks my son. Naruto said, leaving the outskirts of the ancient vampire's cottage. I finally found someone who can live as long as I can, and she wants to kill me. What is it with my life? He muttered with a small smile on his face. Feeling the source of loneliness right in front of him, he sighed loudly and decided to take an affirmative action. Sensing no one around the area, he slammed his hand on the ground, releasing a great deal of yang chakra, or just physical energy, coating the ground and all of its inhabitants with golden energy. The golden energy wrapped itself around an intangibly object, thus giving it a form which caused Naruto to blink repeatedly. No way. Naruto emphasized each word he said, unable to believe what he was seeing. It had been several years since he felt this amount of disbelief enter his system. Ghosts are real? No way. There's no bloody way. He shook his disbelieving with eyes wide in shock and awe. I mean, yeah, they are tailed beasts, vampires, wizards and demons, but ghosts. Suddenly a thought entered his mind that his inner child would have. If I was younger I would be freaking out right now. He remembered having a fear of ghosts when he was younger, but that fear went the second he saw the 10 tails at full power. Sayo was deeply confused today. Ever since she left the classroom she could have sworn that her new teacher was following her, but that was impossible. Nobody could see her. She was alone for over 60 years and no one ever interacted with her, so she did what she always did when she was feeling lonely. She floated over the campus of Mahora Academy, seeing as she didn't have legs. She was even more confused when she saw her blonde-hair sensei enter a building she just left. After several minutes she spotted him leaving a cottage that she couldn't enter no matter how hard she tried. She watched him blow out a sigh and slam his hand on the ground. She audibly eeped when she saw the ground covered in a golden light. She squealed when she felt the golden energy wrap itself around her. She blushed in mortification when she heard what her sensei just said, but that action disappeared in an instant when she realized just what he had said, and for the first time in decades she felt hope blossom within her heart. Hello, Sayo said quietly, hoping against hope that she could be seen. Naruto watched in fascination that his chakra was actually turning the semi-translucent ghost into a golden form. The girl was wearing an old-fashioned uniform that was blue. She had snow-white hair and red eyes. Oh God, she's shy. Ghosts aren't supposed to be like that. Sensei, can you see me? There was a quiver in Sayo's voice, and the amount of hope Naruto felt within her emotions were stronger than anything he ever felt before. So he answered her immediately. Yeah, I can see you. Offering her a small grin, he nodded his head. With that comment, Sayo floated towards him as fast she could go. She ended up crashing into him, causing Naruto to instinctively wrap his hands around and pull her deeper into his chest. After several seconds of silence and a few cases of sniffles, Naruto had to ask. Who are you? He questioned her, hoping she would stop wiping her tears and snot on his jacket. She looked up at him from his chest with the widest smile Naruto had even seen on a face, with a look of sheer adoration emanating from her eyes. "My name is Sao Isaka, it's nice to meet you, sensei," she chirped, not letting go of Naruto or backing away in the slightest. "Sensei," Naruto said hesitantly, "you're a student here." Naruto pulled out the roll book that contained a list of names from all of his students. His search didn't last long when he realized just what her number was. "Of course I'm your student." She seemed proud of that fact, and she seemed quite content while being held in his hands until she realized just what he did. "Wah, how did you that?" she questioned him when she saw him pull the roll book out of thin air. "Holy ramen, of all that is tasty and delicious, I have a ghost as a student. What's with my class, they're all so varied." He noticed a small note attached at her name. "Sao Isaka. Don't replace her seat." Yeah, I can see why. The dean and Takamichi were going to get an earful for not telling Naruto that he had a ghost as a student. "So, you're the source of the loneliness and sorrow that I've been sensing all day," Naruto summarized. Of course she would be lonely, nobody could see her or talk to her. Sao was a lot like Naruto in regards of having a lonely childhood. "Lonely? Sorrow? I have no idea what you're talking about, sensei, I'm not sad." Sao then proceeded to give him the fakest smile in the history of ever. He grabbed her by the shoulders and gave her a serious look. "Sao-chan, I hate people who lie to themselves." She stopped smiling that fake smile of hers and started crying once more into Naruto's chest, this time out of sorrow and not relief. He massaged her back and rubbed her hair when she continued crying. "Shish, it's okay. How long have you been by yourself?" he whispered in her ear. "I have been by myself for 60 years. That comment got Naruto to clench his teeth in anger at the thought of another person living a life just like he endured. He didn't let his anger consume him though, because Sao needed reassurance more than anger. 60 years, he whispered, barely believing that this ghost had endured that type of loneliness for so long. "I nearly turned into a monster because of my loneliness, and that was only for a few years." He looked at the fragile girl he was holding in his hands with a mixture of awe and admiration. "You're a very strong girl, Sao-chan, for enduring and persevering the way you did." "You think so?" she questioned him hesitantly, unable to look at him when he was looking at her with such strong eyes. She felt warmth throughout her entire body when he stared at her like that, and she knew it wasn't because of the golden energy surrounding her like a cocoon. "I know so," he replied to her while caressing her cheek and turning her jaw to look at him. The two of them just stood there for several seconds holding each other, both of them for different reasons. Sao did not want to lose the joy and warmth she felt, and Naruto didn't let her go because he couldn't believe just how strong this girl was for enduring everything she experienced. After letting out an audible sigh of contentment that got Naruto to raise an eyebrow at her, she blushed and took a step backwards, but she was still holding his hand. "Sensei, how can you see me?" Sao questioned her ghost, seeing Sensei. She didn't really care for the specifics because she was too busy appreciating the fact that she had someone in her life that could see her. "Sao-chan," Naruto spoke slowly while rubbing her hand with his thumb. "I know you have been alone for 6 decades, but do you not see the golden energy wrapping around us?" She must have been so excited that she had someone in her life that could see her that she didn't question the golden light show that was going on. "Yeah, it's so beautiful." She marveled at the golden light that was surrounding the two of them in the area that they were in. "Why, thank you." Naruto seemed pleased that his talents were appreciated. "To answer your question, this allows me to see you. I don't know the mechanics behind it because I have never seen a ghost before, but hey, first time for everything," Naruto said to himself more than he said to her. Do you think we can be friends?" Sao looked so hopeful that if he said something negative it would crush the poor girl's hopes and dreams. So Naruto put this as delicately as he could. "Sao-chan," he said with a light-hearted grin on his face while taking both her arms onto his own. "I made it a point in my life to never become friends with people I pity. I would be nice to them, sure, but I would never become friends with a weakling. It does sound cruel of me, I know, but if you don't have the strength to walk on your own 2 feet, then you don't deserve to walk with another." He looked down at her with a look of warmth and amazement. "But you, who have suffered for 60 years, a young woman who has been trapped in a school filled with nothing but sorrow, despair, and all you had left was just a tiny flame of hope that refused to be snuffed out. Yet here she is unbroken and still filled with hope. You are such a tough girl for enduring everything you went through. He told her gently with steel in his words while pulling her into a hug. You are an amazing human being. Naruto said in a tone of voice that if anyone disagreed with him he would just pity them for not seeing what he saw. I would love to be your friend Sayo-chan. With that declaration the girl started crying into his chest for a third time and Naruto was not going to complain. Suddenly he felt like Iruka-sensei when Naruto cried on him when Mizuki told him the truth of his status. Walking around the campus was quite calming for Naruto, just like the days when he walked around the village after the Fourth Shinobi War. This time though he had a companion to do it with. Although she didn't walk with him, instead she floated next to him. Not that Naruto minded, he wasn't going to complain about that. After several minutes of traveling and talking with each other, they both came to an unexpected sight. One of the students of 2A was fighting quite a number of men and beating the living hell out of them. Does that happen regularly, Sayo-chan? He questioned his friend who was here a lot longer than him. Usually, she nodded proudly at the sight. Ku Fei is a renowned fight and several students from all over the campus go to challenge her. She always wins though. She even said that she would kiss the first man that would ever beat her. She has a thing for strong men. Naruto jerked at that thought, but that wasn't the real issue here. The real issue was that Sayo seemed to know all this stuff and that could only mean one thing. Sayo-chan, I understand that when you're invisible you have a lot of free time on your hands. Please tell me, did you ever eavesdrop on these people? He questioned her while walking past the scene that involved a girl that one day might become interested in him if she ever saw him fight. Maybe, Sayo said hesitantly. She sounded ashamed of herself for being an eavesdropper. Naruto, sensing her emotions, decided to reassure her. I'm not mad, Sayo-chan. I could never hate you. Naruto could never hate his friends no matter what they did. He could get angry at them and want to beat the carp out of them, but he could never hate them. So that means you have dirt on everyone. She nodded her head slowly, wondering where Naruto was going with this. Oh god, if Kazumi-chan ever finds out about you she would faint. Why, is she afraid of ghosts? Not from fear but from sheer joy, Sayo-chan. She's a reporter. If she ever finds out about you she will never leave you alone. That's a good thing though, right? Well, getting more friends for you is always a good thing. I should actually introduce you to my son. If he's anything like me he'll like you too. You like me? It was amazing sight to see. A ghost blushing, a creature that did not have blood in her body and yet she was still capable of blushing. It was situations like this that made Naruto just wave his hand so he could get rid of logic. Of course I do. Hell, I even admire you putting up with everything in your life and coming out strong at the end of it. Who in their right mind wouldn't admire you? Seeing as he was looking at Sayo, he didn't see the girl he crashed into, but he absolutely felt it. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me help you. He got on one knee and started helping the red hair, glasses wearing girl who went into a blushing mess of embarrassment from him touching her bags. And no, that's fine, I don't need help. She quickly protested, hoping he wouldn't see what was in her bag. She looked up to smile at him only to stare in shock that he was holding her black wig and Sailor Moon outfit. This was not good for Chisame. If her sensei told anyone about this the rest of the girls would misunderstand it and blow it out of proportions. You like to dress up for your boyfriend? Naruto questioned the poor red-faced girl who looked very much like she was about to combust. Is he into role-playing, or maybe you? Naruto just shook his head in mock disappointment. My god, the age of dating is getting younger and younger, isn't it, Sayo-chan? He turned his head towards his ghost friend. Chisame just looked at him like he was an idiot. There's no one there, sensei. She spoke slowly, hoping her sensei wasn't a violent crazy man. Of course there is. Sayo-chan is here. Shame on you, you're hurting her feelings. Say hello to the rude girl, Sayo-chan. Chisame looked on in shock while Sayo just giggled. Hello Chisame-san, you're looking pretty as always. Sayo curtsied at the confused-looking girl. She said, hello Chisame-san, you're looking pretty as always. I agree, Sayo-chan. Chisame-chan is cute, but you are much cuter. Naruto teased his new ghost friend. Sensei, don't say things like that out loud, someone might hear you. I don't have a boyfriend, and give me that back, they're mine, so mind your own business. Chisame quickly got over her shock and hissed at him, snatching the bags out of Naruto's hands. And tell no one about this. She finished, hoping her sensei wouldn't tell the girls about this encounter. What crawled up your ass and died? He said to her after she turned and began to walk away. She immediately turned around and stomped back towards him. What did you say? She hissed at him, but Naruto felt her main emotion was fear and not anger. She's feeling afraid. Why? Is it of me or something else? Naruto saw the anger on her face as clear as day, but what got his attention was the fidgeting of her hands holding her bags. Is she afraid that I saw her clothes? Listen, wannabe Naru, I honestly don't care enough about you to even think about caring about your life, so rest assured I'm not going to tell anyone about your interesting hobbies, K. He said sweetly and began walking away with Sayo floating beside him. He missed the look of relief that washed over Chisumi's face, but he felt through her emotions. That was kind of mean, sensei. Sayo gently rebuked him. I'm over 200 years old, Sayo-chan. I only care about the people in my life who I actually care about. You know, people like you. Thank you. She felt even more reassured now than ever, but what he just said about his age got her attention. Wait, if you're over 200 years old, that means you can be with me for even longer than a normal human, right? If she had feet, this would be the part where she would be jumping up and down. Naruto just opened his eyes wider at what she just said. I didn't even think of that, although I am going to have figure out how to get you to being able to leave this school when we're finished here. I can't wait. I have to go now. Goodbye, sensei. She said when Naruto began walking away. Oh my god, he's a freaking weirdo. What the hell did I ever do to piss off God this much? First he puts me into a class filled with weirdos, then to add insult to injuries he gives me a 10-year-old brat and a freak who talks to his imaginary friends and claims to be over 200 years old. When will I finally be out of this school? After leaving the cosplaying girl to her own devices, Naruto and Sayo journey throughout the entire school before arriving at a scene that got Naruto to widen his eyes and Sayo back up in fear. A dark-skinned girl with silver hair and golden eyes was performing acrobats that got Naruto to whistle in appreciation. The girl turned towards but gave them no indication that she heard Naruto whistle. A bird landed on her shoulder while she sat down on the grass. I'm actually scared of her, sensei. Who? That girl over there juggling. Don't be like that, Sayo-chan. Who knows, she might be lonely too. That's reason enough for me to go over. He walked over to the girl with a slightly hesitant ghost to follow him. Hi there, I'm your sensei Naruto Uzumaki, and the ghost floating beside me because she doesn't have legs for some reason is Sayo-chan. After several seconds of looking at her, he knew he saw her face before. It was the face of his student Zazie Rainy Day. Quote, quote. Okay. Is there a reason why you like juggling so much? Naruto was not undeterred because he saw this type of behavior before from his friend Gaara. Quote, quote. Zazie just looked at them. Quote, quote. Naruto looked back. Quote, quote. Sayo just looked lost at looking at both of them. Sensei, I'm scared. You don't mind if we sit here? Naruto gestured at the ground beside her. Quote, quote. Zazie replied. Thank you. Sayo-chan, please relax. Zazie-chan is a good girl, quiet but good. He nodded at the silver-hair girl, who did nothing but stare at him. She didn't even blink. Instead of sitting, he took a stance that was the spitting image of his old sage training. Sensei, what are you doing? Sayo questioned her sensei, looking at him. Meditating. That was his simple reply. After several minutes of meditating for Naruto, several minutes of content for Zazie, and several minutes of awkward silence for Sayo, Naruto got up and bowed towards the acrobatic girl. Thank you for allowing us to spend time with you, Zazie-chan. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Quote, quote. Wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Quote, quote. Well, that was fun, Naruto said to himself after leaving the golden eye girl. Sensei, did you understand what she was saying? Not a single word. Then why were you so relaxed around her? Sayo looked absolutely confused at the thought of being relaxed around a person you couldn't understand. Sayo-chan, you don't need to speak to someone to understand them or even like them, you just do it. It's as simple as that. With that statement they continued transversing the school until a sudden thought entered Naruto's mind. I wonder how Negi's doing. Negi, to contrary belief, was not doing fine. He was doing something that several men loathed. He was shopping with teenage girls. Now Negi did not hate shopping. He shopped for himself, with his father, and several times with Nikane and Anya. He didn't hate it those times because he was shopping for things that he wanted. this time though he had to help the class president. "Negi-sensei, how do I look?" There she was again, asking for his permission like he actually cared. He might have been a gentleman but he was also a 10-year-old boy and even he had his limits. So he stopped caring and started lying. What would dad say in a situation like this? "Son, if you ever go clothes shopping with a woman, always, and I can't stress that would enough, always compliment them. You look absolutely beautiful, like a royal queen," Negi said after seeing what Ayaka was wearing. She wore a white dress that looked more like a wedding dress than anything else. "Oh Negi-sensei," the class president swooned. "Your words fill me with a warmth that I never thought possible. Please never let go of me." She purposely fell into his arms. Him being a gentleman, he caught her. "More like a royal pain in my ass," Asuna muttered from looking at the clothes rack next to the dressing room. Ayaka smirked at the bell-wearing girl, looking at her upside down from being held in Negi's arms. "Oh my, is the loud monkey jealous that Negi-sensei called me beautiful?" Ayaka teased Asuna with a sly tone. That sly tone always annoyed Asuna and this time was no exception. She threw the clothes hanger at the class president, hitting her right in the forehead. "His father actually likes me, unlike you, Shotacon, who is more likely to show him the inner workings of your bedroom." "Why you?" Ayaka picked herself up and began stomping over towards Asuna, mirroring her actions. The orange-haired girl did the same. Like before, Negi got in between both girls, hoping to stop the fight. Instead of being able to stop the fight, both Asuna and Ayaka's hair touched Negi's nose, which got him to respond in the way he always did. Achoo! The resulting sneeze unleashed a great deal of wind magic which ripped the clothes of both girls, leaving them bare as the day they were born. The sheer shock of being naked caused both girls to fall onto the floor. They accidentally caught Negi's hand, which pulled him down first. Negi landed on his back, scratching the back of his head to get rid of the slight pain. He opened his eyes only to see something he shouldn't have seen until he was a teenager.
Asuna was straddling his face. Both her legs were on each side of his head and she was very aware of what Negi was looking at. Ayaka, while in a comprising position, was nowhere near as comprising as Asuna was. She was straddling his left arm with both legs clenched around his arm. "Kya!" Both girls screamed, blushing all the while. "Don't look."
"Yeah, I'm sure Negi is doing a-okay," Naruto said confidently, knowing his son wouldn't be in any real trouble. Speaking of trouble, one of his students might be in a troubling situation. He didn't need to look at the roll book because he would never forget such a distinct bust size. Chizuru Naba looked like she was walking from somewhere and she was heading back to class before she walked into a situation she wouldn't be able to handle. It was strange though, this man was holding a knife to her, and she seemed content and in control of the situation. "Hey baby, I'm looking for a good time and I want you to show me one." The young man who held a knife at Chizuru had curly blue hair, gray eyes, and he was wearing white jacket, a black shirt and blue jeans. "No thank you," the girl with the biggest bust size of all the girls in 2A pleasantly said, fully aware of his intentions. "And if you ask me again I will have to direct all your questions to the nearest wall." The pleasant smile on her face was sending bad vibes down Naruto's spine. On the other hand, the blue-hair man didn't seem to have any self-preservation skills. "Oh, a smart ass, I'll show you what I'm made of." Stepping forward, he put the knife he was holding towards her throat while his other hand grabbed her left hand and pushed back against a wall. "Nobody talks to me like that way, especially a woman that's only good for one thing," he snarled at her. In response, Chizuru kept her pleasant smile on her face, but it felt different. It felt like the wall that she was being pushed against created from a pure darkness, and black tendrils were lashing out and hissing like angry snakes. Lifting her impressive bust with her remaining hand, that distracted the blue-hair man for just enough time, so Chizuru could do what she had to do. She bit down on the hand that held the knife and with her remaining hand grabbed hold of his left. She twisted her body so she could be behind him. Afterwards she caught the back of his head and slammed his face repeatedly into the wall, knocking him unconscious. She then picked him up and dumped him in a trash can, slamming the lid on his head so he could fit. Her smile did not fade an inch during the whole confrontation. "Okay. Wasn't expecting that," Naruto said aloud, getting his student's attention. At least she wasn't the damsel in distress type of girl. "Ah, Chizuru-chan, what's up?" Naruto said awkwardly at the still smiling girl, who didn't show the slightest bit of exertion after what she did. The bustiest girl just giggled at his confused face. My, Naruto-sensei, how are you enjoying yourself so far at Mahora Academy? She innocently questioned him with the air of a mature woman. I can't complain, the people here are actually interesting. He gave her a pointed look that just caused the girl to wink at him. So are we going to forget about the guy that is currently in the trash can that belongs to Oscar the Grouch? I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto-sensei. She replied nonchalantly with a wave of her hand, dismissing his question like it was nothing. That guy right there, bleeding. Naruto pointed at the man she just kicked the crap out of a few seconds ago. Nope, I can't see who you're referring to, sensei. She didn't even turn to look at what he was pointing at. Right, Naruto drawled, smiling at the sheer slyness of the young woman. She took a step towards him to get his attention. Naruto-sensei, I was wondering if you have some free time, could you help me take care of several children at the daycare? They began walking in line with each other while the invisible girl was looking at Chizuru in silent awe. I'm sure someone like you has stories detailing wild adventures. I'm certain the kids will love them. You want me to tell a bunch of impressionable children about my adventures? Naruto spoke slowly, wondering if this girl was insane, and then realized this girl didn't know anything about him. Yes, why wouldn't I? She looked up at him with confusion in her eyes. Oh, no reason, I was just curious, Naruto said innocently, which got Chizuru to narrow her eyes at him. I am going to freak the shit out of those kids, Naruto thought wickedly. After the shopping incident, the trio walked out of the clothing store. They most certainly did not get thrown out by the security for molesting their 10-year-old sensei. Which they didn't, but looked so very much like it. The trio were walking several steps away from the store before they heard malicious laughter behind them. To the shock of two students and the confusion of one sensei, they saw Haruna laughing like a madwoman while the other two members of the library trio were blushing up a storm of epic proportions. Then, to the shock of everyone there, Kaede stepped out of her hiding place giggling like she never encountered a moment as ridiculous as this. My god, the twins are going to love this. Kaede-san, when did you get here? She questioned the taller girl until she realized there were several of her fellow students here as well. As a matter of fact, when did you get here? We weren't stalking you, we were shopping for new clothes. Haruna quickly said, unable to face the full wrath of the class president's glare. I never said anything about stalking. Ayaka hissed like a snake, which caused Haruna to recoil and sweat. Oh, I didn't mean stalking, I meant. She hesitated when trying to finish her sentence. Lucky for her, Kaede came to her rescue. Following you without you knowing about it, Kaede said smoothly, and Haruna jumped on it like a lifeline. Yes, following you without you knowing about it, Haruna cheerfully said until she noticed the class president's glare get stronger. She realized just what she said. Damn it, Kaede-san, she yelled at the kunoichi, who just started laughing uproariously. I can't believe you followed us, I mean seriously girls, what the hell? Asuna yelled at the girls who were looking at their feet. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Asuna-san. Ayaka said, looking quite ill after saying such a horrendous line. You do. Are you feeling all right? Asuna said while looking quite concerned after what her rival just said. Maybe she has a cold, Haruna supplied until her tone became more of a teasing quality. Wearing no clothes will do that to a person. She finished, wickedly enjoying the pale forms of the two girls. You saw, the blonde and orange hair girls said at the same time. We saw, all of us saw. Putting a hand on her chin, looking at both of them through her eyelashes, she smiled at both of them coyly. The two people I would never have thought about being in a threesome together, I mean that's going to be some angry sex right there. Haruna said, immensely enjoying the two blushing girls in front of her just a little too much. Negi-sensei, can I speak privately with you? Kaede questioned with utter seriousness. Her sensei nodded and both of them began backing away from the rest of the girls. I wouldn't want the others to hear this. Negi smiled at the girl's concern for her fellow students. What can I do for you, Kaede-san? Negi said pleasantly. At this, Kaede took a deep breath. Can I train with you? Your father said he would train me if I got your permission. Negi might have had several qualities that a grown man has, but even he had a few similarities to 10-year-olds everywhere. He did not want to share his father with another person. He did feel happy that his dad would only allow it if he was fine with it. Thinking for a few seconds, Negi came to a conclusion. he would rise above this petty anger he was feeling right now and make one of his students happy, because that's what a good person does. That's what his father would do. Okay. Kaide was about to bounce in joy before Negi raised his hand to stall her celebration. But you better prepare yourself, because the training he will put you through you're going to instantly regret it if you don't have a goal to reach for. I'm not scared. Seeing the small knowing smirk on his face though, she suddenly didn't feel as brave as she did a few seconds ago. You will be, oh you will be. Negi said knowing full well with what was going to happen to Kaide's confidence. Thank you for escorting me sensei. Chizuru said with a soft smile on her face with her arm linked through Naruto's. Feeling a tug on his remaining arm he turned towards the ghost girl who was linking her arm with his own. Sayo was shooting jealous looks at Chizuru after they both left the curly blue hair man in the trash can. You're welcome, Madonna, Naruto said with an Italian accent bending down to lay a kiss on the girl's hand. He felt a brief moment of joy from Chizuru and anger from Sayo. Such a gentleman, and I thought chivalry was dead, she said while leaning on him putting her hand on his chest. Naruto would have responded but his attention was diverted by the sounds of familiarity. Naruto-sensei, Ayaka said with a tone of surprise. Naruto, Bell-chan shouted with a tone of outrage. Dad, Negi exclaimed gleefully coming to his side instantly, he didn't even notice that he passed through Sayo. Patting his son on his shoulder he turned towards the Naruto completely missing the look of admiration Chizuru sent him. Hello Bell-chan, girl that I have yet to come up with a nickname for, looking at his son but hearing Bell-chan's giggle and Ayala's squawk of indignation. So son, how was your day after I left? He asked his son feeling like he didn't see him for days. Negi just rolled his eyes, Asuna and Ayaka blushed, and Naruto knew instantly at what happened. Well, it was unexpected, and by that I mean totally expected. Negi said in a resigned tone of voice. He would have felt embarrassed or ashamed that he stripped both of his students naked, but he felt too tired to care at the moment. One of you got stripped naked, didn't you? Naruto asked rhetorically, knowing full well with what happens to his son and any girl that was with him. Seeing his students frozen in embarrassment he clapped his hands together loudly to get their attention. All right, it's time for the three of you to go back to your dorm rooms. Ayaka and Chizuru bowed towards him. Each of them walked into the room without giving them each a hug. Ayaka gave one to Negi and Chizuru gave one to Naruto. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto whispered to Sayo who was looking slightly afraid of being alone. He gave her a reassuring squeeze on her hand that caused her to smile back at him. Naruto left Negi in Asuna's care while he walked back to his dorm room. The next morning before the sun had even been raised, Naruto was lying in bed with the beautiful counselor Shizuna Minamoto. She was pressed firmly against him. Her head was resting on his chest, her breasts pressed against his bare torso. One of her arms were thrown across his body while the other was palming his chest and one of her legs were leisurely stretched across his own. It didn't take a genius to realize what they were doing. Closing his eyes and letting out a sigh of contentment, deeply enjoying the warmth that was coursing through his body. His left arm was above his head resting on her pillow, while his right arm was currently massaging her derriere, getting a soft from the woman he was sharing a bed with. With half-lidded eyes Shizuna leaned her face to his and gave him a soft, sensual kiss. Reciprocating her action, Naruto moved his left hand and ran his fingers through her long hair while his right hand kept massaging her backside. After several seconds Naruto gently pushed her away so he could get up. Shizuna released a small whine at the loss of contact, getting Naruto to chuckle softly. Come back to bed Naruto-kun. She groaned, hoping she would experience the warmth that Naruto excluded once more. Shaking his head negatively, getting the counselor to pout, which was just lowering Naruto's resolve. A pout was supposed to show disappointment or even sadness, and yet she could make it look incredible sexy. So unfair. I can't. This is usually the time I train Negi. Naruto said, knowing full well that he had responsibilities that he could not ignore, even if there was an unbelievably hot woman lying right in front of him. It was so tempting though. Sliding out of bed, Naruto walked across the room picking up his discarded clothes. He was also well aware that Shizuna's eyes were on him. Noticing that their roommate did not return, he turned towards the bustiest woman on campus with a curious gaze. Where is Tuko-chan? Naruto questioned the now coy, smiling woman. Tuko was usually serious and stoic, but behind closed doors she was quite the vicious little minx, and Naruto appreciated that. "She's staying at her boyfriend's tonight," Shizuna said, her voice muffled because she was laying her face right into the pillow. Naruto blinked. He then rearranged his ninja headband on his left arm and blinked again. "Boyfriend," Naruto whispered, getting the attention of the top-heavy woman, who was now looking at him with an inquisitive stare. "Oh, I didn't tell you, did I?" she said, scratching her cheek with her index finger. "She's been seeing this young man for the last few days. She thinks it could be serious, you know, he might be the one," she said with obvious amusement in her tone. She pulled the blankets towards herself and began wrapping them around, much like a caterpillar would do with a cocoon. "So," Naruto drawled with slow pronunciation. "No more kinky threesomes?" Naruto innocently asked with a raised eyebrow, getting a soft laugh from the woman that was lying casually inside the bed. "Afraid not. You're not jealous, are you?" Shizuna questioned, wondering if he would feel jealous or completely indifferent to her actions. She was curious about the man in front of her. She knew who he was and what he could do, and it was just maddening for her and Tuko. He didn't want to be in a relationship, and given how old he was and how he could live well after they would both die of old age, she understood that. No matter how many people he'd helped or would be surrounded by, he would in the end always be alone, walking, traveling and helping people in the world, because that was all he could do. "Of course not, this is just physical," Naruto responded, plainly getting a wince from the near-sleeping woman. Strapping the scroll on his back, he made his way to the door before her voice halted him. "So you're just using me to sat your own carnal urges?" Shizuna asked with a fake glare on her face. Noticing the look on her face and sensing no anger radiating from the woman, he just shook his finger at her TS king all the while. "Don't give me that look, love, you're doing the same thing to me. We're both using each other." Gesturing to her naked, well-satisfied form and to his own, he walked over to the well-covered woman and gave a light kiss to her forehead. "Doesn't using each other feel great?" he gently teased the woman, enjoying the small smile on her face. "Well, you can do whatever you want, I'm going back to sleep," Shizuna responded, lazily closing her eyes. After hearing the door close, water pooled around her eyes. After several seconds it became too much for her to bear and the tears cascaded down her cheeks. She knew when she and Naruto got together for these little get-togethers, it was plainly physical with no intimacy involved, and that was okay for her. Every once in a while she liked to indulge in her own sexual appetite, and being on the campus that had Naruto Uzumaki, well, she indulged big time. She was shedding tears for the man who just left her room. Say whatever you want about her, Shizuna cared deeply and was very sympathetic towards people. It was the reason she was a counselor in the first place, and after realizing just how lonely Naruto Uzumaki was and how little she could do to help him, she just hoped that he would eventually find someone to walk all of eternity with. Naruto was unaware of the tears that Shizuna shed, but he was aware of the sorrow and the tiniest bit of hope within her when he left the room. He could feel the emotions that were emanating from people, but he did not know what the emotions were caused by. He wasn't a mind reader, so all he could do was make educated guesses. Shaking his head to clear the thoughts he was experiencing, he disappeared in a vortex of green energy and reappeared in his son's room. The sight was quite cute. Negi was cuddled up against Bell-chan, no doubt enjoying the warmth one only could experience when sharing a bed with another. Negi was lying down on the bed while Asuna was sprawled on top of him, while Negi's attire was still attached to his body. Bell-chan was quite a different story. Her head was lying on his left shoulder, leaning into his face, their mouths millimeters apart from each other, that Naruto was certain that if one of them was awake they could feel their warm breath. Her top was unbuttoned, revealing her white bra, and her bottoms were pulled down to the arch of her knees, revealing her white panties that had a little bear on it. Negi's arms were around Asuna's body, cupping her backside, and if Naruto was his teenage self he wouldn't have noticed that Negi was firmly grabbing each cheek. Naruto was not his teenage self though, so he was very aware of what Negi was doing, but that was not what grabbed his attention. What did, on the other hand, was that Bell-chan was tracing circles on his son's chest with her palm. "It's just like Nakane-chan and I all over again." Seeing the content look on his son's face, Naruto paused for a moment and wondered how his life found such peace. "I never get tired seeing that look of peace on his face," Naruto said affectionately, remembering when Negi first slept beside him. Chuckling at the familiarity of his son and Bell-chan, he walked over to his son, Getting down on one knee he patted Negi on his head to wake him. Seeing his son stir and hearing Asuna whine from the movement he whispered into Negi's ear. "Son, Negi, it's time to get up. You need to continue your training," Naruto said softly, not wanting to wake up Asuna. He knew full well what happened to men who woke up women earlier than they were supposed to wake. "Dad," Negi groaned, unable to move his body and not understanding why he was having trouble. Looking down he realized his predicament and his face immediately caught fire. His face was redder than an Uzumaki's hair. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to scream and bolt right up from the bed, getting as far away from Asuna as possible, but he knew if he did that she would wake up and scare the ever-loving daylights out of him. So he did the only thing his brain told him to do. Play dead and hope for the best. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," Naruto said with a tone of teasing, enjoying the position his son was in. Naruto tilted his head to the side with a palm resting against it. "It's time for your training," Naruto said, knowing full well that no matter what happened Negi would always train no matter what. It was one of the few traits that made Naruto feel like Negi were his own flesh and blood son, but then again who gave a crap about flesh and blood? Negi was his son and that's all that mattered. "What are you doing here? You usually wait for me to come to you," Negi said quietly, still deathly afraid to move in fear that he might wake the orange pigtail beast. "Well, I felt like paying you an early morning visit, and here I find you cuddling up to Bell-chan." Instead of blushing, his son just looked down at Asuna with an unreadable expression. Negi's mind was going a million miles an hour in several different directions all at once. In other words, he was thinking too much. Ever since he arrived here he would walk into Asuna's bed and sleep with her. Luckily for him he would always have to leave to train with his father before she would wake up. He predicted she would not handle it well. The only people he ever did that with was his big sister, who was his cousin Nikane Springfield, and his father Naruto Uzumaki. In fact, the first time Negi slept beside Naruto was the first time his doubts about the blonde-haired semi-immortal man was weakening. They both produced a special type of warmth that he loved, and Asuna was the same way. He decided he would focus on getting out of Asuna's grip before thinking about what she meant to him. Making a familiar-looking hand seal, he replaced himself with a log. Negi leaned up to his father with mischievous eyes and whispered, "The log will set you free." Negi snickered at the end of his sentence. Naruto just shook his head with a grin and pulled him into the vortex of green energy. "Come on, I want to introduce you to someone," Naruto told Negi, who looked at him with confusion in his eyes. Naruto knew exactly where Sayo was. It was the being that was filled with such joy that Naruto could practically hear the birds singing. Sayo Isaka was frolicking and skipping through the park of Mahora Academy with a huge dreamy smile on her face. She was humming a little tune to herself that she learned when watching a Disney movie. Yesterday was the best day of her life. She had made her first friend, ever. He was so kind, compassionate, not to mention handsome, and he gave her a type of warmth unlike anything she ever felt before. After 60 years of being alone and trapped in isolation, the very first being to meet her turned out to be one of the nicest men on the planet, and he could also live as long as she did. She was aware that she was dead and therefore not alive, but she wasn't going to correct her contradiction. She wanted to know more about him, but how does one go about that when she had not experienced social interaction in the last 60 years? She was new to this experience, making friends, that is. He claimed to be over 200 years old and she believed him. Why wouldn't she? He was her best friend. You're supposed to have complete faith and trust in your friends, and she definitely had those characteristics for her first friend. He could be with her and she felt guilty at that thought. She knew he had a son and that he had certain responsibilities, but every once in a while she wanted to be selfish and be the most important person in his life. She knew that was impossible, and if anything she admired him most for that. Normally she wouldn't be outside during the night. She was scared of the dark, which many people would have found ridiculous. A ghost afraid of the dark, it's as ludicrous as a vampire not liking blood. She wasn't scared now though, because she knew Naruto would save her if anything scary happened to her. He was an empath. He could feel any fear emanating from her, and she wondered briefly, could he feel the amount of that joy that was radiating from her? She might have been alone for over 60 years, but she was still innocent, something that Naruto admired. She audibly eeped when she felt the same warmth she felt yesterday wrapping around her body. It was coursing throughout her entire body, from the tips of her toes all the way to the scalp of her head. She was enveloped in a golden warm energy. She didn't even have feet before the golden energy wrapped around her. She used to float everywhere, but now she could see her own feet again, and even better, she could walk. She felt the grass underneath her toes tickling her, causing her to giggle. She felt the cold air of the night caress her face. Most people would have shivered and put on a layer of warmth, but she basked in all the life she was feeling right now. For 60 years she felt nothing. No warmth from the sun, no cold from the night, no joy from having friends, and no one there to simply acknowledge her. She loved this feeling. She truly felt like she was alive. After examining her now golden body, she looked up only to gasp at what she was witnessing. The sight that she saw before her was breathtakingly beautiful. The trees that were dull and lifeless grew a healthy brown, and its leaves turned a brighter green. The park with its grass and flowers bloomed into a gorgeous forest of mesmerizing plant life, and even she, pale and transparent, became real. Her skin was still pale, but nowhere near the snow-white skin she had before. Her body was covered in an alluring golden energy that made her feel alive. Her first friend was right there in front of her with his trademark grin on his face. She was too busy staring at him with such awe that made religious zealots look like blasphemers, so she didn't notice what he was saying. She was looking at a pair of the most beautiful blue orbs she had ever seen. They were filled with such warmth, understanding, and so much compassion that she nearly wept in joy that he was her friend. She wouldn't cry now because she had him in her life. He was older than her and he could stay with her until she passed on. Hopefully not anytime soon, the ghost thought. It wasn't until a hand gripped her shoulder that made Sayo clear her thoughts about being with her blonde-hair sensei. She jerked slightly back from her sensei, who was looking at her with concerned eyes. She loved those eyes not because they were filled with warmth or compassion, no. She loved them because they acknowledged her, the lonely little ghost girl who had no one for 60 years. Seeing those eyes on her made her feel like she was the most important person in the world, and she rather liked that feeling. She finally focused on her friend when she realized he was snapping his fingers together to get her attention. She blushed in embarrassment that he caught her daydreaming about him. Sayo-chan, Naruto said, getting her to focus on him. He gestured to the boy who was looking at her in awe. This is my son Negi Uzumaki. He sounded proud of that fact. Huh? Sayo questioned cutely, unable to realize what was going on. She was feeling a little self-conscious that her other sensei was looking at her like he saw a ghost. She giggled at that thought. Your teacher, you know the other one besides me. Naruto said, his voice filled with amusement at how easily she could be flustered. Negi was not unaware of the existence of ghosts, or poltergeists as so many other people called them. He was a magister, or at least one in training. He knew firsthand of presence of demons and otherworldly creatures, such as vampires, aliens, spirits, and homunculus. This was the first time he had even seen a ghost though, and it made him giddy inside, a real live ghost right in front of him. The strange thing was his father knew this ghost. When did he have the time to encounter her though? Naruto and he went on May travel all over Europe and Asia. They encountered many strange creatures. Vampires, demons, and even a white-haired red-eyed homunculi, but he had never seen a ghost before. Dad, who is this? You're friends with a ghost. When did the two of you even meet? Negi questioned his father without pausing for breath. Naruto simply took out the roll book from his pocket dimension, because when you had that ability, what need did you have for pockets? Negi, look at the roll book. Negi did so, looking through all the names on it, recognizing several of the girls he had yet to meet and the ones he already met. This is Sayo Isaka, seat number 1. He gestured to the shy, self-conscious ghost girl. To answer your other questions, yes, I am friends with Sayo-chan, and I met her yesterday when you were teaching the idiot rangers. In fact, she was with me when you were with Bell-chan and the other girl I have yet to come up with a nickname for. Naruto told his son, looking fondly at the ghost girl in question, who smiled once more when she felt those eyes on her. Negi was thinking back to that moment when he saw his father with the big-breasted girl, Chizuru Naba, and realized that when he hugged his father he felt a cold shiver run through him. Was it because he went through her body without even knowing about it? While Negi was thinking back to when he met Naruto in the hallway, the semi-immortal sage was wondering should he reveal the information of one of his other students. After several minutes of having an internal debate, he decided that his son was mature enough to know about the truth of why Naruto was there with him. Negi, do you see her? Naruto pointed at the roll book that contained a picture that consisted of a young Caucasian girl with blonde hair. She was clearly scowling at the photographer. This young woman's name was Evangeline A.K. McDowell. Yes, Negi replied slowly, after looking at the picture for a few seconds and wondering why his father brought this to his attention. What's wrong, Dad? Negi questioned his grim-looking father, wondering who this young woman was. She's the reason why I'm your assistant in the first place. She wants to kill me and she definitely wants to do something unpleasant to you. Naruto told his son, who now looked like he was second away from panicking but then took a deep breath and looked at his father with fierce eyes. Naruto was once again reminded why he loved being a father. It was moments like these that kept him having faith in humanity. She's Evangeline A.K. McDowell, Naruto told his son, gently wondering if Negi could handle the story he was about to tell him. She is an ancient vampire who has lived for several centuries. She's older than me, Negi, something I thought was impossible. Negi's eyes had widened bit by bit, but they still had that fierce look within them. She hates me because she believes I am replacing your father. Naruto was cut off by his son, whose eyes were now containing fire within each of them. You are my father and this vampire can mind her own business. Negi declared in a heated tone which was not anything like his gentleman tone. It was at times like this that Naruto knew for a fact that Negi had anger and hatred within him. Naruto knew one day his son would eventually have to deal with his inner demons. Why does she care if you're my father? Negi questioned, his voice still carrying a heated tone. She is in love with Nagi Springfield. If Negi was drinking right now, this would be the moment he would have a spit take. Instead he just tripped over his feet. Before I ran into Sayo-chan here, I helped feed a bunch of cats with her servant Monotone-chan, or otherwise known as Chachimaru Karakuri. She's another one of your students. You know, the girl with green hair that has antennas for ears. Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing he had such strange students. He wondered if the rest of the girls he taught were strange as well. She loves Nagi. It was at that moment Negi realized he never saw a picture of his mother and he began panicking. Oh my god, please tell me she's not my mother. If I ever found out that Nagi had sex with an old hag that looked like a little girl, I will throw up. Negi shouted, panicking while running back and forth, causing Naruto to get dizzy before he threw a stone at him, causing Negi to hiss in pain. Son, I realize that you're 10 years old and you need further information in regards to sex, but you do realize that the dead can't have kids, right? Naruto spoke slowly, wondering if his son was taking this a bit too far. Negi looked at him with huge hopeful eyes. They can't. Negi's voice was quivering with emotion. That's the best news I ever heard. Oh, thank you, Christ. His son was on his knees looking up at the sky with thankful eyes. Naruto was smiling at his son's theatrics, knowing full well that if he wasn't there, Negi would have simply suppressed his lighter emotions, feeling like he didn't deserve them after what had happened to his village and its people. We have to be on our guard. She will eventually come for us. She definitely has feelings for Nagi and she won't let this little farce, as she called it, play out any further. Naruto told his son, who just narrowed his eyes. What do you plan on doing? Negi questioned his father, who just crossed his arms over his chest. I'm going to do what I always do, find the light that people like her always say that they don't have and bring it out to the surface. No matter how many people told him otherwise, Naruto and Obito were almost parallel to each other. Obito wanted to save the world from its own ignorance and stupidity, while Naruto wanted to help people by teaching them to understand each other better. Obito could bring out the darkness that was in one's heart, while Naruto could bring out the light. That's what I'm going to do, Naruto declared to his son. He would help Evangeline. He would not deny any claim that he was being selfish, because he knew was. He wanted Eva as a companion because he didn't want to be alone anymore. She said she wants to kill you. Negi spoke slowly, wondering if his gather was actually insane. So, Naruto snorted, clearly amused at his son's reaction. I don't let a little thing like that get in my way. And it was true. Naruto wouldn't have the amount of friends he had now if he didn't learn how to accept the horrible things in life and learn to let them go, and perhaps the hardest lesson, moving on with your life. Sayo was just looking back and forth between both of her senseis in a mixture of amazement and confusion. Naruto, sensing her emotions, decided to help her out. My son is a wizard, Naruto told her, gesturing to his son, who didn't seem to have a problem with Sayo knowing who he was, most likely because she was a ghost, and who could she tell? You mean you're a real-life magician who can use magic? That's so amazing. Sayo gasped in excitement, not experiencing anything so fanciful. She completely forgot that she was a ghost, and that was pretty fanciful. No, a wizard is someone who can perform real magic, while a magician is someone who uses stage magic. Negi told his student, who just tilted her head in a very cute fashion. To the confusion of both the youngsters, Naruto started laughing while looking at Negi like he just said the funniest thing in the world. Oh, I needed that. Naruto wiped a few stray tears from his eyes. Noticing the look of confusion on his son's face, he gave him a sly look. I just remembered something funny. Naruto drawled, hinting at something that he knew Negi would figure out. Negi's face scrunched up in concentration, wondering what his father was getting at, until he realized that very embarrassing moment when he was younger and narrowed his eyes at his father. No, Dad, please don't, anything but that. He pleaded to his father, dropping to his knees and putting his hands together. Come on, son, it was years ago and Sayo has been alone for 60 years, Naruto reassured his son while gesturing to a very confused ghost. She desperately needs some cheering up. Fine. Negi sulked, deeply upset that he wasn't able to get his way. At least this way his embarrassing story might cheer up Sayo. You see, years ago my son was a huge fan of these stage magicians, and one night he decided that he would give it a go. Naruto whispered the next part, leaning into the blushing ghost. Considering the fact that he was a real wizard, it might have been cheating. Naruto muttered to Sayo, was about to giggle before Negi cleared his throat with rosy cheeks. Get on with it, Negi implored of his father, hoping this story will end. All right. A few days later he booked a show at a pub in London, a pub that had patrons drinking for at least 13 hours because of a rugby championship, so he had to wait for this bald comedian to get off the stage. Naruto told Sayo while secretly reveling in his son's embarrassment. Oh my god, kill me now. Negi edged while burying his face into his hands. Don't be so melodramatic, Negi. Naruto just waved his hand to brush away Negi's being. Anyways, the comedian was finished and it was Negi's turn, so he decided to do that bit all stage magicians did. He fanned out a deck of cards and offered a card to someone who was unbelievably drunk at the time. The man pulled out the 10 of clubs. Now this is where the story gets interesting. Sayo perked up at that bit. So far the story was good and now it was about to get better. Negi on the other hand was not so enthusiastic. Yeah, for you maybe, they weren't responding to me at all. Negi said despondently. They were drunk, Negi, you can't really blame them. Naruto consoled his son while defending the drunks. You said a little drink helps the comedy crowd relax. Yeah, a little bit of booze, you know, like a 1 to 5 drink minimum. These people have been drinking for 13 hours. Naruto told Negi, hoping his son would realize the negative aspects of having too much drink. What happened next, Negi-sensei? Sayo piped up, looking forward to the rest of the tale. I put the card back into its deck and made the cards disappear. Negi answered her question, when Naruto interrupted him. And then he went into this bit about how the cards might be in a different dimension, or how the cards were torn apart particle by particle and scattered across the world. Naruto told Sayo while trying to hold back his snickers. I'm telling the story. Negi snapped at his father, his embarrassment fueling his frustration. Like my father was saying, I did this bit and I might have been doing it a little more than what was strictly necessary. Negi said, looking down at his toes while wiggling his hands in a nervous way. What do you mean, sensei? Sayo questioned Negi with an air of innocence. I enjoyed the theatrics a little too much. Negi squeaked out, hearing his father mutter something aloud, thus causing him to narrow his eyes at him. A little. Showgirls don't show the level of enthusiasm you showed. Seeing his son narrow his eyes at him, Naruto just looked at him innocently. What? I didn't say anything. By the time I was finished my bit, the crowd completely forgot about the 10 of clubs, and not only that, they forgot they were showed anything at all. So eventually, after I realized that I still had a show to finish, I brought out a melon, a fresh melon, and I opened up the melon, and within the fleshy bits of the melon there was the 10 of clubs card. Negi said, quickly cursing his dad for bringing this story up. At that time the whole crowd just went, ooh melon. Negi deadpanned, which caused Naruto and Sayo to break down laughing at the look of sheer boredom on Negi's face. The entire crowd hadn't eaten anything for 13 hours and they were drooling. Nego told Sayo, reminiscing about the looks of hunger that were on the faces of the drunks. Yes, some of them I believe were dying of scurvy. Naruto supplied before biting his lip, trying desperately to stop the laughter that was threatening to spill out. They were going, "Oh, it's a melon, is this what he does, is this a buffet, oh what's he bringing out next, I hope it's chips," and then the whole crowd started chanting chips, chips, chips. Negi said before he too collapsed to ground laughing while rolling on his back. Sayo-chan, you have not lived a day if you have never seen a magician holding up a soggy 10 of clubs and try to explain his bit to an entire crowd who were chanting chips, chips, chips. Naruto told the ghost humorously before picking up his son by the scruff of his collar and began walking towards the area where they usually train. Kaide Nagase, the resident kunoichi, was in an excited mood as she stepped onto the grounds of Mahora Academy. It had been a full day since she asked her diminutive sensei for training. A day she spent wondering what type of training she would be forced to endure. She had learned many arts of ninjutsu since she had been a child. She learned and dabbled in all 34 styles of koka art of fighting. Further enlightening her mood was her other sensei, the one she wanted to learn from, Naruto Uzumaki. Her senseis forbade her from learning anything from that man, but when did that ever stop a ninja, especially someone like her? Hopefully today would mark the day her tutelage under him would begin, and that caused her no small amount of trepidation as well as curiosity. What could Naruto Uzumaki do? He claimed to be over 200 years old. Was he telling the truth or was merely lying to surround himself with an air of mystery? It did not matter to Kaide if he was old or young. What mattered to her was that she needed to get stronger, and she saw what he was capable of. The scary thing was he was obviously holding back. Kaide strode past the fountain of Mahora Academy and made her way into the park that was covered in an illusion that Negi told her about the night before. She stopped and stared. All thoughts of doubt flew from her mind as her eyes drank in the scene that was before her. The father and the son were battling. Two blades shrouded in golden and silver energy flashed in the pale moonlight, gold and silver blurs dancing in a lethal symphony. Naruto's golden energy weapon was shaped to look like an exact replica of a double-edged broadsword. He slashed at his son with a great disemboweling strike that left the air whistling in its destructive wake. Negi's silver energy blade looked like a thinner, smaller version of his father's. He weaved in and out using intricate patterns that were almost too fast to see. The two blades collided against one another to the tune of ringing steel. Kaide swallowed. She had dueled with blades before, back in her village, against fellow students and under her sensei's instruction. She had been the best, but she never let it go to her head. Her form was near flawless because she knew there would always be room for improvement. Kaide had thought she had seen everything when it came to swordplay. She was wrong. The blonde hair mortality challenged father swung hard and his golden-shaped blade cleaved down to split his son in two. Kaide would have rolled away or, in the worst-case scenario, lifted her sword to block. The glasses-wearing, polite, earnest boy did neither. Her 10-year-old sensei sidestepped, moved ever so slightly to the left so that the golden energy sword passed bare millimeters from his face. His own silver energy-shaped blade came up, and met his father's massive weapon. But it was not a block or a parry. Negi Uzumaki moved his blade at an angle, so when both energy swords collided, his slid. The faint screech of metal skidding over metal entered her ears, and Kaide the resident kunoichi watched, stunned as the boy used his own momentum to propel his sword along the keen edge of his dad's weapon. It was a beautifully thought-out maneuver. Naruto was going to have to either lose the grip on his blade or his fingers. The 200-year-old father laughed and tossed his sword into the air, breaking the connection. It flipped end over end before descending, and Naruto caught it in his left hand before sweeping it back towards the boy. Negi's motion had carried him past his father, and the massive golden-shaped sword fell towards his unguarded back. Her tiny sensei bent down, as though if picking something up from the ground, and his silver blade that looked so much like the full moon appeared suddenly over his shoulder, angled a perfect 45 degrees. Again the hiss of steel grating against steel was heard, and Naruto's golden-shaped broadsword slid upwards, harmlessly past his son's head, and into the air. Kaide had both eyes opened. What she was witnessing here was no simple battle. This was no practice match where the winner was the one that scored the most points. There were no rest stops for father and son. Kaide wondered for a brief moment how could any father put his own son through this kind of brutal training. Then she realized she too signed up for this training regime, She now knew why Negi was smirking at her knowingly. She never would have thought her sensei would be the mischievous sort. Neither of them was stopping, and Kaide realized they were restricting their own movements so that they could stay within the circle that they carved into the ground with their blades. It was non-stop fighting, never-ending, continuous battle. There was no hesitation from either side. Father and son genuinely looked like they were trying to kill each other, and Kaide briefly worried for her sensei's future. Every slash from Naruto's titanic weapon was aimed to kill, and every counter from his son was meant to kill. This was swordsmanship like she never seen before, and Kaide was utterly captivated by that. It took some time, but Kaide noticed that the father and son weren't using any forms or stances she knew of. Mind you, her knowledge was rather limited, so she did not know every type of style there was in the world. Although she was right, Naruto and Negi knew how to use a sword. They both could each wield a blade, but they could never become one with it as many great sword practitioners did in the past. The first time Naruto ever used a sword, he sliced his own hand off. As for Negi, he nearly cut off his own leg. Each of them were horrible at using a sword, so they both decided that they would each get better at using one. Naruto and Negi were different. Their movements were completely random. Sometimes the boy would launch at his father with such elegant maneuvers that Kaide thought he was dancing, and then he changed his movements to resemble brutal hacking motions that you would see in a hack-and-slash game. His father, on the other hand, would regularly try to impale his own son with his blade with a quick stabbing motion before changing it to an almost beastly form of sword fighting. The two changed at random whenever they felt like it. They would collide with one another with their energy swords before changing into light fencing, and then fell back to cruel, merciless strokes once more. If possible, Kaide's eyes widened even further. She was skilled at observation when she put her mind to it, and her senseis were very proud of that trait. She realized that Naruto's style of fighting, if it could be called that, was nothing more than sheer brutish force with no subtlety or finesse at all. Naruto put his entire strength into each of his blows. It was raw, brutal, like a cornered animal desperately trying to survive. Kaide shuddered at the memory of her teachers and fellow students that were writhing in pain when Naruto first came here. Then there was Negi. If Naruto could be likened to a juggernaut of animalistic strength, then his son was pure serene in his motions and movements. Negi had to rely on speed and endurance because he did not have the sheer strength his father possessed. Negi lacked the strength to perform powerful strikes, and he was not aggressive enough to ruthlessly slay his opponents, so in order to beat his enemies he would have to rely on quickness, cunning, and most of all, patience to best his enemies. Kaide never thought that she would feel inferior to a 10-year-old, yet here she was, and she would admit that Negi made her feel very inferior. Like all things in life, it had to come to an end. Eventually one of the two participants had to be injured, and Kaide was surprised it was the father. Naruto overreached himself. His titanic, golden energy-shaped broadsword slashed downwards, and his son merely sidestepped out of the way. The boy was mere millimeters away from being impaled on his father's blade, and yet he still continued to smile. The blade was impaled in the earth's surface, and it was unable to be moved the slightest from the earth. Kaide briefly wondered, is this what several citizens felt like when they tried to pull out the sword of promised victory from the rock? Negi still had yet to lose his smile, which had remained on his face throughout the entire battle between him and his father. Kaide pondered that he must love fighting his father like this. Negi planted his foot on the unmoving golden energy blade. Using it as leverage, he leapt towards his own father with increased momentum. His grip on his own silver energy sword became double-handed, and he brought down on his father's skull. His father seemed to realize what was going to happen and seemed to have a problem with losing his head, so instead of being cut in half vertically, he laughed. He would laugh in a situation that was dire as this. Kaide thought he was mad. Naruto just raised his forearm, coating it with golden energy that moved and danced like liquid fire. Negi's silver blade connected with Naruto's arm, and Kaide heard a thunderous bang. Negi did not seem to notice or care. He was still being carried by the momentum. With the reflexes of a cat and the speed of a mongoose, Negi reached out and grasped his father's forearm. Using the momentum that was still on his side, Negi swung himself past his father's shoulders. Standing proudly on his father's shoulders like a Greek god, Negi swung his silver energy blade diagonally at his father. Naruto had not managed to make a single noise while his son's blade sliced right through his neck. Negi landed softly, staring at the sight of his father losing his head while it rolled of his shoulders. He didn't even wince or recoil when blood started spurting out from his father's neck. Kaide thought she was going to be sick. Her blonde hair sensei's head lolled back, rolled from its shoulders, and fell with a meaty thud on the ground. Naruto's body moved shakily. He swayed in an almost drunken stupor and fell onto his knees. Kaide stifled a gasp. His own son had just killed his own father. He committed patricide. Her theory was shattered when a golden energy erupted from the corpse of her blonde hair sensei. It looked like pure fire. The color was the same as the sun, and it wrapped itself around the body of her headless sensei, lifting him up from the ground, keeping him suspended in the air. His body and his head seemed to dissolve into golden flames. It was a beautiful sight in Kaide's opinion. She was further struck speechless when she heard the amused voice of her now alive sensei. "You're getting better, Negi," Naruto proudly said. Walking out of the golden fire, he spotted the pale face of the resident Kunoichi and offered her a wave, which she returned hesitantly. "First blood goes to me," Negi said in such a dull tone of voice that had Kaide wondering if he had decapitated his father before. "That was significantly more than first blood," Kaide softly said, getting the attention from his son this time. Negi gave her a cheerful wave. "Yes, it does, but remember, Negi, I can heal, you can't," Naruto told his son while running his index finger over his throat. They both began walking over to Kaide, which caused her to straighten herself. "So you actually allowed her to partake in this training regime of ours? I thought you wanted this to be private," Naruto said, his mischievous eyes flickering towards her and back to his son. "She's a ninja just like you. I thought that you have a responsibility towards all future generations of ninja," Negi said reasonably, locking his serious eyes towards his father. The Kunoichi looked at both of them unsteadily, not used to being in a situation such as this. She stopped herself and wondered, is this what she needed? Negi told her himself that the only way to survive this type of training was to have something to reach for. Coming to her decision, she looked at both the man and boy in front of her and began to kneel. "Please don't do that, it just makes uncomfortable," Negi said with a little red on his face, a nervous smile plastered on his features. "You can kneel for me if you want. I spent nearly 2 decades of my life trying to get people to kneel for me," Naruto told her with a small grin on his face. Naruto wasn't exactly modest or humble. "You two are now my masters," Kaide replied them, which caused Negi to blink in confusion and Naruto to chuckle. "No, I am your master," Naruto told her with a tone of finality. Looking at his son in concentration, he continued. "But both of us are still your senseis." "Very well, Naruto-sama. I, Kaide Nagase, hereby pledge myself to you," Kaide said, bowing her head. It was until she felt a firm hand on her shoulder did she look up. The huge grin on his face was easy to spot. "This is going to be fun." Naruto's grin turned somewhat wicked and predatory. "You will be expected, of course," Naruto smiled. It was not a good smile. "To last against the both of us, when Negi and I are done with you." At his side, Negi nodded his head, agreeing with his father's decision. Kaide didn't share that thought. "Last," Kaide squeaked out, unable to come to terms with that agreement. "You want me to last against the two of you after seeing what I just saw?" Kaide nearly choked on her words. Naruto just tilted his head sideways with a look of pure innocence on his face. "Kaide, there is one thing in this world that everyone hates, that everyone despises and loathes. No matter what type of person you are, be you a saint or a sinner, there is one thing that everyone in this world unites against." Leaning his towards her, their noses touching each other, usually in such a situation Kaide would tease the individually until he passed out with a red face. This was not one of those times. She listened to every word that came from Naruto's mouth. "It's weakness. Nobody likes it. Even the weak don't like it. Everyone wants to get rid of it or be rid of it, and that includes me." Taking both of her hands in his own, he closed his hands over, securing her and comforting her. "Right now, you are weak, but I can guarantee you before Negi and I leave, you will be able to stand up to me, I swear it." The Kunoichi nodded. Negi chuckled from behind his father, no doubt remembering his own problems from learning from his father. "So what happens now?" Kunoichi-chan's hesitant voice broke through the tension. "Right now, nothing." Chuckling at her shocked look, Naruto and Negi began walking away from her. Looking at her from his shoulder, he winked. "We all have class to attend to, so I'm afraid we'll have to reschedule." The sun had finally risen over the skies of Mahora Academy, bringing a sense of tranquility to all those who inhabited inside its walls. To many people, they did not notice the intense battle that took place several hours ago where they stood now. 4 girls who were enjoying the sun above their heads were playing a short game of volleyball with each other to relax and unwind. "There you go," Akira said, passing the ball to her energetic friend Meiki Sasaki, the resident gymnast. "Got it," Meiki said cheerfully, bouncing the ball on her head. Then again, that was her default mode, considering this girl had no worries in life, therefore she had no reason to be afraid. "Hey, it's been a few days since Negi-kun and Naruto-sensei arrived. What does everyone think of them so far?" Meiki asked the group of girls in front of her, who suddenly looked startled at the turn of conversation. Akira mused softly, rubbing her chin with her index finger. "He's not bad. Being cute and all certainly helps, but Naruto-sensei, well." Akira drawled, giving her friend Akko a sly look that the other girl returned with a look of indignation. "Yeah," Yuna, the resident daddy's girl, cheered, raising her fist to the sky. "They're really giving it their best at this whole teaching idea, aren't they?" Yuna finished looking at her friends, wondering did they feel the same way. "But still," Akira hesitantly said, bringing up a subject that she thought was difficult. "Is it okay for us to rely on those two when next year is an exam year?" Akira questioned her friends. She herself was curious whether Negi or Naruto was actually capable of helping the girls of 2A pass the exams. "So what? This is an escalator school, we'll be fine." Yuna reassured her friend with a 2-finger salute. Passing the volleyball to her long-haired friend, she herself wondered what the exams were going to be like. She wasn't worried. She had no reason to be. She wasn't one of the idiot rangers. Looking at Meiki, though, increased her worries. She was worried for her pink-hair enthusiastic friend. Meiki was a good person with an almost painstakingly cheerful outlook in life. If she failed, it would crush her, and Yuna did not want to see her friend with that look of despair on her face. Meiki was an innocent, idealistic person who always believed the good in people. Humans like her were always mocked, but truth be told, the world needed more people like her. In the end, though, Negi-kun is still only a kid, and there are certain things a 10-year-old does not know. Meiki slyly pointed out. The enthusiastic gymnast, like many girls of 2A, found Negi to be of the adorable variety. He was very intelligent and mature for his age, but it was difficult for the girls of 2A to take him seriously. Meiki just wanted to cuddle him and dress him up in costumes so she could play with him. He was also a 10-year-old boy, and quite frankly they did not know the appropriate information regarding teenage girls. "What about Naruto-sensei? He seems reliable," Akko said, coming to the defense of her crush, which she would not admit. "It's not like Naruto would ever return her feelings. He was handsome, strong, determined, caring, and he was father to boot. What was so great about her? She was shy, weak, meek, and self-conscious. She also had an ugly scar on her back that she was ashamed of, something that Naruto also had, except he wasn't disturbed by it at all. Of course you would come to his defense. You totally have a crush on him." Yuna supplied with a hint of teasing in her voice. Teasing her friends was such an amusing pastime, especially their reactions, and Akko was no different. "I don't have a crush on him." Akko countered her friend's statement with steam coming out of her ears and red rosy cheeks. It was this precise reaction that which caused Yuna to giggle uncontrollably. "Ooh," Akira drawled with a grin on her face, no doubt enjoying watching her friend squirm. "Do you have a crush on Naruto-sensei?" Akira, the resident swimmer, questioned her friend, knowing full what her answer was going to be. She liked her friend, dearly she did, but good old-fashioned friendly teasing was an amusing pastime. Just as long they knew when they draw the line. "Never mind that," Meiki butted in with her usual bubbly self, completely ignoring the glares she was receiving. "Maybe we should help Negi-kun. I mean, he is just a little kid, so he will need our help," Meiki said, passing the ball to Akko. She always did like helping people. "Oh, you mean like responsible, dependable older sisters?" Akko questioned her pink-hair friend, failing to catch the ball because she was still recovering from having being mercilessly teased by her friends. She ran to pick up the ball, not noticing how her friends became stiff as trees. She looked up, see a taller female student looking down at her with a cruel smile and condescending eyes. "Responsible, dependable, don't make us laugh." The taller student mocked the 4 girls of 2A while picking up the volleyball and preparing it so that she could hit the girls. Why you guys are. That was all Maki could get out before being viciously attacked by the older students. Negi Uzumaki was looking over the results from Asuna's last test with a calculating eye. The girl was improving slowly but surely. Negi had yet to find a sanctuary for the poor girl to stop stressing over her tests and begin relaxing. Negi of course was looking over these tests in a cold, desolate room that was filled with sorrow and despair, in other words the teacher's lounge. The idiot rangers were going to be his biggest problem academically, yet from what his father told him after meeting Seo-san there was one other problem student that he had to deal with. If this vampire was every bit as powerful as the legends made her out to be, Negi would have to be prepared. He was aware that every legend liked to be fabricated to an extent, but he knew the truth about vampires and that they only grew stronger with time. His student was active during the time of the Middle Ages, which meant she was over 600 years old and counting. Who knew what level of power she amassed during that time? From what he could gather, she was defeated by Nagi Springfield several years ago and forced to be a student of Mahora Academy. With the amount of hate she had for his father, he suspected her powers were sealed away into the barrier that surrounded the academy. In other words, she was powerless. That meant his father was no doubt researching the seal in the barrier like a child getting a Christmas present. Negi wondered briefly, did she have a way to regain her power once more? He knew vampires gained monstrous strength during the darkest of nights with a full moon hanging overhead. Negi made sure to check his calendar every night before he went to bed, looking at the section on the bottom that detailed what type of moon it would be in the upcoming days. Negi knew he was strong and he knew his father was even stronger, but he was concerned, not for himself but for his students. She had been in Mahora Academy for several years, but there were on files suggesting that she did any harm to other students across the academy. The dean might have been old, and they do say that the mind is the first thing to go, but he must have this vampire situation under wraps right. Takamichi must have known who this vampire was as well. He was friends with Nagi years ago, so surely he must have encountered the little lowly vampire sometime in his past. She also had a servant, Chachimaru, the girl with the green hair and antennas for ears. Strange girl but also kind. She did not seem the type to be a killer, but if she was an android built only for servitude, then that meant she would do anything her mistress told her to do. Just his luck, he's only been here for a few days and his own students are already trying to kill him. Just this once he hoped he didn't inherit this particular trait from his father's unluckier traits. A pleasant, soft voice interrupted his depressing thoughts. He turned to see the face of one of his father's more enthusiastic fans, Shizuna Minamoto. Negi considered the top-heavy woman to be very kind and always willing to lend an ear in need. It was no surprise to him to hear that she was the guidance counselor. She was always kind to Negi, never once belittling him or even raising an eyebrow in incredulity after seeing him for the first time. She was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and because of that, Negi wanted her to have her faith in him succeed. "Negi-sensei, where is your father?" Shizuna asked the 10-year-old mage in training that she respected. The very idea that a 10-year-old boy could ever become a teacher was downright maddening and lubricous, yet here he was, teaching a classroom filled with girls who were several years his senior. Curiosity overriding her politeness, she peeked over his shoulders, which was not difficult given the fact that she was much taller than he was. She smiled when she saw the improvement that Asuna was making with her new teacher. Well, Negi scratched his cheek, wondering what she wanted his father for. He said he's doing some researching to help me with a project. Negi told her, wondering would she continue with what he said or just drop it. Giving him a soft, almost maternal smile, she bent down to his eye level. "How is your training coming along? Have you got the feel for teaching yet?" she questioned, looking quite worried that the 10-year-old boy might have too much of a burden on his shoulders. No, not yet," Negi stuttered, feeling embarrassed that his students still treated him as a child. "But I do enjoy helping Asuna-san," he said, looking quite satisfied. He didn't know why he enjoyed being with Asuna, but what the hell, if it felt good and it wasn't hurting anyone, why stop? "I'm younger than everyone else in my class, so I tend to get treated as a kid. No one ever comes to see me for advice, and Dad doesn't honestly seem to care about teaching any of the girls." Negi groaned, burying his face in his hands. Truly he loved his father and wanted the man's respect more than anything else in this world, but it was at times like these that he wondered if Naruto was trying to teach him responsibility or if he was just being a lazy bastard. Why was his father trying to avoid making friends with his class? Negi knew he had problems with his extra free time, but Naruto was already friends with Nikane, Anya, Takamike and several of the girls already, so why was he not actually taking an interest in his student's life? Well, that can't be helped, Shizuna said, instead of looking mortified that Naruto wasn't getting acquainted with the girls of two, she just giggled. Negi was about to suggest would Shizuna like some tea before he went back to his results and making new points that would help Asuna in the future before two screams of panic alerted his senses. Both his students looked like an absolute mess, there were tear tracks running down their cheeks and their clothes were in disarray. Akko and Maki ran towards him with frightening speed that would make speedsters look on in jealousy, all the while crying and calling his name. They ran up to him and nearly barreled into him. Taking deep breaths, both girls latched onto him hoping that he would help them. Sensei, Maki shouted desperately, all the while clinging onto his arm like a life preserver. Negi sensei, Akko stuttered, still looking afraid and pulling on his arm to get his attention. There's a fight in the school grounds. Take a look at this wound, Negi sensei, it hurts so much, please help us. Maki yelled hysterically, shoving her wounded hand in his face. Taking a measured step backwards to correct his posture, Negi took hold of Maki's injured hand within his own and scrutinized it closely to see the extent of the wound. If was not a gentleman trained by Nikane to be prim and proper, he would have snorted at the level of ridiculousness that his student just told him. He did not do that because it would be insensitive to the poor girl that obviously thought the mark on her hand was a great terrible wound that needed proper medical attention. Poor girl was just overreacting. But that did not stop Negi from standing up from his desk with an unbelievable calm expression that might have been labeled as emotionally detached from reality. What? Negi's voice was so innocently curious that it made Shizuna's back stiffen and caused the hair on the back of her neck to stand up straight. Looking at the mature older woman with a virtuous smile on his face that caused shivers to run down her already stiffened back. Shizuna-san, please look after my students while I deal with this mishap. Shizuna did so. Looking at the retreating form of the 10-year-old boy, she realized something very important about his character. I just got intimidated by a 10-year-old boy. The guidance counselor thought, wondering what type of social interaction did he have with his father. The two hysterical girls were automatically calmed by the posture and aura that their sensei just excluded. They too were looking at their sensei amble out of the teacher's lounge with a look of awe and surprise on their faces, no doubt recalling their previous thoughts that Negi was too young to be teaching a class of female students. Leaving 3 women in his wake that were no doubt showing signs of awe, shock and respect, those were the emotions coming from the women that he just left. Negi was not an empath like his father, but he somehow knew that was the emotions the girls were feeling. He on the other hand was feeling one particularly emotion. Anger. Who the hell were these girls that were attacking his students and causing 2 of which to burst into tears and hysterics? Negi was usually a gentleman, but his father once told him that a gentleman was nothing more than a patient wolf. Right now, Negi was a patient wolf ready to tear into whoever was attacking his students. He knew he couldn't attack the students responsible, so he would have to use his superior linguistic skills to convince them to stop. Looking at the scene right now that was appearing in front of him, a saying popped into his head that brought much clarity to him. When kind me grow angry, things are about to change. Negi was a kind man and he was steadily getting angrier by the second, but he would not show it. Instead he flash-stepped into the incoming ball that was about to hit his student, Akira. Take this little girl, senior student attack. The annoying girl that Negi had just dubbed called out her attack as if they lived in a shonen world. Faster than any 10-year-old should be, unless you were the son of Naruto Uzumaki, then it was to be expected of you. He appeared right in front of his student Akira, catching the ball in one hand. Akira, being a student of Mahora Academy, was well aware of the strange and downright weird things that happened in this academy, but seeing her 10-year-old sensei appear right in front of her was definitely in the top 3. Negi sensei, how did you, what did you? She was cut off when her sensei turned towards her with a soft smile on his face, expressing relief that his 2 other students were not harmed. Are you okay, Akira-san? Negi asked, stepping towards her, helping his student Yuna onto her feet while scrutinizing his 2 students to make sure they were not wounded. Why yeah, Akira stuttered, not quite believing her eyes, but not disbelieving enough to disregard it. I'm fine, a little shaken but fine. she told her sensei, who was looking even more relieved by her statement. That's good, wait here and let me take of this, Negi said, turning around to walk up to the senior students who were frozen in shock at this unexpected turn of events. After several tenths of a second of thoughts, Akira rushed to her sensei's side trying to stop him but was unable to do so. Sensei, wait, what are you going to do? She hesitantly asked. Her sensei was a nice caring boy. She didn't believe for a second that Negi could convince these girls to leave the premises. Smiling reassuringly at his student, he patted her on the shoulder and continued to make his way to the senior students that were getting over their shock. Don't worry, Akira-san, trust me, I've got this, he told her with an air of complete confidence that many would call arrogance. He would simply call it copying his father. You're the ones responsible for this? Negi questioned rhetorically, already knowing the answer. The sight of an entire class of senior girls picking on 4 girls irked Negi. He never liked bullies because of what they stood for. Bullies might have had their own Freudian excuses and reasons for picking on those who they didn't like, but that didn't justify their actions. He couldn't very well attack them, could he? No, of course not. He was a teacher and they were students. He had a certain image to uphold, an image that did not exist just yet, but he was taking steps towards it, this being one of the major steps. They could also file a complaint against him and get him fired. That wouldn't do at all. So instead he would convince them to leave. His father taught him many things about body language and that people truly desired subjugation, even they did not know it themselves. People wanted to be ruled. Some citizens were ruled by tyrants and they rebelled, others were ruled by kings and they prospered. Those people had a natural charisma that others did not have. Naruto had it and he had it. His father said so himself, so it was about time he used it on these girls. The senior students had other ideas. Look at him, he's so cute. One girl giggled, pointing at him while jumping up and down excitedly. Oh my god, I just want to hug him and squeeze him. Another girl made some pretty disturbing hand gestures towards him. This is the 10-year-old teacher we've been hearing rumors about. One more girl whispered to her friend aloud, blushing while she did show shooting him not so discreet glances. Let's get him, the annoying girl that Negi dubbed earlier on declared, moving as one ungodly being that only seemed to have one purpose, which did not bode well for Negi. Taking a confident step forward and into a stance that would make Negi look more dominating, he began speaking with an air of authority that stopped the senior students in their tracks. There will be none of that nonsense happening right now, Negi declared, looking all the while calm in the face of danger. Negi faced truly dangerous opponents when he and his father traveled the world, taking several jobs for people who needed things done. Ah, what? The ungodly being spoke as one cementing their status as a whole rather than separate people. Disbelief and shock was in its tone, unable to believe that the cute little sensei stopped them so easily. Let me make one thing perfectly clear here, I don't like bullies because of their beliefs. In fact, I despise people with those beliefs. You girls are of a higher education. You are supposed to be an example to the classes that are younger than you, which includes my class that you are bullying right now. Negi spoke with steel in his voice and eyes as cold as the ice that was the 9th circle of hell that Dante depicted it to be. All those in earshot shivered at his tone, unable to believe that such a cute little boy had this much force inside of him. The first step of Negi's plan was to shock the girls into a stupor where they didn't know what was going on, and then he would capitalize on that moment. The second was to use his charisma and his natural charm that his father said he had. His eyes were no longer cold but filled with warmth, and his stance was now disarming. To finalize his look and to increase his chances of getting the girls to leave was to have a charming smile with the tiniest bit of approval within it. I'm not going to yell at you or even give you detention, because I know mature and beautiful girls like you can truly be an inspiration to the rest of this school. Negi praised the senior girls, who were now looking happy and slightly embarrassed that such a strong young man thought very highly of them. The senior girls were looking down at their toes, red-faced, or looking at the sky with such intensity that many people would have been worried. The leader of the pack, or the annoying girl that Negi dubbed, just twiddled her fingers together and looked to the side with just a little pink on her cheeks. Let's go, girls. We don't want to upset our new teacher who thinks so highly of us, she said, gathering the rest of the girls and leaving, not before giving Negi a wink and blowing him a kiss though. Negi smiled. Satisfied that he was able to convince the bullies without resorting to violence but instead using aggressive negotiations, turned around to help his students only to stop in shock when he saw the girls giving him a look full of worship. Though that was nothing compared to the look the class president was sending him though. Really, a young woman shouldn't be that red in the face or drooling or having a nosebleed. Strange, his father never told him that women could spontaneously have nosebleeds. Asuna's look was quite easy to read. She was looking at him with measuring eyes and a tiny bit of pink on her cheeks. Walking up to him, still red-faced, Asuna twirled a lock of her orange hair with her index finger. Still not looking at him, she questioned him. "Negi, how did you do that?" Asuna asked him while looking at a tree that he was standing nearby. Before he could answer her though, he was besought on all sides by his very enthusiastically students who were smothering him with affection, literally. "Negi-sensei, that was amazing." The class president was the most cheerful out of the girls who were in his vicinity, even to go as far as clasping his arm and putting it between the valley of her breasts. Being a 10-year-old and not used to this sort of treatment, he ignored it and answered Asuna. "It's called lying, Asuna-san. Girls like that have huge egos but in truth have low self-esteem because in reality nobody likes people like her, they just pretend to. A lie here, a compliment there, and something to do with body language." The girls just looked at him in shock, hastening to finish his point. "My dad said if you show a dominant body language, people will subconsciously do what you want them to do." Negi shrugged his shoulders, believing his father was right. There was a reason why people still wanted leaders, because they wanted to be told what to do. Some were lucky because they got the leaders they wanted, others though, well, they were not so lucky. It's the whole reason why there were rebellions. Asuna finally stopped looking at the tree and turned towards him, crossing her arms over her chest and huffing. "Well, what about when you glared at them with that look of yours? Are you sure that wasn't the reason it was so easy to convince those old bats to listen to you?" Asuna grinned, remembering the look he gave those girls. It was the same look he gave her in class. At least it wasn't directed at her this time. His father would be proud. Ayaka stumbled backwards as if struck with a physical object and glared at her rival with a scathing look. "Asuna-san, are you suggesting that our dear sensei used fear and intimidation to get what he wanted?" The class president asked Asuna with venom in her tone. "Yes, Asuna-san, are you suggesting that I would use such shameful methods to achieve what I wanted?" Negi winked at the orange hair, pigtailed bell-wearing girl with a grin on his face that looked like it should be on his father. Instead of getting angry at his teasing and sly response, she just slapped him on his back and giggled. "Why, you cheeky little brat," she said fondly, going with the rest of the girls to the changing room. "Sensei." Hearing his title, he turned and nearly fell back with the weight of his students. He looked down and realized it was both Maki and Ako looking at him with awe on their faces. "That was so amazing. I knew we could count on you." Maki giggled, causing the others to laugh by her cheerful nature. Takamike, who was standing behind the tree, let loose a breath of smoke. Pursing his lips with the cigarette still in his mouth, he let a chuckle. "Your father would be so proud of you, Negi-kun." Many people thought that being an Uzumaki was enough for Naruto to learn one of the hardest ninja arts, if not the hardest art of being a ninja. The art of sealing was the most complex technique any ninja could perform. It was the whole reason why they were so little practitioners in the first place. Kakashi-sensei barely qualified and Pervy Sage was just overrated. His father was such a master because his sealing instructor was also a master. Naruto's mother was a genius when it came to sealing but not much in anything else. Naruto did not master the arts of sealing the first time he saw a seal. In fact, it hurt his head because he could never wrap his mind around the mechanics of sealing. The words instant expert were not synonymous with Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was a failure through and through, but he was a proud failure. When he screwed up, he worked at it until he mastered it. If he tripped and fell, he would get up, dust himself off and continue running until he was too tired to run anymore. In times like that he would crawl or drag himself to his destination. But by God, he would never give up or go back on his word, because that was his ninja way. Even if sealing was in his blood, it did not make him a genius when it came to the art. He spent weeks and over a significant number of clones to get it right. Many times his seals would blow up in his face, and it was at times like that he loved his healing ability. Having a specific type of blood running through your veins didn't make you any better of person if you didn't get your lazy ass of the couch and put in the leg work. Now on the other hand, he was 209 years old. He was the master when it came to the sealing arts, and looking at the seal that was inscribed into the school's barrier he simply chuckled. It was a fine piece of work, but to Naruto he could simply add his own energy into the mix, make a few tangents, and he would have control over the barrier and what it entailed. Well, Naruto mused aloud, looking at the barrier with a critical eye. I think the lowly vampire and I need to have a little chat. Naruto said cheerfully, knowing full well what he wanted from her and knew he was going to get it. It was at times like this that Naruto enjoyed being a bastard. Letting loose a chuckle, he decided it was time to check on his son. So Negi, what kind of shenanigans have you found yourself in this time? The girls of 2A plus their sensei Negi walked in a calm pace up the stairs leading to the roof so they could indulge in a bit of playtime. Their sensei was sporting a small smile on his face from hearing the loud giggles and delightful laughter behind him. He knew that he had gotten quite a bit of respect from several of his students who were climbing the stairs after him. Reaching the door handle, he turned it only to feel a cold shiver run down his spine from the predatory looks he was receiving. His class, on the other hand, had no objections of staying quiet after seeing this dreadful sight. What do you old hags want? Asuna said so eloquently. Several of her classmates agreed with her statement, but too afraid to be as blunt as the red, idiot ranger. We want your sensei, the annoying girl announced, taking Asuna's snide comment in stride. Why else would we want to converse with little girls like you? She finished with a sneer on her face that Negi thought was visually repulsive. What? Why? Several of his students shouted, coming to his front as if shielding him from a fighter. For a brief moment Negi felt his heart beat faster from the appreciation he was feeling for his class. Someone as cute and strong as Negi-kun should not be with little babies like you, she told them with a haughty expression that he disliked even more, all the while praising Negi and insulting his class. When the class president acted haughty in front of Asuna, he knew she was just teasing her, and he liked that about her, but this girl, her haughty expression rubbed him the wrong way. Instead, he should be with more mature, beautiful ladies like us, isn't that right, girls? The senior gestured to her friends, who bobbed their heads in perfect sync with each other. Definitely, one girl said, waving cheerfully at a pale-looking Negi. Come over here, Negi-sensei. Several girls called out, grinning at him with an almost hungry expression on their faces. We'll show you just how much you mean to us. The annoying senior purred, winking at Negi-sensei, which caused one blonde-hair Shotokan to seethe in fury. You shameless women, stay away from Negi-sensei. Ayaka yelled with rage, her face red and her hair swinging side to side. The senior just grinned. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? She drawled, checking her fingernails with a look of pure boredom on her face. We are going to settle this once and for all, like real women. Ayaka proudly said, clenching her fist and raising it to the sky. Woo-woo, mud wrestling contest. Haruna cheered, hoping her dream was about to come true. No, not that, Ayaka said, not even bothering to correct the ridiculousness of Haruna's suggestion or noticing her friend's downtrodden expression. Haruna was pale at her idea being shot down so quickly, but her face became rosy once more when another great idea popped into her head. Naked pillow fights. She cheered once more with even greater enthusiasm. No, the class president shouted at her friend, who looked even more upset. She was about to scold her for suggesting indecent ideas like that in front of their young sensei before another voice popped up, causing her to look at Natsumi in shock. Embroidery contest. Natsumi said aloud, only to shrink behind her top-heavy friend, who was just giggling in amusement. The class of 2A and the senior girls just looked at her like she grew a second head. What? Natsumi quietly said, not understanding why nobody liked her idea. It looked like the class president was about to chastise her for saying something funny, only to freeze in her tracks when she saw the peaceful smile on Chizoru's face. No, Ayaka said, not being able to meet the mature woman of class 2A. Once she turned back to the seniors, she pointed her finger at them. We challenge you to a game of dodgeball, and if we win you leave and never return. She posed the challenge. As quick as a school student could go, the senior accepted. And if we win we get your sensei. It was at that moment her eyes got an unusual gleam to them and her voice became honey sweet. And because we're so generous, we will even give you girls a handicap. You can use your entire class while we only use the minimum amount. Sound fair? Before Ayaka could contemplate the actions of the other girl, Asuna butted in and made the decision for everyone. Deal. That was the sight Naruto came upon. Standing on top of the building looking down with an amused yet baffled expression, he dropped down beside Zazie, who did not look shocked with his presence at all. He gave her a nod that she reciprocated. The trio of cheerleaders were doing what all cheerleaders were born to do: cheer, skip and jump in very short skirts, making Naruto feel like a dirty old man. He might be over 200 years old, but if the women were over legal age it was all the same to Naruto. These girls on the other hand were not, and that caused him to shiver. Although, it did give him a few ideas with Shizuna being in a cheerleader's uniform. Monotone-chan was letting loose fireworks with the same expression on her face while her mistress sat beside with a scowl on her face. Kunoichi-chan, Gunslinger-chan and Sword-bearing-chan were grouped together in a small cluster, clearly not interested in what was happening in front of them. A young woman that Naruto already disliked, given how annoying she seemed to be, was striking each of his students with great force, including his favorite. "Aha, I have you." She laughed, a mocking tone accompanying it. Jumping in the air with the ball in her hand, she was going to strike Bell-chan. "Asuna," Negi shouted at seeing his student being hit with the dodge ball. "Asuna-san." Several of his students screamed in distress at seeing their friend being attacked. Unnoticed to them, the ball came back to the senior girl's hand. With a cruel smirk, she jumped into the air once more, preparing to strike at the orange-hair, bell-wearing girl. "One more time," she called down, focusing on Asuna with a malicious smirk. She propped her arm back and threw the dodge ball at the heterochromia girl, who flinched and closed her eyes, preparing for the pain. It didn't come. Opening her eyes at the shock of not being hit, she blinked at the sight before her. The ball that was about to hit her seemed to be in slow motion. "What happened?" she questioned aloud. Unfortunately, no answers came to her because everyone else was stunned into a silence. Her eyes widened in joy and a smile came to her face when she heard the voice of her oldest sensei. "Can someone please explain to me what's going on?" Naruto asked with amusement in his voice. He was standing beside Zazie and petting her bird that was resting on his finger. "Dad," Negi shouted, overjoyed to see his father and relieved that Asuna wasn't hurt. If he was an empath like his father, he would have felt the rage from a little blonde-haired girl when he uttered that word with such joy. Seeing as he was not his father, he did not notice. Naruto, on the other hand, did, and just offered the vampire a smile, which she returned with a glare and a hiss. "Naruto-sensei," several students called out after seeing him. One ghost floated up beside him and smiled at him, which he returned. Ignoring everyone else and their questions, he walked up to his favorite student and helped her onto her feet. "Are you all right, Bell-chan?" The concern in his voice was palpable, as was his eyes as he searched for injuries. "Why, yeah, I'm fine," she stuttered. Noticing his look, she showed him her arm and smiled. "Really, it's just a scratch." Asuna did appreciate his concern for her, but it was unneeded. She was a strong young woman, not a glass vase. "Those girls, they did that on purpose." Negi seethed with fury. The air surrounding him started forming around him and began picking up speed, causing whistles to be heard by everyone. "Negi," Naruto said gravelly, getting his son's attention. "They were drunk on power. This is one of the negative aspects of having power. Without any self-restraint or control, you could become someone like her." Naruto gestured to the annoying woman who was staring at Naruto with lust in her eyes. The strange thing was she couldn't look him in the eye directly. "Although, she is just a teenager and you're something else entirely." Naruto chuckled, which his son joined in. "Right, I understand." Naruto nodded his head, pleased that his son took another lesson to heart. Turning towards a confused Asuna, he held out his hand, which she hesitantly accepted. "Good, come on Bell-chan, you got eliminated. It's time for us to get off the court." "Thanks," Asuna said, squeezing his hand after apologizing to the rest of her class, feeling ashamed that she wasn't able to help them anymore. "You're welcome." Naruto squeezed back, walking over to the group of girls that did not participate at all. "Hello girls," Naruto cheerfully said, waving at them. After several seconds of tense silence, he tried again. "It's nice to see you all in such high spirits." The silence continued, which just caused Naruto to huff and pout like a child. He took a seat between Kunoichi-chan and Gunslinger-chan. "Did I just catch you cheating?" Mana asked him. Giving her a questioning look, she pointed at the dodgeball with a raised eyebrow. "Winning," Naruto said, nodding his head with a mischievous grin on his face, which just caused Mana to look away from him. Looking to his right he saw Kaide shoot him several nervous glances, which was just confusing. She was usually a lot more confident than this. "Are you alright, Kunoichi-chan? You seem restless." Naruto asked her, looking quite worried. Even her rival took her eyes off the game to give her a questioning look. After several moments of internal debate she made up her mind. "Naruto-sama, I want to train with you after this match." It was not a suggestion she was asking. Mana raised an eyebrow at her rival's tone. Naruto just stood up, offering her a hand. "Oh." Naruto smiled with his hand on his chin, searching for her resolve. He grinned at finding what he was looking for. "We can go now if you want. I know my son is going to win anyway." They turned to walk away, ignoring a scowling gunslinger Chan and an inquisitive-looking Setsuna. "See you later, girls. Have fun watching your classmates win." Right before he started walking away he turned towards the being that was older than he and offered her a warm smile. "Oh, and Loli-chan, don't think I've forgotten my promise to you. I will make it come true." Naruto said with the utmost sincerity he had, and began walking with a ninja and a ghost. "In your dreams, you two-faced rat bastard," the ancient vampire replied with a scowl on her cute face. The only thing she wanted was the blood of Negi Springfield and the tortured corpse of the man who just left. Naruto's words were beginning to become true. Negi and their classmates were beating the seniors with each of their own unique characteristic skills. The shy bookworm Nodoka used the 5-second rule to her teammates' advantage. She learned it from the rulebook, which she carried for no adequately explored reason. The medic in training Akko with her amazing football skills kicked the dodge ball at the opposing team. The resident daddy's girl Yuna and her mad basketball skills defeated several senior students. The innocent idealistic Meiki used her ribbon and the skills she acquired over years of training, caught the ball and took out many students with it, to the amusement of her own teammates and the ire of her opposition. With all of them working together, Class 2A1. Being a sore loser and only capable of forming one coherent thought at that moment, the annoying girl launched one final attack at Asuna from behind. Negi, seeing the ball coming right at Asuna's face, moved with such speed that it tore a part of the bottom of his shoes off. Lousy friction. Negi caught the ball with one hand while his other hand moved the surprised Asuna behind him. The temperature of the rooftop seemed to lower dramatically when Negi, sweet, innocent, childlike Negi, leveled a glare at the senior with such cold fury that it caused her and her teammates to still in fear. "Negi, you," Asuna said. The surprise in her voice was as clear as day. She was one of the few girls not affected by the glare he was giving because she was one of the lucky ones. She was standing behind him. "This sort of behavior is prohibited," Negi hissed, his eyes becoming near slits like his father. From over his shoulder darkness appeared and the howl of the wind echoed. Appearing from the darkness an image began presenting itself to everyone. A twisted demonic face appeared over his shoulder, blood freely pouring from its eyes and its tongue moved like a dagger. The senior girls, who were still in shock from Negi's glare, seemed to lose all will to simply stand up. A shiver went up and down every one of their backs. Breathing became too difficult them. It felt like the very air around them began constricting them and binding their movements. Something deep inside each of them realized that they were in danger but unable to react accordingly. Their own survival instincts were so scared that none of them knew that their eyes began rolling to the back of their heads. They were also unaware of the froth beginning to pool around their mouths. With that, each senior girl began fainting and dropping to the ground with a collective thud. The girls of 2A were looking on in shock at what just transpired. First, their friend Asuna was about to be hit with a dodgeball right after the match was finished. Then their adorable sensei came to her defense, stopping the ball with one hand and moving Asuna behind with the other. Then he hissed like an angry serpent with slit eyes, and then he did something that none of them saw except a select few, which caused two girls to faint all at once. The silence was palpable and no one knew when it was going to be shattered, so obviously it would be broken by someone who was always positive. "We won," Meiki cheered, pumping her fist to the skies, causing several girls to fall over at her exuberant tone. "That was so awesome, Negi-kun." She skipped over to the boy and hugged him for all he was worth. Just like that realization set in, everyone turned to everyone else and blinked in recognition. "Meiki's right, we won," the girls cheered. "Yes, we won and we get to keep Negi-sensei. What kind of technique was that? Then let's make it official. This is a victory for Class 2A." With that declaration the girls hugged their friends and started laughing. You're getting better. It's been so long since I trained a kunoichi. Naruto cheerfully said, looking down at the pile of bruised flesh. The last one I trained was my little Tsunade. The semi-immortal thought while thinking of his first child. Naruto wasn't focused enough to train her properly, so instead he suggested a spar. Minutes into the fight, Naruto started thinking about his daughter and when he trained her in the art of being a ninja. After several seconds of deep thinking about his eldest child, he kicked the pain-ridden Kaide Nagase into her stomach and sent her sprawling further into the park. Doubled over from the sudden departure of breath from her body, Kaide managed to wheeze out a pained gasp before Naruto appeared in front of her vision, planning on delivering an axe kick to her chest. The kunoichi, who with great difficulty rolled to the side to avoid being crushed by her sensei's powerful kick. Kaide's entire body shivered from remembering the pain her teachers and fellow students were in. After recovering from her roll, the ninja lashed out with her long leg in a wide, sweeping motion, aiming for her sensei's outstretched leg. It was a frighteningly fast strike, and to her astonishment it was faster than her usual strikes. She was getting faster and better reflexes the more time this fight carried on. From the smile she got from Naruto, she knew he knew that too. Her attack would have landed against any opponent she had crossed paths with before, but Naruto simply coated his leg with a strange golden energy that shielded him from her attack. To Kaide's trained eyes, she saw the golden energy lash out against her like an angry serpent. Then her brain registered what she was feeling and she gave out a blood-curdling scream. The golden energy had wrapped itself around her leg like a tendril and snapped several bones in her leg. That has been your 7th bone I broke since our fight started. Naruto told her, unfazed by the sight of seeing his student holding her broken leg with tears running down her cheeks. Say what you want about Naruto, but he took his training and the training of his pupils very seriously. In one fluid movement that caused Kaide to gasp and let out a slight, the golden tendril that snapped her leg like a twig began healing her immediately. Kaide found it oddly disturbing that the attack that caused her to scream in agony was now healing her. The pain was still there, of course, but now she could at least stand on her 2 feet once more. Jumping back several feet, Kaide threw many kunai at her sensei only to curse when a shield made purely out of golden energy appeared right in front of Naruto, stopping her attack immediately. Feeling disheartened once again, Kaide's resolve increased once more. This exact event happened several times during this light session and Kaide couldn't help but marvel at herself for getting back up every time. The golden shield that was in front of Naruto seemed to sink into the surface of the ground and slither itself behind her sensei. From behind Naruto, the golden energy morphed itself into a wall, and from the surface of the wall it shaped into several golden projectiles, arrows, swords and even lances, all golden shaped. To her horror, the blades seemed to be focusing on her. The pupil in training hurled herself backwards, groaning and cursing while the projectiles launched themselves at her with lightning speed. The long hours she had spent training under her hellish master's tutelage had nothing on the man in front of her. She was certain this was the real reason why her former sensei did not want her to come into contact. On the plus side, her former senseis trained her to the bone, and because of that training it had done much to improve her reflexes, but still it was not enough. The hundreds of projectiles that were coming at her were impossibly fast. The tip of a golden-shaped katana caught the right side of her face, drawing a thin red line up her cheek. When the golden katana hit her, the energy that came with the sword lashed out like a coiled snake and caused even greater damage to her. She hissed in agony. Pain was nothing new to her, but no matter how old you got or how tough you were, you would always feel pain. There was a raw, burning sensation, and Kaide had to bite the inside of her cheeks to keep herself from crying out. The woman staggered back, her hand automatically moving to clutch at her wound. You're getting stronger, but it is nowhere near the level one want you to be. Right now my son is stronger than you, Naruto said, dispersing the golden wall of weapons that was behind him. Kaide glared at him. Her eyes were still closed, but Naruto could feel the killing intent from her eyes. Negi-sensei, you put your own son through this kind of training? Kaide demanded an answer. She couldn't even fathom the idea of the sweet, innocent little boy who she was learning from to survive, let alone excel in this type of environment. Yes, the mortality-challenged man replied. Bastard, the kunoichi hissed out, unable to believe a father would do this to their own child. She knew there were several parents that put their own children through assiduous training, but at this level. She herself could barely keep up and this man in front of her expected the same level of commitment from a 10-year-old boy. Preposterous. I heard that, the semi-immortal responded with a small smile. Naruto found it amusing that the kunoichi in front of him was angry at him for doing a parent's duty. Keeping their son strong was worth it at the end. Mind what you say, Kunoichi-chan, my son is strong for his age. I know for a fact that he could kick the crap out of my 10-year-old self. Oh really, how amusing, she quipped, still sounding angry. How can I feel good knowing that you would do that to your own son, let alone the fact what you could to me? She said, sounding bitter. She then gestured to herself. I mean, look at me, I'm covered in cuts, bruises, and I'm pretty sure I'm feeling pain on my body that I'm not supposed to have, and trust me when I say this, I know where pains are and are not supposed to be on the body. Kaede, being a woman, was well aware of pains that suddenly appeared without a warning. The wit of your tongue needs work, just like your abilities, Naruto replied cheekily, getting Kaede to grit her teeth. When the target of her anger seemed utterly amused, she threw a kunai, prompting him to catch it and return it to her with greater speed, slicing her cheek once more. Come now, Kunoichi-chan, even you must admit this little session of ours has been effective. You could even call this method of instruction training from hell. You will gain many things during our sessions. You will be faster, stronger, more agile, and your reflexes will be sharper. But of course you will lose several things as well, blood being the main one. You will shed tears, sweat, which of course just means that weakness is leaving your body. The young woman said nothing because she knew he was right. The blonde words rang true. Instead of saying anything, she just traced the thin gash along her cheek with her finger, getting her to flinch, flinching at the wetness that stained her fingertips. Naruto, standing there several feet away from her, noticed this and chuckled. It's amazing how our bodies works, isn't it? Naruto said, looking at his own body. Every inch of our skin, every centimeter of muscle, all contain the same nerve fibers. Normally Naruto wouldn't even know what a nerve fiber was, let alone how it worked, but after the fourth shinobi he had a lot of free time, and so his friend Sakura decided to teach him about the human body and how it worked. Naruto, being his usual pig-headed self, decided it was boring. Then Sakura explained just how effective it could be for a wind user like himself. Naruto disagreed but relented, knowing he could never win an argument with her. Naruto, after realizing just how the human body worked, loved his element even more than he already did. Fire was always recognized as the most powerful element, but in the right hands wind could be the most terrifying, and Naruto's hands were perfect. They will tell you what is hot and what is cold, what is soft and what is hard, and more importantly they let you feel pain and all its negative glory. They say misery builds character. Mind you, they never specified what type of character you will become, only that you will have it. Naruto said, pacing back and forth right in front of Kaede. Naruto then pointed his index finger to his temple. Emotions, be they good or bad, will always motivate the mind. Naruto's small smile became a wide grin. Then pain motivates the body. Your body will obviously start to develop differently when you're constantly under threat. All your senses will alert you faster once they taste true physical pain. Your limbs will do their utmost to avoid it. Your body will fight harder, react sooner, and move faster. All because it does not wish to feel pain. Naruto replaced his wide grin for a hearty chuckle. It's amazing, isn't it, how our bodies were made, and yet we never live it up to its truest potential. Instead we sit at our computers and do knowing but type away. I still don't believe you did the same thing to Negi-sensei. He endured this type of training. Hell, from the way you're speaking of it, it sounds like he adapted to it. He did adapt to it, and even more, he strives because of it. Naruto replied, feeling proud for his son. All of Naruto's children went through the same exercise. Tsunade, Haku and Nagato all became stronger because of it. He also made them happy so they would never feel the same loneliness he did. You must have purpose. You must strive for something even greater than yourself, or otherwise this session would have been pointless. You need many tools to survive, like Negi did: resolve, strength of will, courage, and even the ability to feel the pain and work through it. Naruto said, taking a step towards her, then started to run at her with lightning speed. Now Kunoichi-chan, I am going to bring the pain. Let's see whether or not you can take it. An hour has passed since 2A emerged victorious from the intensive dodgeball game that they had with their rivals. The festivities were going all out. They were fireworks, banners and cake provided by Satsuki. Negi Uzumaki of course was surrounded on all sides by his enthusiastically students, being praised for all he was worth. That was amazing, so Negi-sensei, I mean the way you just made them faint like that, it was so cool. Maki cheered, hugging his arm to her developing chest, with a smile so radiant that it could put the sun out of business. Ah! Negi scratched the back of his head. No matter how many times he got praised, he would always be embarrassed. Thank you, Maki-san, Negi said, with red cheeks. It looked like more girls were going to praise their sensei until a gasp filled the room. Negi looked over Maki's shoulder to see what the fuss was all about. They had company. The dodgeball girls were right in front of them and silence radiated from the room. Negi saw the glares and heard the mutterings from his own class being directed at the girls. What do you old bats want? The class president asked, looking quite like what authority-wielding figure should look like. We want to apologize, the annoying girl said, looking quite uncomfortably at the attention she was getting, so she focused her attention on the youngest person in the room. What? Asuna questioned hotly, looking quite close to picking up the nearest chair and hurling it at the girl who tried to cheap shot her. After the stunt you just pulled, what makes you think we want anything to do with you? Asuna yelled, getting affirmative nods from the rest of her class. The annoying girl just looked more uncomfortably. Seeing this, Negi voiced his opinion. Asuna-san, please calm down, let them say their piece, Negi said reasonably, looking at Asuna dead in the eyes. The dodgeball girl looked quite relieved at Negi's interference and shot him a grateful look that he returned with a flat stare. Fine. Asuna and Ayaka pouted simultaneously, causing both of them to glare at each other. Thank you, Negi-sensei. The senior girl praised the boy for his kindness. Realizing the entire room was looking at her expectantly, she blushed and scratched her very red cheek. Well, this is awkward. I'm not used to apologizing for my mistakes, she told them, sounding quite confused. No, why would you? You spoil, Yuna piped up, glaring at the girl who hurt her friends. Said friends flinched at the painful reminder. The strange thing was that the annoying girl flinched as well, only Negi saw it though. Yuna-san, please be quiet, I want to hear this, Negi told her, rendering her silence without even looking at her. The alpha of the seniors bowed. I am deeply sorry for being inconvenient to all of you, especially you, Negi-sensei. She finished, looking quite miserably at the cute little teacher that defeated them. She, along with her rest of her team, completely forgot about what happened at the end of the game, the part where Negi caused them to faint. Oh, what about the rest of you? Negi spoke without an emotion in his voice. All at once the dodgeball team bowed, looking quite pained at their own foolishness. We're very sorry, sensei, for all the trouble we have caused you, each girl said at once. Very well, I accept your apologizes, but I can't speak for my students, Negi told them with a smile, which they returned until they realized what he said at the end. Looking at the class of 2A, and only getting glares, it made them feel more uncomfortable. The class of 2A just looked at each other. Negi wondered for a small moment, did his class have a telepathic conversation? A minute of cold silence passed and Negi wondered would any of the girls come forth, and with great pride Negi saw one particular student step up a foot away from the senior captain. Fine, we forgive you, but don't think for a second we're going to be friendly with each other, Asuna said, holding her right hand out. A tenth of a second passed and the senior girl shook Asuna's hand. Naruto would be proud of his Bell-chan. We wouldn't have it any other way, Eiko replied with the smallest of smirks, though it didn't have any arrogance or maliciousness in it like it used to be. It was friendly and challenging. The class of 2A and the dodgeball team decided to switch the party name from Class 2, a victory, to the Best of Frenemies. After several minutes into the continuation of the party, Eiko asked Negi. So, do you think you could play for our dodgeball team sometime, Negi-sensei? There was dead silence in the room once more. Negi wondered how his father and fellow pupil were doing. Kaide Nagase fell to her knees once more, taking deep breaths that hurt every inch of her body to do so. Every time she fell she would stand once more because of her resolve, but right now she didn't have the heart anymore to do so. No matter what she did, she couldn't land a single hit on him. He had played with her during the entire confrontation, and that had a serious impact on her psyche. She had never felt pain such as this. Her entire body was covered in cuts, not deep enough to be harmful, but certainly enough to bleed. The speed of his golden projectiles dwarfed hers every time. Her senseis that lived in the Koga clan always managed to hurt, but never to the extent she felt right now. Naruto overclassed her in every department. He had defeated her in their first bout. Without even trying, she knew that his mind was on something else. It irked her that he wasn't even being serious with her, but what made her truly angry was that she still couldn't land a hit on him. Was she really this weak, or was he really that strong? The wound on her cheek still bled. Kaide had hoped with all her being that the pain she was feeling would pass, but it never did. She could see the pool of blood forming under her, and for a fleeting moment she wished she could pass out on top of it. After witnessing the amount of blood under her, her body gave out, unable to handle the pain. It was all she could take, and so Kaide fell, face first onto her own blood with a loud thud and squelching sound. "Now Kunoichi-chan, I can't have you giving up so soon." Naruto spoke mildly, not too concerned of the body of a teenage girl lying in a pool of her own blood. After several seconds of waiting he spoke once more. "I said get up," the mortality-challenged man spoke. "We're not even close to being finished yet. I am bleeding." She edged out, and swiped blood that was on the ground and lifted her hand to show the blood to the blonde. "So, you're still alive, aren't you? Now stop with this nonsense and get up. You're embarrassing yourself." Kaide lifted her head from the ground, showing her blood-stained face to Naruto, and gawked at him, unable to believe the friendly, caring father would be like this on a training course. "Please tell me you're joking. I'll be dead at this rate." "Joking? Now why would I be joking about something so serious? If you dislike my training so much, I could pick you up right now and throw you off a cliff," Naruto said offhandedly, raising an eyebrow at the girl. The girl in question just gawked even more at hearing that comment. What kind of idiot or monster does that to someone? Who tires someone so much that they can't even stand up anymore and then throw them off a cliff? The pain was too much to endure and her body was hurt. It hurt a lot. Naruto pushed her to her limits. No, he pushed her beyond her limits, and she couldn't take it anymore. She was exhausted and completely drained. Her body has already given up, and now her will was following shorty behind it. "Stand up now," Naruto said once more. "You want to be a kunoichi, a strong ninja capable of protecting what you feel needs protecting, then get up. Every wound I inflict on you is one that your friends won't have to feel in the future by your enemies. Now get up." Kaide struggled briefly, seeing an image of her friends getting hurt in her mind, before she fell again. She still couldn't get up, feeling angry at her own failure and frustrated at knowing if this was happening right now she wouldn't be able to protect her friends. So she just glared at Naruto. "Hurry up and attack me," Naruto yelled at her, the first time he ever raised his voice at her. "No," Kaide screamed with tears of anger running down her cheeks. She couldn't do this anymore. She was too weak. Her body wasn't her anymore. It did not listen to her, and her will was getting weaker by every passing second. All she could was glare at the man in front of her for making her feel this way. He demanded too much of her. There was no way a 10-year-old boy could this. He had to be lying to her. What, did he know it was not like he ever went through this kind of training before? "You are a liar. You expect me to believe your son could do what I have not. There is no way that a 10-year-old could survive this kind of hell. You are teaching me nothing. All you're doing is attacking me over and over again." Naruto snorted, looking at her with humor dancing in his eyes. Then he stopped, and Kaide feared the silence that came with it. He appeared in front of her, surrounded by a razing storm of golden fire that didn't burn her. He picked her up from her hair and held her out in front of him like a ragdoll. She hissed at the feeling of her hair being pulled from her scalp. Holding her up with his left hand, he delivered a punch to her face. The crackling sound of bones be broken alerted her that yes, he did just break her nose. Then he dropped her in front of him, her on her knees, cradling her broken nose to her hands. "You are weak. What did I tell you earlier this morning about weakness? You said I was a liar, that my son could never have endured this kind of hell. You saw it this morning with your own eyes, and you have the gall to call me a liar after seeing something happen right in front of you." The master of shape transformation snarled menacingly down at her. The joyful, carefree attitude that Naruto had shown for this entire trip had vanished, and all that remained was the man who defeated the Jubi. Kaide wheezed out and coughed, Unable to stop the tears from falling, she looked up at the imposing figure in front of her and realized just how he was able to defeat and humiliate her entire clan with ease. Her sensei, the cute and innocent boy, managed to behead his own father with pure skill, something she was not able to do. All my students could handle my training, and the funny thing is that they were all younger than you. You were letting children, albeit my own children, beat you when it comes to training. Kaide winced at that comment and wondered what kind of childlike monsters he raised. His warm blue eyes were now a slit ice cold and leering at her tauntingly. You are a wasted source of potential. Naruto hissed at her. He then backhanded her and sent her flying through the air. Why are you like this? What the hell did I do to receive this kind of beating? It's not what you did, it's what you're not doing. What the hell those that mean? Kaide spat, holding her nose, and winched. You're wasting your potential. Trust me when I say this, everything I'm putting you through is for your own benefit. You have to feel intense pain now so you can best it in the future. Out of 3 pains in life, physical is the easiest to deal with. It's right in front of you the whole time, so obviously it's the easiest to heal. Then there is mental and emotional pain. Those are the worst types of pain anyone can experience. I am helping you grow stronger. You don't magically get stronger by doing nothing, you actually have to get your lazy ass off the couch and put the leg work in. You put your own children through this when they were younger. Kaide growled out, her hand still holding her nose. Her voice was wheezy and hard to understand, but Naruto had been with people that broken noses before, so he knew what she was saying. Yes, but only the ones who want to be trained. Naruto revealed, easily shrugging his shoulders. I can create clones like you do, except I can make a considerate amount more. I am an empath, Kunoichi-chan. I can sense and feel true despair around this world. So I created an army of clones, made sure that none of them looked the same, and sent them out to the worst places in the world and start fixing it. Naruto told her. It was amazing to Kaide to hear that. 1 second he could be an inhuman monster while he trained her, and now he told her that he helped the people who had truly given up hope. How? She whispered, how could you be like this and then help so many people? Simple. There is no such thing as good people or evil people. There is nothing more than a person who does good things and then bad things. It is simple as that. Naruto told her, stretching his arms above his head. We're getting off track right now. It's time to stand up and attack me, Kunoichi-chan. I can't. Kaide whimpered out. Stubborn children. They always want the easy way out of something. Naruto wagged his finger back and forth in front of her. You know you're weak and pathetic. You know what will happen to those you care about, and you still want to give up. How utterly selfish. Children are always ready to give in the towel when they see something in front of them that they think they can't handle. We humans never truly realize our potential. Some of us do, but it's such a small amount. There are over 6 billion people on this planet, and they think the only way to gain power is through a firearm. We could be so much more. And all it would take is a bit of tears, blood, sweat, and time. Kaide stopped holding her nose and got on one knee, still a bit unsteadily. Naruto kicked her knee and she cried out, falling to the ground once more. No, they won't do it though. It hurts too much and they give up. Just like what you're doing. He kicked her once more, sending her soaring through the park. It's a hard lesson to understand, I know. I had doubts myself. But I realized too late that physical pain is nothing compared to what emotional and mental pain is like. Kaide clawed the ground with her fingers, leaving ugly marks on it. She once more rose from the ground and stood on her knee, and just like before, Naruto kicked her again. If you want to be strong, you have to be weak, and be honest right now. At this moment, this is the weakest you have ever felt, right? Naruto asked her, getting a cough in return that he took as a yes. This is a rule, Kaide Nagase. It is one of those unwritten rules. It's unwritten because it's so obvious that any idiot should know it. Naruto told her, all the while narrowing his eyes at her, while she rose once more. The humans that have accepted this rule to their lives have suffered greatly, but at the end shined bright like a star. I'll sum up that rule in one go. Imagine you're crawling through a tunnel of shit, not literal shit, mind you. I'm using it as a metaphor for all the pain you will endure. Every step you take, you feel more pain. It starts to hurt you in ways that you never thought were possible, and a part of you tells you to give up, just to let go of your dignity and who you were, and rest, and stay where you are, and not to go any further. But you yell no, because you know there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You don't know it for a fact and you can't know it, but you still claw your way through the shit in front of you because you refuse to let that tunnel make you feel inferior and powerless. You refuse to change who you really are, even if it forces you to, you won't submit. It doesn't matter the amount of pain that tunnel throws at you, you refuse to give in. You continue to believe that you are stronger than this and the tunnel knows that you are stronger than it, that's why it continues to try and dominate your life. If you believe in yourself, in your goal, and never give up and never give in, eventually you will win and you will walk out of that tunnel and embrace the light you believed existed but never knew it did. The moral of this story, the reason these people shine all the brighter. Will, it is will, the strength of your conviction. It is the strength of your resolve. Naruto shouted at her, pleading and hope was in his voice. He wanted her to stand up. She rose painfully to one knee, then another, and then she stood tall. Naruto smiled. Believe me when I say these words, you can defeat me, Kaide Nagase, if you will it. Naruto shouted at her, encouraging her to fight once more. Kaide Nagase fell into her fighting stance. All I want to know right now is, do you will it? Are you ready to go through that tunnel? Kaide produced a single kunai from her pouch and then charged at him, willing to take everything he could dish out. Naruto let out a sigh of contentment. I thought so. And then he charged. The next morning had come, bringing new opportunities for teachers and students alike. The dean and guidance counselor were two examples of this. They were conversing with one another about the young teacher Negi Uzumaki. I see, so Negi-kun is doing quite well. The dean asked the top-heavy guidance counselor Shizuna. Yes, Mr. Principal, he gets along quite well with his students, but undoubtedly his favorite student is Asuna-san. Shizuna said with a small smile, remembering the notes he was looking at in the morning. No surprise there, the dean muttered loudly while rubbing his beard. For a 10-year-old his is incredibly mature. As the guidance counselor I would pass him as a teacher. Shizuna told him, feeling quite impressed at the young boy and the father who raised him. Ho, I see, that's quite good, unsurprising considering who his mother is. I think we should get him to be an official teacher from April onwards, on one condition though. The dean told her, looking quite serious. Oh, and that would be? She questioned. Let us set one more task for him to clear. One fitting for a child genius and mage in training. He cryptically said, all the while looking at the map of Library Island and wondering would a peaceful place like that be able to help the girls of 2A get motivated for the test that will decide the future of their two senseis. The sound of the door being opened caught the two unbalanced and looked at who came in. It revealed the mortality-challenged man known as Naruto Uzumaki. Without any shame or compunction walked into the room and sat down on one of the chairs, looking the dean in the eyes. We need to talk, young man. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.